Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
Okay, I'm starting. Hi. Councilman Bobzian? Madam Clerk, we now have a quorum, so thank you so much. And we will get started this morning. Right now, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love for Eric Jensen to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Great job. All right, Madam Clerk, I do want to clarify, is Councilwoman Jordan on the phone?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan is on the phone. I believe we can hear her in chambers now.
All right. Good morning, Councilwoman. How are you feeling?
Oh, I have felt better.
I hear you. It's going around. So, but we appreciate you calling in. So thank you very much. All right. At this time, we're going to observe a brief moment of silence. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus. Dewar, absent at this time. Delgado. McKenzie. Jordan.
Yes.
Bobzien. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right. Thank you very much. Item A4, public comment, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Carl Adams. Carl Adams, followed by Christianda.
All right, great. You have 3 minutes, and it will beep at about 2:30, and then you'll have 30 seconds. So we'll just remind you, okay?
Okay, if I push this button up, my slide will appear. Oops, I went too far already. Ta-dam! Good morning, members of the
Beautiful.
council. If you walk outside into the beautiful plaza, see the new bridge, walk on up the river towards Wingfield Park, you would think that Reno is a city of beautiful, well-maintained public spaces. If you continue on up Riverside Drive, this is what you should see. This is the large lake at Idlewild Park, taken several years ago by a professional photographer. If you look at the lake today, this is what you'll see. A weedy mess. All of the waterfowl, river minks, turtles, crayfish, everything that lived in the lake has either moved on or died, and the thing's an eyesore. So the purpose of me being here today is to ask you, as the budgetary cycles approach next year, to please allocate some money to fix this lake. The water comes in from the river. Either there's not enough water coming in or it's all leaking out. It needs something done to it. And also, I urge you to spend some more money on our parks, which have got a lot of deferred maintenance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Great points.
Chris Deanda, followed by Stephen Child.
Just did it once. Good morning. I apologize, getting over a little cold. Chris Deanda speaking, Q&D Construction. I have to tell you, this is my first time doing this, so if it sounds a little out of role or whatever the form is, I apologize. However, I felt compelled to come down here today and speak in support of the Park Lane project and Reno land development, and the ratification of the agreement. You know, this is a positive thing for our community overall. There's several other projects that Reno Land is doing around the Reno area. It's wonderful, it's positive. I don't see any issue why this isn't going forward. So to me, why don't we just make a move, get on it, and make it happen? It's just a wonderful thing, you know. Too many times we stand here and talk, and nobody walks. So these guys are trying to do something great for our community. It's a revitalization of the area in that part of the city. It's a great thing. It'll be good for the community, workforce, create jobs, which everybody keeps talking about. So let's do it and go forth. If you have any questions, if not, that's all I got to say.
No, but nice to see you.
Okay, thank you,
Good job.
Hillary. Okay, cheers, thank you.
All right.
Stephen Child, followed by Sherry Jameson and Mike Palmy.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Stephen Child, and I live in the University Ridge neighborhood, and I kind of feel like it's destiny may be decided today, you know. So, but I wanted to just speak in advance of this afternoon to just about the point about good governance and a plea for that. And I just, to let you know, I'm also what's called a blessing officiator, and that means I'm an ordained minister in what's called the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification. And all that means is that we try to rededicate the marriages of people and strengthen families. And I feel that's what this is all about today, this afternoon, is the destiny of the 494 hardworking families who chose to live in the University Ridge neighborhood because of its quiet and peaceful atmosphere. But actually, we kind of got scolded pretty badly by the 2nd District Judicial District Court Judge Scott Freeman, who was appointed by Governor Sandoval for, and this is the word that was used, encroaching upon an industrially zoned parcel at 700 Caslight Lane, whose industrial designation existed many years before we moved in as their next door peaceful neighbors. But I wanted to call attention that on February 14th in 2013, in the Sowers versus Forest Hills subdivision case, the Nevada Supreme Court upheld a 2nd Judicial District Court, which at that time was presided over by Judge Brent T. Adams, and he quoted Nevada Revised Statute 40.140, the definition of a nuisance, which may arise from a lawful activity conducted in an unreasonable and improper manner, which the ruling defined as increased noise and decreased uh, property values of neighbors who had chosen to move into the neighborhood. So just in conclusion, I just wanted to say that Judge Scott Freeman may be right when he said that C4 Equity was engaging in lawful activity, but the Nevada revised statutes are also right to say that a nuisance can arise from a lawful activity which is conducted in an improper manner. And so it's all about what is proper. I mean, as a minister, that's what our shtick is proper. What's proper? So what's the right thing to do? So that's what I'm speaking to you about this morning. Please do the right thing. If you can find a way to appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court, please find the way. So that's just what I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Cherie Jameson, followed by Michael Palmy.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Mr. Pomey and I are here to support the efforts of City Council under item 10 on the agenda to end youth homelessness. Mr. Pomey and I and 4 other members of this community, including Councilman Delgado, are engaged in a small working group which is currently receiving a 15-month intensive training under the Annie E. Casey Foundation to move forward on a solution for youth homelessness in this community, and it's part of the Truckee Meadow Healthy Communities process. Councilman Delgado brings significant knowledge to these efforts through his expertise in housing and homeless youth issues. This is a particular concern to me because homelessness and lack of affordable housing are significant levers impacting hunger and food insecurity. When you're paying 50 or 60% of your wages to cover housing, you can't afford to buy food. And I believe firmly that if we can solve one, we can solve both, and Mr. Pomey will address the rest of that part. Thank you.
Good morning, happy holidays. Mike Pomey, Executive Director of the Children's Cabinet. So the Children's Cabinet has a 31-year history in our community of trying to address issues. Councilman Delgado actually started when I was in juvenile probation. I was actually director and he worked in detention. So he goes back a long way with me. He understands youth issues and is a successful participant on the work group that we're now challenged with easing the burden of youth homelessness. So the cabinet's position in the community is we're going to be opening a transitional living center on Galletti Way beginning in February. We're going to work with aging out of foster care youth, and we're going to work with 17 and below youth in a program called Safe Place. So we identify those kids that we worry about in our downtown corridor that are on the streets and that are homeless. In the broader sense of our community, we're going to establish, through this work group and under the leadership of Councilman Delgado, a blueprint, hopefully, that the City Council and the rest of our community can get behind, because I firmly believe if we work together with you, that we can stop youth homelessness in the next 3 years. It's an aggressive timeline. It will take commitment, it will take funding, and it will take leadership. And I guess the leadership is where I want to pause, because that's what Councilman Delgado has given this work group, is the leadership from his perspective, his understanding of youth, and his ability to convene and bring people to the table. So when you work with the Casey Foundation, that's what they expect from us, is they expect us to be leaders in our community, to sit down at the table with groups like you and our community and to express what our blueprint is. So we will have a work plan in the next 15 months that will address this issue. And if we do it correctly, if we work together, we will be able to replicate throughout Washoe County this plan that will, I think, gain momentum. It's an issue that's been freely discussed in the press. It's an issue that's at the forefront of what I do every day. Those kids that are on the street need a place to be, and it's called rapid rehousing. So if you take a youth that's homeless and you put them in a house, then the services that we provide and the community provides can go in and address the needs that those kids have. So if we want to stop adult homelessness and we don't want to build another shelter, we will rehouse the youth in our community successfully. And so with your leadership as a council, and especially with Councilman Delgado working hand in glove with Sherry and myself in the work group, we have the ability to give you something that's going to be pronounced and it's going to have a definite impact in our community. So we look forward to sharing that with you, and we look forward to working closely with Councilman Delgado.
All right, I think that's fantastic. Will you be also working with the other agencies like NYEP and Eddie House? Will they be part of this?
We're all working together.
All right, that's fantastic.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, you too.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Rick Casaza, followed by Ivy Antanowicz.
Rick's not going to like this, but I grew up with Rick. We were neighbors,
We were neighbors.
so he knows
Yes.
lots of dirt about me, playing in their backyard.
I'm still a lot older than you, though. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Rick Cazaza. My family owns Shoppers Square Shopping Center, located directly across the street from the former Park Lane Mall site. The property has been in our family in excess of 100 years, and this past month, the shopping center celebrated its 52nd year. I am the third generation of the family to operate Shoppers Square. We are in full support of the new Park Lane development. We have anguished over the last 15 to 20 years over the condition of the former mall, and then the last 10 years, the vacant 46 acres where seagulls have lived. The intersection of Plum Lane and South Virginia, once the thriving center of Reno, has become a second thought to businesses coming to Reno. This has created a leasing nightmare for Shoppers Square. Plum Lane, the entrance to Reno from the airport, has deteriorated, and the blight at the former Park Lane site has become a serious eyesore. So along comes Reno Land, which has proposed an exciting mixed-use project to revitalize the intersection, and we couldn't be more excited. This will be a huge shot in the arm for our area, bringing new residential development, expanded retail, and new office product to the intersection, all done in a first-class project. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, Shoppers Square will also be undergoing a significant remodel in the coming months, and we will do our part in revitalizing the community. Because of the Park Lane development project, we have seen an incredible amount of interest in our center. We look forward to some exciting announcements to you very soon. The scale of Park Lane project requires a cooperation of all, including neighbors, the community, and local government jurisdictions. I commend the council for your foresight in granting the developers some assistance, and I encourage you to ratify your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Great seeing you.
Thank you.
Ivy Antanowicz, followed by Raymond Larson.
Hello.
Hi.
Just a quick update on Hank. I actually thought that I'd be here today with great news. We were 3 days away from him coming home, and he got hydrocephalitis and had to go in to have a shunt put in. Unfortunately, it set him back to the very beginning again. He had 3 brain operations last week in 5 days, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's miraculous actually right now that he's even awake. He's got real bad aphasia again. Now it's worse than it's ever been. Honest to God, the only words that are crystal clear are curse words. Everything else is a
Might be
mumble.
good sign.
Yeah, I'll tell you, boy, we thought we were going to lose him again. And this is what, Wednesday? His last surgery was Friday. And he's, like I said, he's got that aphasia, but he's talking and he's awake. And this has just been day 2. He hadn't woken up yet. So we were very nervous about that too. Unfortunately, I guess what this has done though is it's set him back so much that now they hope that he'll just get back to where he was before he got the hydrocephalitis. So I tend to think he's going to get back a lot more than that. As it turns out, it wasn't they did 2 other surgeries beyond that first one because they thought the shunt wasn't working properly because of something they'd done wrong. and turned out it wasn't the shunt at all. So he had 2 surgeries that were not needed. And every time they're opening up that brain. So anyway, I was so hoping that I'd be here with good news. We were so close. The loft looks great. It's 100% changed. We even had our walkthrough. I was so excited about that. He actually got to come home for just about 40 minutes, but it was great. He was just a whole different person when he was there. So again, for those of you who pray, please keep it up and positive thoughts. And Naomi, as always, thank you so much. Naomi actually got to see him just before, 2 days before he went. Oh, was it? Okay. Okay. And Naomi saw him. He was talking, he was alert. And right after that first surgery, there was absolutely nothing. Something happened in the surgery. They still don't know what it is. But yeah, so just keep up the prayers and thank you all very much.
Ivy, please tell him we're thinking of him, and
I actually do. I honestly
and I'm
do.
so glad that you came and updated us. It takes a long time. The brain is really miraculous. For those of you that don't know, Ivy's boyfriend, he's your boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
Was the gentleman who confronted a tagger downtown.
Yep.
And unfortunately, things did not go well. So she's been coming to council and updating us, and thank you so much. And
You guys have been
please
so
let him
supportive.
know.
Honestly, I'm so glad that I get this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Keep letting us know, okay? All right, right?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Councilman. Raymond Larson, Lion Legacy Group. My wife and I moved our companies here 2.5 years ago from Austin, Texas. We are competing very well as a city with Austin, Texas. We heard a lot about the Reno Event Center and some possibilities of bringing in a sports team, enlarging the capacity of the city to gain revenue, and turn that, what I perceive to be a potential annual loss into a potential annual gain. We're here to speak and endorse that. We'd love to have other sports teams. We host a lot of people from all over the United States. We'd love to have them come and enjoy many pieces of our city. It's a beautiful downtown. It's going to be a great future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're happy to steal you from Austin.
Deborah Larson, followed by Claudia Townsend.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for allowing the opportunity for us to speak towards this. As my husband stated, we did come here from Austin. He had to drag me. It's a beautiful, thriving city, and we really had hopes for that here in Reno, which is why we're here today. We've invested in this community. So when we came here, we decided this isn't a place to just come and cohabitate with one another, but I birthed a very large and fast-growing marketing group here. We're investing into the business ownership. We have our own businesses as well. We became not so much foster parents, but guardian over some young men that needed that. And we have a community of people that we gather with on the weekends. We're very, very focused on the growth of what's coming here in Reno. And so we wanted to address the fact that my understanding in business is that what they're bringing for the Reno hockey or the puck club is that the investors are actually bringing the 5.7 million. That's what I hear is correct? And therefore, that's going to be an investment here that will shift the entire downtown city. We have a ton of visitors that come to us all the time, as my husband spoke, that we have a ton of international and national relationships that come. And what they really want to see is what Austin brought us, which was an inviting welcome with lots of opportunity, lots of growth, lots of flavor, and lots of business opportunity. So as a resident and as a business owner, I'm asking that you consider that. I think it's going to offset some financial losses for the city, which is what we need for the reinvestment of some of these other people that have addressed, whether it's the lake or the downtown development with what's going on at Plum. So I want to endorse it and ask for your endorsement, and thank you so much for letting us voice our opinions.
Well, great. We've stolen other companies from Austin.
Yes.
Did you meet Cake?
No.
Oh, you've got to meet them. They're brand new to downtown from Austin, Texas. So, yes. All right, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Councilmen, and Councilwomen. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this particular item, as the Larsons have as well. I'd like to come up here in support of the Reno Puck Club taking over the event center. I've raised 2 boys here. They both were born here at St. Mary's. They are total athletes. They want to enjoy a center that's going to provide them exactly that. I see this as a catalyst. I think that having more events there, having where we're going to have the exposure from possibly celebrities that come in, exposure from, professional teams that'll be coming in. I see that being a catalyst for the downtown. We need to have the downtown thriving, and we need to have the locals come back to the downtown. I think that having this take place will change the entire downtown area. So I am definitely in support, and thank you so much for your time.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Our next public comment is from Randy Burke, followed by Joel Grace.
Mayor, City Council, men and women. My name is Randy Burke. I'm from Roadshows Entertainment. We're the production company for Street Vibrations. We've been producing proudly in the city of Reno for 23 years now. We'd like to make a presentation today, if we could, to 5 of the departments that help us make the event safe and sane for not only the community, but for all of our 50,000 guests that join us. If I could have somebody come up representing the fire department, the police department, public works, special events,
We've got several
and
of them
business.
in the room.
Nobody's here?
They're all here.
They're late.
That's very kind.
Maybe we won't go right out in front. Then
Okay,
keep
all right. We have a plaque. We would have a,
Okay, let's get organized, please.
that's right. We're in the business of, we're in the business of hurting. We're in the business of producing events and directing people, and our specialty is herding cats.
Yeah.
So,
We think you're doing a great job.
so from the Reno Police Department, Lieutenant Larson,
Let me give them the plaque.
Annie Cates from Business, Alexis Hill from Special Events, Dave Stewart from Public Works, and Ken McClellan from the Reno Fire Department.
All right.
We also have a presentation that we'd like to give to you, Mayor, and this is for the city of Reno, for the council.
Wow. What is it?
If you
Oh my gosh.
might
that's
show it,
beautiful.
if you might show it to us. This is
Look at.
this is an eternal
Wow.
blue flame,
Wow. No
which
motorcycle? Where's my
no motorcycles. This is an eternal blue flame
Wow. It's
because of our
beautiful.
commitment to the city of Reno, particularly the men and women in blue that protect us every day and make our event for 50,000 guests safe and sane. And we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate it.
And
Thank you so
by
much.
the way, Mr. Eric Estrada, our celebrity Grand Marshal last year, was going to join us, but he couldn't make it. But we're going to have you back next year, and we'll see if his schedule will allow him to join us. He loves Reno.
Yes, he's fantastic.
thank
so
you.
Why don't you guys come up
Okay,
here
you're getting
really
in the
quick?
middle.
Let's take a quick
In the
picture.
middle.
Come on.
Yeah, hold on, wait 1 second. I'm Michael McNulty, Reno, Nevada. Carl, how are you? We do these special events all over America. We work with different, can you hear me on this, or what are we doing? I don't need it. We do these special events all over America with different city governments from Florida to Milwaukee to Washington to all over. And I live here, and I'm not just saying this to say this. These are the best special event team people that I've ever worked with. Like, they're the best. They have our backs on everything that we do, any decision we make. Alexis is the best. And Larson handles things in such a great way. So I just wanted to make sure that somebody heard me doing that. But you got a picture.
All right, give him a huge round of applause right now. There you go. Thank you very much. No, thank you very, very much. That's so nice for them to hear that. Thank you. Very nice.
No worries, buddy. It was a
Good
tough
morning,
act.
Mr. Grace.
Good
How
morning.
are you?
Good, how are you?
Are you going to give us an award?
That's a tough act to follow. I
Right.
just came to take the picture, actually. Good morning, everybody. Madam Mayor, thank you very much for hearing us today. I'm here to speak on item J9, which many people have come before me to talk about what's going to happen with the redevelopment play on the hopeful redevelopment play on the Event Center. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Reno Community Ice Skating Association. We're coming down to the tail end in actually getting our development moving. So we're looking forward to giving you an update here in the near future on that. But how that affects us. First off, the group with the hockey team, and understanding that hockey is just a piece of the event center of what they're trying to do. But they have been great support from a standpoint of consulting, having done it in Boise and other parts of the country. But as far as financial support that would be coming ongoing from the team, as well as just their general knowledge on how to do this. Our project is 100% paid for by donations. Thankful to the O'Neill family who donated the first $2 million to the project. So we're well on our way, and we really haven't even started fundraising yet. But without the knowledge of what these guys have brought to the table and working with them and actually showing how we can address all socioeconomic groups in the community by way of an ice arena, and it's a community center, primarily ice, but a community center in the south part of town, but not focused just on specific socioeconomic groups. But these guys have done this before. They've shown us kind of the footprint, the layout, the map on how to actually do this. So we're here as a board on behalf of our 6 board members and our 9 advisory board members to show support for what they're doing, and we strongly hope that you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Maria Barnes, followed by Kelly Ray.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I represent the citizens that live on 4th and Washington. I've lived there 5 years. In that 5 years, there's been 28 accidents there, 7 fatalities. It's a school zone. Something's got to be done. I turned in a petition on Friday to your office. We got 348 signatures on it. We really need something more than that crossing light. They can't see it when the buses are parked there. The school buses have to go right at that intersection, drop kids off. We really need something done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you'll stay for our presentation on our pedestrian
I'm going to
action
try
plan.
to. I have to go to work.
Oh, okay. All right.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Kelly Ray, followed by Jamie Eduza.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. For the record, Kelly Ray, Haber Ray Homes and Development. I've been an urban infill developer here for 18 years. I've completed more than 225 residential projects and about a half a dozen commercial projects. Just a small developer. And I truly believe in urban infill development. However, you knew that was going to be that, right? Before approval is ever a given, to spend Reno taxpayer dollars to assist developers, a legal policy should first be in place to support such actions. The decision to assist Park Lane Associates, LLC, was made swiftly and without public input. How swiftly? On September 22nd, 2016, Park Lane Associates closed escrow on the development site. On 10/12 of 16, Reno City Council directed staff to explore options to assist in storm drain and sewer relocations on or approximate to Park Lane site. There was no mention on the agenda item that day of the developer's name or that the assist would benefit developers. On 11/16/16, Reno City Council approved a $3.5 million of taxpayer dollars to assist Park Lane Associates LLC. Very swift indeed. From close of escrow to approval of $3.5 million of taxpayer assist dollars, a total of 25 business days elapsed. There is simply no legal precedent for this action taken by council. A full public disclosure regarding these developers is due to the citizens of Reno, the taxpayers in the city of Reno, and especially those of us who have had sewer fees increase 130% over the last few years in the city of Reno. We believe council should reconsider, not ratify, the assistance given to these self-described developers, and research closely who you are doing business with, as in completed projects and not just conceptual projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Amy Adusa. Thank you. Followed by Nathan Daniel.
Good morning. Season's greetings. Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, Acting City Manager. Jaime Adrosa, Chair of the City of Reno Recreation and Parks Commission. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of the Commission. Dear Reno City Council members and Acting Manager, as your primary advisory body for all things related to parks, the Recreation and Parks Commission is writing to encourage a reinvestment in public parks. Last year, the Commission wrote to push for a modest increase in the parks budget. However, we saw no substantive increase in park funding. This year, our goal is to again highlight the fact that well-maintained, high-quality parks provide essential services to all people living in Reno. In fact, the Reimagine Reno survey of city residents revealed that outdoor recreation was a top priority in our community. Given this, the Commission is respectfully requesting a modest 5% increase in the 2017-2018 fiscal year parks budget. Despite the recovering economy, the 2016-17 parks budget remains merely half of its pre-recession level of 2007 and has been essentially flat since 2012. This disinvestment has resulted in the general deterioration of our parks and recreation facilities. As you consider the coming year's budget, please consider the economic, health, and social benefits provided by our parks. An adequately funded park system will contribute to the economic growth and well-being of our city. When businesses and home buyers consider Reno as a place to relocate, they invariably weigh the quality of our parks in their decision-making process, just like they do for public schools. Due to budget and staffing cuts, the current demands on our parks are already 2 times higher than the resources available to support the park system. This means that season after season, we are watching our parks slowly decline in quality, which reduces our potential for economic growth. The quality of Reno parks directly affects the health and well-being of residents living in our community. The 86 parks and recreation facilities operated by the city not only provide common space for play, sports, concerts, swimming, and public events, they also act as places for relaxation and the enjoyment of nature. As people receive physical and mental health benefits from spending time outside in parks, citizens develop a deeper appreciation for our city, and that strengthens our community as a whole. We believe an investment in our parks is an investment in the future of Reno. As we move deeper into this exciting period of development, it is essential that we think about our public parks as drivers of economic growth and appreciate them for their environmental and community health benefits. In order for Reno to meet its economic potential and prove that it is a city that values a high quality of life, we need to increase the parks, recreation, and community services budget from its current unsustainable level. Considering the important needs outlined above, the Commission is strongly recommending a 5% increase in fiscal year 2017-18 budget allocation. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Nathan Daniel, followed by Johnny Lawrence.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, and also all the city staff here in the office. I'd just like to first thank you all for your dedication to improving the quality of life here. It's really very valuable, so thank you all for that. In regards to allocating funds for the 2017-18 fiscal year, I know you have a difficult hill to climb here, but I would like you to consider refocusing attention on our public parks. I'm Nathan Daniel, by the way, Director of Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation, which is a nonprofit dedicated to improving the quality of life through support of our parks, and we can jam a little bit. In the last 7 years, our parks budgets have remained flat, and they're less than half of their pre-recession levels, as Jamie Adrosa just stated. I urge you to refocus attention on the results of the Reimagine Reno project that showed the outdoor recreation and to be a high priority for our citizenry. Reinvesting in our parks now is essential more than ever to raise the quality of life here. A good example, one park need are the ponds at Idlewild Park. Because of the intense drought that we've had over the last few years, the pond liner that's there, which is a clay liner that was put in the 20s, has cracked, and basically water is infiltrating there. So as soon as water stops coming in from the ditch, it is gone. It's not evaporative, it's definitely infiltrating. Ponds are dried up within weeks. That is a capital improvement project on the Parks Department's agenda for 2017-18 budget. So what we suggest from the Parks Foundation is that you do consider funding that capital improvement project and other capital improvement projects that the Parks Departments are requesting, because it is very essential to the quality of life here, and reinvesting in parks is important. So thank you very much for that consideration.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobsing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you know that I'm normally reluctant to jump in during public comment, but I do think it's important while we have Nathan here and our chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, who I got to tell you, you should always listen to the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, because those people tend to be very smart and know what they're talking about, and past chairs as well. The issue threads very neatly with a major initiative that we have before the next legislative session. And I want to encourage supporters of the parks to be a part of that and join with us when we go to the legislature to address some of the structural problems that we have with property taxes in particular. There was a very illuminating presentation that we got from Jeremy Aguero this week at the chamber in front of some business leaders, making the case that because of the secondary cap that is in statute right now, limiting assessments based on cost of living, very complicated, can't give you the full download on this. The takeaway is that we are facing 3 years right around the corner of extremely flat assessments that are going to hit us hard at exactly the time when we need more resources to keep up with all of our needs in the city. The takeaway is, in this period of growth, in this period of economic resurgence, we do not have the revenues that track with it to provide for these very, very real needs. That I appreciate the advocacy coming from the commission and from the foundation that we take a look at this, because there's no doubt that that is what we're known for. Outdoor recreation in our parks are very important. We need help, and so we look forward to you joining with us when we go to the legislature to make that case that quality of life amenities need to be funded.
Mm-hmm. Very well said, Councilman. Sure. Fantastic.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Johnny Lawrence, followed by Jeff Carlton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Madam Blue. Good morning. Last time I was here, I addressed this council. I made you aware of my beliefs that our mayor had violated the Hatch Act, and the mayor's public endorsing 2 different political candidates, one in a national race and the other in the local race. The question that I have for this meeting are that has anyone looked into the problem? Did the city attorney not do his job in that he did not know about the Hatch Act? Or did Mr. Hall advise our mayor to violate the Hatch Act? Thank you, Council.
Jeff Carlton, followed by Gina Russo.
Hello. Would it be okay for Gina and I to be up together?
Sure, have her come on up.
Good morning. I'm really short. I just moved here from Salt Lake City. This is the first time I've been here, so thank you for letting me speak for a couple minutes. I'm here representing the Toyabe chapter of the Sierra Club and the local chapter of the Citizens Climate Lobby. And we're basically asking you, Mayor, and with support of the council, to sign on to a mayor's open letter to President-elect Donald Trump on climate action. We have the letter circulating here. I'm not going to read it. It's very long. But some highlights are that it is respectful and engaging in tone. It makes the case that climate action is good for business and is bipartisan. It makes the case that climate action is fiscally sound and will save enormous amounts of money in the long run. It brings up the human costs of inaction and personalizes the issue to include all of our families. It highlights benefits to cities and our national government, and that we will be collaborating on this. And finally, it firmly states cities' resolve in meeting this critical challenge of our times and their compulsion to forge ahead alone if the federal government does not continue to support our previous climate agreement obligations. So we would just like you to join the typical suspects on the coasts, as well as lots of other cities like Minneapolis, Bloomington, Pittsburgh, Charlotte, Fayetteville, Arkansas, and all the others that you would probably guess in terms of big cities like New York, Boston, Seattle, all of those folks. So we've already, I think, sent this to you, and I think we have some pretty warm reception so far, so we'd just like to encourage you to sign that.
All right, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to say anything else?
Okay.
You're good? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Did you want to say
Oh,
anything?
yes, we were going to say just a little more about a couple other issues.
Okay, so do you want him to
Can we restart?
sign? And
He's submitted his form.
He's
so
submitted?
if-
Okay, so go right ahead.
So first off, am I on mic? Okay. We wanted to thank the city leadership for the great work you've done thus far to help green up the city. I know that show the world that we truly are a 21st century city that cares about our future and that of generations to come. Reno has stepped up boldly and signed on to past and present joint actions that have sought to leverage the power of cities united to responsibly face the climate crisis that our world faces. Mayor Bob Cashel paved the way by signing the U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement. At a time when the United States Congress shamefully blocked efforts to have us join the Kyoto Protocol. There were 1,060 mayors from across our 50 states that signed that, and that was to show the world that American cities stood with them in the fight for climate, even if the U.S. Congress didn't. There was, though, some very important goals of that agreement were not achieved, like a nationwide carbon trading system, and also they sought to have greenhouse gases 7% below 1990 levels, and by 2012 they actually rose to 7% above. It was still a important first step. Most recently, this last January, I think it was, Mayor Sheevy showed bold leadership in signing the Reno to the Compact of Mayors Agreement, and there are 610 cities worldwide that have signed on to that, and maybe only about 100 U.S. cities so far. And that has many steps to it. We've completed the first level, and then there's, in the next 3 years, 3 more steps to complete, kind of badges that you earn as you go through. And there's other types of municipal actions that can happen. And we're with the Citizens Climate Lobby, and our main proposal is a carbon fee and dividend proposal. And it goes to the heart of the problem of solving the climate problem that we have in our world. It calls for carbon fees to keep rising $10 a ton per year until our nation's greenhouse gas emissions fall to 10% of 1990 levels. It comes with border adjustments that will encourage every nation that wishes to trade with us to adopt a similar carbon fee and dividend. The beauty of the proposal is that over 98% of the money collected goes right back to citizens on a per capita basis. Actually, families up to 2 kids get a whole nother share for their first 2 children.
All right. That was your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Very important work.
Thank you. We'll
And I
send you
know
other
this is a
things.
huge passion for Councilman Bobzian, so great. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment today.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'm going to send it to our city manager, Bill Thomas, for item A5.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of announcements this morning. The first is that I'm proud to announce we're going to have the Pat Baker Park grand reopening, and we would ask the public to join Ward 3 Council Member Oscar Delgado and the rest of the City Council representatives tomorrow at 4 p.m. to celebrate the grand opening of Pat Baker Park and enjoy holiday festivities. Pat Baker Park is located at the intersection of Fife Street and Montello Street in Reno. The park improvements were completed over several months, or actually several months ahead of schedule. So I know when I drove by there, the park was very active, and I think everybody who shows up is going to be excited to see the improvements that have been made to the park. So we encourage the public to join us. Again, that's tomorrow at 4 p.m. We also ask the public to join us on the City Plaza outside of City Hall to kick off the annual Jewish Festival of Lights with the lighting of the public menorah on Wednesday, December 28th at 4:30 p.m. The event will feature a ceremony from Shabbat of Northern Nevada. Huh?
Kabod. He knows.
You got it.
I have to work on that CH.
You'll work
Yeah.
on that thing.
Yeah. No offense meant to anybody.
No, no offense taken by anybody.
You're fine. Go ahead.
There will be a staff-led public workshop to get public input on the city's federal legislative platform. That workshop is scheduled for Thursday, January 5th from 5 to 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. And for those who are interested, this platform is the annual city program that directs our consultants at the national level what issues are important to the city of Reno as they try to influence the direction of our federal legislative process. So those who are interested, we would encourage you to show up at that workshop. Again, that's January 5th, 5 to 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. Friendly reminder also that we will partner with Atlantic Aviation at the Reno Tahoe International Airport, excuse me, and Pathways to Aviation to host our State of the City address on Thursday, January 26th at 5 p.m. I'm sorry, 5:30 p.m. So please join the mayor and the rest of the city council members and myself at Atlantic Aviation, which is located at 655 South Rock Boulevard in Reno. The event is free and open to the public. The City of Reno is continuing its pedestrian and driver awareness campaign this week. It's a 2-week look up and look out refresher campaign intended to focus on pedestrians and draw attention to the needs for everyone to be more aware, either as a driver or as a pedestrian, of each other. This week's focus was actually on drivers, so we're going to be doing pedestrians next week. I'm sorry, the first week was pedestrians, and this week's is drivers. More information is available at the City of Reno's social media channels, and we encourage citizens, media, and our regional partners to help us increase awareness of the important issue. The official hashtag is lookupN-V. Again, that's lookupN-V. Lastly, this is our last meeting of 2016. We wish all the Reno residents a happy holiday with your friends and family. City administrative offices will be closed on December 26th and January 2nd. The council will return for its next regularly scheduled meeting on January 11th in 2017. That meeting will start at noon. For more information on upcoming meetings, please visit our website, reno.gov/meetings, and click on View Agendas at the reno.gov homepage. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, great. Wow, time has flown, right? Flies by. First of all, I would like to commend Councilman Delgado on his work on Pat Baker Park. That's fantastic, and it would not have happened without you. So please give him a huge round of applause. That's huge. So proud, so proud. So I encourage everyone to go out for that. We are going to move around this agenda a little bit because I need to get Reno's finest back to work. So we're going to do a couple orders of business. This should go very quickly, and then we will take the presentation from Chief Soto. So at this time, item A6, I would like to get approval of the agenda from a council member.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Hi, Councilwoman Jordan. I forgot you were there. A ghost. All right.
I'm here.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes? May I get a- I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item B1, cash disbursements. Any disclosures from my council? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we are going to go to item D3, and that would be Chief Soto for this very important presentation. Look how humble you are. Come on up.
Well, good morning, Chief Jason Soto, Reno Police Department. Happy to be here this morning for a couple of awards for recognition for two of Reno's finest. I'm going to start off with Officer Eric Haig, who today is receiving the Medal of Meritorious Service. On February 2nd, 2016, at about 5 p.m., while investigating a crash involving multiple vehicles on South McCarran and Smithridge Drive, Officer Haig was confronted by one of the drivers who was cutting himself with a knife. Ignoring orders to drop the knife, the driver was hit with a taser. Despite this, the driver lunged at another officer with his knife and then lunged towards Officer Haig with his knife raised to attack. For his actions, Officer Haig is awarded the Reno Police Department's Medal of Meritorious Service. I also want to mention that during this very chaotic scene, there were a lot of our citizens in the immediate area, and these actions certainly provided safety to our community. So thank you for that, Officer Eric Haig. I have one more, and then we'll bring them around. Today, I also want to recognize Officer Rob Garlock for the Chief's Certificate of Commendation on February 2nd, 2016 at about 5:15 p.m. While investigating a crash involving multiple vehicles on South McCarran and Smithridge Drive, Officer Garlock was confronted by one of the drivers who was cutting himself with a knife. Ignoring orders to drop the knife, Officer Garlock deployed a taser on the driver in an attempt to stop his behavior and assisted in taking the driver into his custody. For his actions, Officer Robert Garlock is awarded the Reno Police Department's Chief Certificate of Commendation. And one more piece to this, you've probably seen these individuals up here before, and I want to tell you that these men and women that put on this uniform are out there responding to keep our community safe on a daily basis, and they're just out there time and time again doing an incredible job for our community. So thank you, Officer Rob Garlock.
Tremendous. All right, we are actually going to send it back to our city manager, Bill Thomas.
I apologize, Madam Mayor and council members. I forgot to announce a change to the agenda. Items E8 through E12, the Highland Canal related items, have been rescheduled to the 1st of, or the 11th of January. Those items were pulled because a part of the agreement that we were waiting for from Tumwa, my understanding, was not received, so we're pulling those items from today's agenda.
Okay.
E8
and
through E12.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Point of order for the attorneys. Do we need to do a motion to reconsider for the agenda approval based off these changes? Yes.
I'll motion to reconsider approval of the agenda.
All right, so I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, so we are going to get through a little bit more business, and it'll be very quick.
Should we reapprove the agenda?
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right
Apologies.
ahead.
Could we also get a motion to move items E8 through E12 to that January agenda?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
May I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, moving items EA3 to 12 to the January 11th agenda.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, great. Moving right along. All right, I believe item E.
C1, proclamation?
Okay. We're going to do a couple of orders of business. These are going to be really quick. I want to get people back to work. They're business owners and have very busy schedules. So at this time, on consent agenda, and if you have pulled items, we'll come back and hear those items, but let's approve the ones where we can get people back to work right now. So on consent agenda, may I get a motion? Any items to be pulled off of consent?
I'd like to pull item E4.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, item E4. Councilman Bobzian. Okay. Councilman Delgado?
E6.
Okay. Councilmember McKenzie?
Good.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar?
I was going to do E6 as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman Vice Mayor Jordan?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right, so can I get a motion to approve the rest of those items? please? So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. So now we're going to jump back to proclamations. And this one's very exciting. This one is for Ed Stewart. Where's Ed? Ed, where are you? Come on up. I love this story. So Ed rescued a cat from a storm drain, and I got this beautiful letter into my office, and we were so proud. And you have no idea how many fans and animal lovers are out there that are singing your praises. So we wanted to make sure that we recognized you at council.
And the cat's name is Jigs, and Paula is here. So Paula, you come up and join us. This is fantastic. This may be the greatest proclamation I have ever read. I am
one
so
of my
excited
favorites.
to read this
By
one.
far.
This is so fantastic. Whereas on Monday, November 28th, Ed Stewart, City of Reno Public Works crew supervisor in the sewer section, went above and beyond to rescue Jiggery, otherwise known as Jig, the cat, from a storm drain on Caliente Street. And whereas Jig's owner, Paula Jones, reports that Jig was most probably trying to chase a mouse, and in his quest followed the mouse down the drain and couldn't get out. And whereas Washoe County Animal Control tried numerous tricks to catch Jig, including fresh salmon and tuna, but Jig didn't bite, Ed then proposed a new rescue strategy of crafting a staircase out of boxes with the salmon and tuna treats on the top step so Jig could climb out himself, which proved successful. I mean, that ingenuity and problem solving. This is fantastic. And whereas Paula and Jig are especially thankful for the extra effort, including Ed's phone call to check on the status of Jig, and whereas Ed has been a faithful, hardworking, and compassionate member of the City of Reno team since 2000, and it is fitting that he is recognized for his ingenuity and thoughtfulness for our residents, including our four-legged residents. Now, therefore, I, David Bobzane, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 14th, 2016, as a day honoring Ed Stewart.
Oh, yay!
I think we have to do a picture on this one, right?
Right.
Come on.
For sure. Ed, would you like to say a few words?
I was going to say, speech?
Speech? Not a meow? What about a meow?
I just want to thank everybody who makes it possible for me to do this.
Oh. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's fantastic.
It's nice to have a result like that.
That is fantastic. Makes us very proud. Super cool. Yes. Okay, let's take a picture.
Here, can I see you?
Come on.
Move.
Get in here.
Boy, I'm blocking the
Come
light.
on over. Everyone can see you because you're tall. Come on over.
Right behind you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's fantastic. All right. We're gonna skip around again. All right, we are going to skip around again, and we are going to move to item D2. Very excited to see a presentation on the Believe video from a dear friend, Mr. Jim Frommer. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. Today, I'm here as the Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Community Foundation of Western Nevada. And the Community Foundation, I'm also joined by Jenny Harding Davis, who will speak in a few minutes. She's the Chief Advancement Officer in charge of our marketing and fund development programs. So the Community Foundation's been around for about 18 years. We basically incite and promote philanthropy, helping people to engage in philanthropy, understand what they want to do, and we help them to fulfill basically their donative intent. So we're really a reflection of our community members who have philanthropic wishes. We currently hold and advise on almost 200 donor-advised funds and scholarship funds totaling about $88 million in assets. But these aren't our assets, these are donor assets that we help hold and advise upon. During 2016, we've received about $13 million in donor funds, and we've dispersed out, based upon donor directives, about $8 or $9 million out into the community, and we currently hold about $85 million. The other side of the house of the Community Foundation is that we are a platform for people to come together to build collective impact, and that's kind of what we're really here for today. Over the last 4 years, we have held large convenings in the community involving hundreds and hundreds of people, agencies, nonprofits, and governmental organizations to focus on the Homeless Youth Initiative. And so out of that came the Eddie House that's on 6th Street, great resource center, and also to coordinate the service providers to provide services to the homeless youth, their clientele. Before it was rather fragmented and the youth didn't know where to go. And so we've helped to coordinate all those various services. We believe we have made a big impact in the community. We are now in the midst of a series of convenings to improve the delivery of services to support caregivers. We believe this will improve the lives of our caregivers, some of whom are in this room, and you know how difficult that is, and also to improve those for whom they are caring. All of our efforts are to make our communities be a better place for all of our citizens. I believe the City Council works better when you focus on all the good traits that you share. I always like to invoke Maya Angelou's famous saying, "We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike." And so we believe our community is in a great place to make significant positive impacts And with your leadership in 2017, we will be there to help you. And so we're going to show about a 5.5 minute video. There are credits at the end, so wait for the last credits to run, and then Jenny will come up and speak for a few minutes. Thank you.
So we're here talking about philanthropy today. What can you tell me about it?
I think it might mean to be kind to someone or help someone. I would guess it means helping each other or helping others, because that's what we were talking about earlier, and that's what this party is about.
I'm here today trying to spread a little good faith and positive message to the kids of our community. Just because you're strong on the outside doesn't mean you can't have a soft heart.
It just feels good to give back to the community. It feels good to help other people that are in need.
Reno's small enough where if you get involved with an organization, give time, you are going to make a difference. And I see that in so many of the citizens in this community.
I think the number one thing that's so important is that we passionately care about taking care of our community, and that's what makes a difference in building the trust.
Our partnership with the Community Foundation of Western Nevada really allows for us to save every single life that we possibly can.
We're fortunate as a community to have an Arboretum, and I really feel that with the support of the May Arboretum Society and the Community Foundation, we can leave a lasting legacy for our children and our grandchildren.
Under Chris Askin, he's reimagined what a community foundation can be in addressing community-wide problems and being a facilitator and bringing people together to address problems and solve them together.
I think sometimes what happens with people is that they find out that there's more joy in giving than in receiving.
They really are working collaboratively and collectively with initiatives to get the largest impact we can as a community.
It's fun for me to work with our individual donors and find out what they care about, because when I learn about what they care about, I learn more about our community.
If you believe, you can make a difference. If you believe, you can make a change.
You'll find you made a difference in someone's life. It's not too complicated, you see. Some way in time, you'll like what you find when you see our community. I know you'll agree. All you've got to do is believe in yourself. You got to believe
fantastic. Great video. I love it.
Another 30 seconds or so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
You got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in your dreams. You got to believe in everybody around you. Believe.
Believe! Believe! Believe!
You gotta believe.
Believe.
Believe, believe, believe.
Great picture.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Chair Jim Frommer, and members of the community. I hope you enjoyed the Believe video. I think it truly brings out the spirit of this city, our community. And I know you believe, just look at the capacity for which you serve the city of Reno. I'm relatively new to Reno myself, but I've lived in a lot of communities that are very similar. Colorado Springs, suburbs of Philly and New York City, Dallas, San Diego, and Sacramento. And I have to tell you that the production of this video and working with people in the community, it's unprecedented, the spirit this community has. And it's a very exciting time, I believe, for you and the city. You saw many of our community leaders and philanthropists. The community came together in this production and donated so much of their time and talent. Just quickly, I want to recognize a few of them. In addition to our nonprofit and corporate leaders, we had Lonnie Dill, the producer and videographer from Sharktooth Productions, a native of Reno, and the Notables. You may be aware of them. They're a music therapy group, and this group actually wrote the music and the lyrics of the Believe song for this purpose. And also very noteworthy is local Tanglewood Studios and Mike Erdley, who is a Grammy Award-winning sound engineer who produced the sound on the video. So a couple other items I'd like to share with you, and I'm not going to go into detail because I know Jim addressed the work that we do in community leadership, and that's through public convenings and listening to the community on the greatest needs. So for 3 years, we've been working on the Homeless Youth Initiative and the Eddy House, and we heard directly from our other nonprofit partners on that issue. And then the next big one is the Senior Caregivers Initiative. And in Washoe County alone, there are 8,600 seniors who are caring for other seniors. And we've convened over 150 people, 90 of whom are caregivers themselves. And now we're putting together action steps to help address this need. And we heard also, from a real-time caregiver, all of a sudden, I think one of our caregivers said it best, everything's fine until it's not, and nobody knows when it won't be. So one more thing I think is important for you to know is we're in 2017 forming a new corporate partnership, and this will be a coalition of leaders from our for-profit corporations. And we'll be bringing them to the table to form a coalition and hear the greatest needs from the corporate point of view. And we believe that's very important. And finally, in front of you, we've shared our annual report and a recent case prospectus, which I think further demonstrates our work. And again, thank you very much. It's terrific to be here.
Thank you very much. The video looked like it was a lot of fun to produce.
It was fun.
Especially you, because I know that's not your thing.
And I was trying to get you with the saxophone, but you got tied up with the 23andMe that day, so we missed that opportunity. But I just want to wish all of you a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year, and we'll have a great 2017. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming. Fantastic. All right. Great. Okay. Now we are heading to item D1, and I'm very excited. I want to commend Councilwoman Naomi Dewar for her huge huge work with Relief Reno, and Barb Santner. So I'd love for you to come up because this is very exciting.
Great, thank you. Well, my name is Barb Santner, and I'm the chairperson for the northern section of the Nevada chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, or ASLA. I'm also a senior landscape architect and planner at Stantec here in Reno. And with me today is Lucy Joyce, who's our Nevada chapter of ASLA trustee. So today we're here to present an award to Councilmember Dewar. But first I wanted to give you a little background about ASLA. So we're the professional society that represents the landscape architecture profession. We landscape architects analyze, plan, design, manage, and nurture the built and natural environments, and we have quite an impact on communities and the quality of life. We design parks, campuses, streetscapes, trails, plazas, and other projects that help define a community. Reno City Council Member Dewar was selected by our chapter to receive the 2016 Award of Honor. And a little bit about the Award of Honor. It recognizes those who have made a significant contribution to the management, conservation, and preservation of environmental resources and or public landscapes in Nevada. We selected Councilmember Dewar for several reasons. The first reason is due to her leadership in the effort to launch the Relief Reno project, which is the city's program to preserve and enhance and expand Reno's tree canopy. The focus of the program is to double the number of trees in Reno from its current 5.2% to over 10%. The campaign encourages individuals, corporations, and nonprofits to donate cash or in-kind goods and services to help restore Reno's public tree program. And the investment is used to plant and maintain trees throughout Reno's public spaces, including parks and along city streets. Since May 2016, about $80,000 have been donated or pledged to the program. And residents are encouraged to get involved by caring for street trees and planting more trees on their property. Another reason that we designated Councilmember Dewar for this award was because of her liaison to the City of Reno's Urban Forestry Commission position. The goal of the commission is to create, maintain, and promote a safe, healthy, and attractive urban forest for the enhancement of the natural environment in Reno. This year, the commission developed and passed a new street tree management plan for the city. So our Nevada ASLA group recognizes the value of Reno's urban forest and street tree canopy for a variety of benefits, including beautification of the pedestrian and street environments, stormwater protection through pollutant uptake, and also for mitigation of Reno's urban heat island. And I think of a note is that the recent Urban Land Institute report on the Virginia Street Corridor recommended a robust street tree program and embellishment of Reno's urban forest. And Ms. Dewar's work falls in line with those recommendations. We are planning a workshop on January 17th, our Nevada ASLA group, where we have invited Councilmember Dewar as well as City of Reno Urban Forester Steve Churchillo to participate in a forum to discuss the Relief Reno program and to talk about how our group can help facilitate enhancing Reno's urban forestry program and tree canopy. So on behalf of the Nevada chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, we thank Councilmember Dewar for all of her hard work and her insights on these programs. And we're really proud to give her the 2016 Award of Honor. Thank you.
Nice, congratulations. Thank you so much. Speech. Right.
Not hard to do. Well, I just want to appreciate my great thanks to this group, the Nevada chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, for even having an award to promulgate and support our urban landscapes. Barb Santner, Lucy Joyce, thank you so much for being here. And just a few words. I mean, an idea is just an idea. We all have them. Many people have them. They have ideas, they have passion, they have vision for something. But there's an old phrase, and I'm going to give it a new spin. It takes a city. And a belief, we just saw the video, in your dreams. It all starts at home many times. And for me, it started with my mom. I actually got Facebook comments, where'd you get all this? Well, my mom was a great gardener. She believed in the outdoors, and she inculcated her children with those kind of attributes. It really took with me. It also begins and continues at home, and my husband, Herb Dewar, who's here today, who is an ongoing inspiration. I never saw a guy with more ideas. There's also, it's very important, I think, to pay an homage to the past. And one of our leaders in our community is General Ron Bath. And General Bath did something very, very important in the 1980s, which very few people know about. But in the 1980s, he actually took on the Reno City Council, who were preparing to bulldoze all the trees along California to widen the road. And he actually went to court, and I think it went all the way to the Supreme Court of Nevada, to save 2 trees that are right at the corner of California and Sierra in front of the Sundance bookstore. He was successful. Those trees are still there. And we're, 30 years later, 40 years later, those trees are still growing. It also takes personal inspiration. So for me in our town, the people that have inspired me to think about trees are people like Pam Main, who is a former chair of our Urban Forestry Commission, and who started a program herself called the Reno Gleaners. So these are folks that advocate planting fruit trees, and then if you got too much, they will come in, help harvest it, and give it to people in need, primarily through food banks. They also pick the stuff that fell on the ground that is not consumable, and they provide that to a variety of animal places, including pigs who love fruit. So nothing goes to waste with the Reno Gleaners. Other inspirations for me have been Cynthia Albright. Many of you know her. She's an appointee of ours to our charter committee. She's been on the neighborhood advisory board, I think, going on something like 15 years. I reappointed her. She's also an appointee to the Urban Forestry Commission, and she is a member, as to my knowledge. She is one of those landscape architects. She is a landscape planner, and she talks about trees constantly. And then there are 2 more, and these are both arborists. One is Brian Eubanks. I met him on the Urban Forestry Commission. He's no longer serving there, but he has so many ideas. I think he has the largest library of a person in Reno that has to do with trees. And then, of course, our own Steve Churchillo, our staff, our urban forester, who thinks about trees 24/7, and he's been here for many years. He carries the torch. He's one guy, carries the torch for all of Reno. Our city council endorsed the idea. You guys said, we like the idea. It's a good idea. It fits right in with a lot of our goals, and we would have been nowhere. I could have said an idea all day long, but you guys picked it up and said, we're going to make it our whole team's idea. And that is what I think really gave it the lift. ULI came in, the Urban Land Institute, and also heard many of us talk about trees and incorporated that into our city plan. So the ideas, the passion, we get that, but actually getting it done, actually moving it forward, carrying the ball down. I have to give a huge shout out to Deanna Gescheider, Callie Woolsey in our outreach office communications. They heard about the idea and they said, we got to do something. We got to make this happen. And we're in a position to get the word out, to advocate for it, and they did. City staff, people like Andy Bass and Jeff Mann, who are Steve Churchillo's supervisors, people like Kate Thomas, who is their supervisor. I mean, this went throughout the chain of our city. The Urban Forestry Commission endorsed this and adopted Relief Reno. In fact, they're thinking about renaming the whole commission like the Relief Commission, because they said this is what we do. This is exactly what we do. The Parks Commission, and then the volunteers and donors. And we have a number of city staff who actually have come out on tree planting events to participate. People like John Flansburgh, who you don't maybe think about. He's a tree guy, but brought his family out to plant trees on his time off. Kate brought her family out to plant trees on their day off. That's the kind of support that's a ground swell that I've seen in our community. And finally, I just want to mention that it doesn't stop. We've been planting a lot of trees, but there's a lot more to do. We heard today support for Plum Lane and what we can do for our airport. We're going to have our State of the City out at the airport, at the Aviation Center. And, you know, one of my passions is what can we do for Plum Lane? What can we do for our airport? What can we do for our green belt and a gateway? And one of the ideas that we're looking at, it's not a reality yet, is what can we do to relief the airport entrance and the Plum Lane entrance. It would be a big lift, but again, it would take our entire community to make something like that happen. So with that, I know you love doing photo ops, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I would like to invite everybody who's played a role, whether you have carried a flag, designed a fantastic logo that we have for Relief Reno, came out and planted a tree to come up and get a picture with us, if you wouldn't mind.
That would be great. How
Okay.
cool is that about Ron Bath?
Right?
I did not know that.
You did not know that.
No, that's fantastic.
And he gave the first donation to Relief Reno.
In
He was
50 years, when another council member is sitting here, they'll be saying you were their inspiration. So great
Okay.
work.
All right,
Really,
thank you.
really proud. That's
Thank you.
awesome. It's incredible. Okay, anyone that planted a tree, held
did a
flag,
logo, wrote a news release.
Come on up.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what's
What is going on here?
I don't know.
We need to get you on that side. Kate, the other side.
Yep.
E4.
All right, here we go. Ready? I'm going to start with, I think it was Councilwoman Breckus, item E4.
Yeah. I'll let Mr. Bass get up here. I brought this up at caucus because we are opening up we're renegotiating with the GBYSL. And it's, preserving the quality of life we all enjoy in our neighborhoods is such a preeminent value that we have and kind of getting baked into our master plan. And I've been hearing a fair amount of concern in the last year or so about this agreement as related to the start hours over at Plumas Park. I think, our fields are in such high demand and we maximize them so much. But in this setting, which is surrounded by residential, there's some folks who have said, look, I have to roll out of my neighborhood every morning at 7:30 to get to work. I don't come home till 5. Saturday, Sunday mornings are time. I just want to enjoy my neighborhood peacefully, sit out and have coffee on the front stoop or whatever. And the start time for the GBYSL on the weekends is pretty early, and it kind of wakes them up and makes them feel inundated. And I think there's a willingness from those residents to host the activity, but maybe push back the hours a little bit so they can have a little bit of a breather to enjoy the morning for those who don't get to enjoy mornings in that neighborhood, particularly when the weather's good, So can we, in terms of this agreement, express our interest to also reopen the start time over there at Plumas Field, maybe to 10 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays?
Yeah, for the record, Andy Bass, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. This agreement is specific to the Moana site.
Okay.
So we won't be able to address it necessarily in this agreement, but I did reach out to the soccer league.
Okay.
And did express the concerns that you had raised. And they had committed that they will not start games any earlier than 9 o'clock.
9
on
o'clock.
Saturdays. But their end goal is to move the games from Plumas to Moana Springs Field. At which time that would take away the Saturday games.
Yeah.
They would still keep the field for practices on Saturday, but they would commit to not starting those practices before 10 a.m. So
Okay. So Saturday practices at 10 a.m. over there, but games are going to start at 9?
Yes, and again, the city doesn't schedule the league, so it's we don't necessarily control that aspect of it, but we can definitely use our influence to do what we can to have those games start as late as possible. But again, what they told me this week is that their goal is trying to get the games off of Plumas
entirely
on Saturdays and use it as a practice field.
Okay.
In which case, they wouldn't start practices until 10 a.m.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see. I mean, I probably should have brought this up during the RYSA, the overall, because that's when the hours got baked into got inked in. But, okay. Well, with that and realizing that this helps facilitate other fields that can relieve the pressure on the quietness of that neighborhood, that's fine. And I'm
9 o'clock seems very reasonable. And remember, that's probably the busiest time. What time do your kids have to start their activities? Tell me. What time?
I'm trying to think. I don't know if we've
What time
been...
do they run their races? Because I know they're runners.
Oh, well, the running's, crack of dawn. But,
Yeah, there you go.
No. I mean, we've been to Moana as early as 9, I think. I mean, I know I've been there at 8 for other
And what time
issues.
does school start? School starts at 7. Now, some kids go to school at
8:30.
6:30.
8:25
What time does your daughter start now?
us.
Well, I mean, I think the issue is, the setting, and it's this field, and it's the weekends, and so, there's a high.
I'm just saying, kids
Yeah,
are up
there's a
very
high
early now.
tolerance in this neighborhood for the activity levels with the church, the school. It's just a few people have said, kind of pushing it on the weekends a little bit for us, because the car, it's the car input, it's the so much activity. I know I like to enjoy, and I'm usually out in my bathrobe and my pajamas on my front yard up to 10 a.m. on a weekend because I'm gardening,
pretty late.
So I don't know. I mean, I
9 seems
appreciate them.
Very reasonable.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I'm going to come spend the night at your house. I want to be up by 10.
You're more than
All right.
welcome.
What did you say?
You're more than welcome.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks, Councilwoman Breckus. So do you want to make a motion? I did. Okay.
Thought I did.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, item E6, I think was this Councilman Delgado.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam
Chief
Mayor, we do have
Soto.
public comment on this item.
Oh, you do? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
A lot
I'm
of public
sorry,
comment.
my light's not on.
I know. I think we're having a technical difficulty over
Okay,
here.
there it
We're
is.
not sure. Now
There's
it's
my
working.
light. Okay, I apologize. Let's take public comment before.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Angie Taylor, followed by Cesar Manera.
One of my favorite
Okay,
people.
come on up together.
Dr. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Council. Oh, it's not quite afternoon. Just not quite. Almost. Good morning to the mayor, to the council. Thank you for this opportunity to come, Chief. We're just glad to be here and just want to provide a little bit of background for the item that's before you and hopefully anticipating your support. This is a cumulation of months of work. We started, I think, in late July after the most recent wave, if you will, of officer-involved shootings and officers being victimized also by shooting. So I got together, my first conversation actually was with Councilman Delgado. My first conversation, I said, as one of the few black elected officials in this community, I don't want us to be next. I don't want us to be that next community on CNN because something really tragic has happened. And unfortunately, we did have something at a school, but the context is just a little bit different in this case. So I just reached out to Councilman Delgado, and he pulled in Chief Soto right away. And we decided that we would do something together, not to law enforcement, but with law enforcement. And that's one of the great things about the community that we live in. We feel like we can be a model community across the country. So we looked and together decided upon a group that represented law enforcement. We have what we call the Big Three: the City of Reno, City of Sparks, and the Sheriff. The Sheriff was here a little earlier and then had to leave. And Chief Allen, we took this before the Sparks City Council on Monday, and won their approval. Members from the African American community, from the Hispanic Latino community, from the faith-based community, to say, what can we do together? We spent that time, we looked at the results from a national task force that came out from President Obama on law enforcement and policing and the community, and decided to work together. So I know the chief is going to talk a little bit about the proposal that's before you, but we as members of the community that came together, we just wanted to come and share our thoughts. Again, ask you for your support. We're excited about the potential of going forward. Some great things have happened in our community, law enforcement-wise, and we want to commend that leadership. And I don't just say that because you're here, but I've said that several times. And then we also want to show that we want to come together as a community and work together to get in front of anything, and at least know that if something does happen tragic in our community, when those things, if someone comes to any of us, and especially me as one of the few black elected officials, and say, Angie, do something, I want to be able to say, we are. I think that's very important. So thank you for your time.
And you are. You have done amazing things.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi. Good to see you.
Great to
Council
see you.
members, thank you for having us here. I guess Angie did a great job describing what we're trying to do. And we're just asking respectfully if you guys can provide the funding for the project. I think we live in a unique community in the sense that the faith-based community and law enforcement can work together and just do great things and provide a better community for everyone. So if you guys could help and support it, I think it would be great.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm Father Jorge Herrera from Little Flower, and thank you for having us today. And I just want to say that I was very proud to be part of this group when they asked me to come to their meetings, because we want to be proactive and not reactive. And so we are trying to work together as faith community and also as citizens here in the city of Reno, and with Chief Soto and all the members of this group. We are asking you to support us and financially that this project comes through, and hopefully it's going to help us to prevent anything in our community that might happen in the future. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Your turn.
Good, yeah, you betcha. Good morning, folks. Don Gallimore here, NACP, Second Vice President, and other organizations, of course. And we've been working hard for the last few months at getting this Gwynn Center consultation together. And we would like to have your support. You're the last ones. I don't want to call you guys laggards or slackers or anything, but you guys are the last ones that we're addressing. And for the little bit that we're asking, I think that it'll go a long way in figuring out where we're going to go in the near future. You guys already know that I always say that we are at the top of the list in the whole country, and as people are aware of what we're doing here in Reno, Nevada. And so we would want to continue that mark, leaving that moniker that we're number one in activism and the communications and bringing everything together to make our city, one of the top cities that's going to be in the future. As you know, I truly believe that Reno is going to be one of the feature cities in America.
That's fantastic.
You got it.
Just from ending our public comment, just to share that the chief and I were talking this morning, we specifically targeted the largest 3 law enforcement agencies in our community. We know that there are others, and specifically, especially in light of recent events, we'll make sure that the information that's gathered is shared. It will be a big part of the symposium on policing that we're going to have this spring, and some follow-up, because we want to make sure that organizations such as the school district and others that can glean from this information that's gathered, we can all move forward together. So thank you again for your support.
I'll be somewhat brief, but I want to take a moment, Chief Soto, Reno Police Department, in saying how proud I am to be working with all these individuals standing behind me. They really do take an interest in this community. They've all come forward working with their police department, and we've worked on a variety of different events to include the symposium. But what this is, and this is what's important to me when it comes to this proposal, is I want to be able to show our community just how much we do as a police organization in regards to a lot of things, to include the transparency. You don't see symposiums across this country. Reno Police Department several times is mentioned in the 21st Century Policing Task Force. That is very impressive in and of itself. This is going to highlight a lot of the good things that we do. And it's also going to look at some opportunities for us in the future on some things that we can always improve, because we are always looking to take steps in a direction that benefit our entire community.
Mm-hmm. And I want to say, so Chief Soto has been giving us updates on everything you've been doing. He's been singing your praises, and this is truly the meaning of community policing. And so thank you so much for all of your leadership. And I'm impressed with what you've been doing. Everyone, I mean, you've really made that place just an incredible community.
Thank you.
So it's very impressive. And Angie doesn't stop. I see her at the courthouse, and we're in some of the same meetings, and just doing a phenomenal job, and everything that you've been doing in the community. So thank you so very much. I know council members want to probably sing your praises like everyone else. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm excited about this, and am very enthusiastic that there seems to be such coming together about the opportunity to do this. And I do want to commend our department for their constant engagement with the community, and always asking the question, how can we do things better? And so thank you for those that came and have been working on this project, and thank you to Councilman Delgado for taking the lead on this. I certainly got a lot of communication from constituents about this, encouraging us to move forward with this, and I'm very supportive and fully supportive. I did have one question that came up in some of the communication that I got. There was concern that the scope of work, talking about the outreach that the Gwynn Center would do, would be focus groups, and I think perhaps this person was concerned that it was just going to be focus groups, that they wanted to have more outreach. Is there going to be some sort of an online survey that can happen so that members of the community can really provide as much input as possible?
Well, for the online survey portion, now this is just going to be recommendations that we're going to bring forward. However, this January, the Reno Police Department will be sending out its online survey. We've revamped our survey process for the community so that we can get more input to talk just about what you are talking about, ideas and thoughts from your constituents. So that's going to hit online in January. I'll give you that information very shortly here that you can share with your constituents.
Okay.
And a lot of that comment can come out of that. And then the actual working group, the individuals that will be involved in this process is going to be from all aspects of our community. So they certainly have the opportunity to voice any input that they may have as well.
Okay, and as an additional question, Madam Mayor, if I might, as I understand it, the framework of the Gwynn Center's work, who I think is a fantastic organization. I've seen a lot of their work product over the years. They do a great job. is from the perspective of the 21st Century Policing Report from the White House. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the sum total of the concepts and the ideas that they have, takes care of that. Okay. So I think that takes care of the concerns. And the big concern that I had was that there was, it seemed to be some urging that we might revisit the scope of work. I'm confident that moving forward, this is going to be a good product, and I'd be reluctant to go down that road of revising the scope of work, knowing that we're 3 entities and we're kind of the caboose on this one. So I look forward to the effort and seeing the work product, and thank you again for working together and looking at this very serious issue that I know we on council and the mayor as well share the concerns that we not be the next community that faces a tragedy.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too am excited about this. It's I don't know whether it's luck or it's the leadership we've got in our regional departments that have prevented us from having an incident similar to what's occurred across the country. But a testament to the leadership in our departments is that just because we haven't had one doesn't mean they don't want to move forward and look at ways to prevent one. And I think that the involvement in this by all the departments in the region is a true testament to the quality of law enforcement that we have in our area. And that's in no small part based upon the academy that we run and that officers from our department are trainers at and train to a level and the idea being that we're going to be a community police force and we're going to have community involvement. So I sing praises to all the department heads and to the community that wants to get involved in this, because we don't want to be on the front page. And while we haven't been, that doesn't mean we can't be, and we need to be doing everything we can to prevent that from happening. And Jason, you and your command staff do an excellent job. Your community outreach is outstanding. And that's no small part of why we haven't had incidences in our area. So, and your willingness and encouragement to participate in something like this so that you can find areas you need improvement is true testament to your leadership ability.
Thank you, Councilman. And I did write a little note here in talking about regional. You brought up regional. I wanted to thank Washington County Sheriff's Office, Sparks Police Department for working in collaboration. And again, you're correct. We don't want to, we do want to be in front of these events. We always have been in front of these events, and it's because of individuals like those standing behind me in a working effort. We sit down regularly throughout the year to tackle some of these challenges that we have seen in our community in the last 4 to 5 years. So I just want to thank everybody for their collaboration on this in this effort.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I just, too, wanted to commend this whole team and all the people that are standing behind you. I had an opportunity to attend the last 2 community policing events. They were very different. One was held at the university. In fact, I think both were held at the university in different ways. But the main point is that I think that you have continued to evolve and adapt to what is going on at the time that the events are happening and to reach out and bring people in to be part of the process. The last one, you ended up breaking out into small groups and focusing on everything from immigration to, how to work better with your police department. So what I'm pleased with is that we're continuing. We're not resting on our laurels. We're not saying we're good, got it here. We are continuing to evolve, and what I think it really affects is our entire city, because it forms a foundation for us working together on many other issues. By the very nature, the work that you're doing is diverse. It includes many people from different communities within our city, and just building those relationships, I think, speaks to not just police issues, but all kind of issues in terms of making our city better. So thank you for taking time out of your day. I know all of you are very busy, have lots going on, but this is a special moment. I don't know how you knew. If you knew, I planned to pull this off the agenda. So thank you, Councilman Delgado, for doing so. But I can't wait for your next community policing event. Hope to be there as well, depending on schedules. But keep up this good work, because this is the foundation. It's not all about crime. It's all about treating people with respect and working with people and really embracing people, putting your arms around them and saying we're all one community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Taylor, Pastor, Father, Mr. Gallimore, we worked with each other for many different times, and this one, when Dr. Taylor, when you reached out to me and said we need to put something together, I think, and you're leading the charge in many different ways on this, making sure that everyone gets together and is informed about what's going on is tremendous. So thank you. Great job, Dr. Taylor, on continuing to do that. I think this is great. I think we have all talked about how we don't want to be that other community, and what I always share with the rest of the community is that we're not, many different ways because of what we've done in the past and what we're continuing to do. I think for us to open up our departments in the way that we're asking of our departments, to be transparent, to be open to criticism, to be open to recommendations, to be open to new ideas, just shows that much more how we're not like other communities. And when we are asked the tough questions, Angie, more times than not, by the community about where are the numbers, where is the transparency, where is the data, we'll be able to look at them and say, here it is, and this is what we're doing about it. I know with Chief Soto at the helm, this is even that much more easier, and it's being embraced by the police department. So thank you for that, Chief. And again, thank you for the city Sparks, Washoe County, the Sheriff's Department, and everyone that's involved. I think this is going to be tremendous. It's going to open up a lot of opportunities and a lot of discussion and comfort for the community to know that we're doing what's right. And then even for us to make those corrections or amendments if need be within our own departments as we start to look at ourselves, I think it's going to hold a lot of weight as we move forward as a city. So congratulations, great job on this. I'm excited for what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Anything else? You want to make a motion?
No, move to approve, please.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Bye. Merry
Thank you.
Christmas. Okay. So actually, probably going to kill me for this, but I would love to call up Chief Cochran because I think you have an announcement that is important.
It
over the
is.
next-
Thank you for that. Dave Cochran, Reno
Weather's
Fire
always
Chief.
important, so go right
Weather,
ahead.
Exactly. We have. I just wanted to give you an update in light of the event of last weekend on what we can expect. I'm sure you've seen it in the news with the weather coming, really starting tonight. Looks like after midnight, the rains are going to start and be pretty heavy through tomorrow. The short version on what we can expect is it looks like a replay of last Saturday. We're going to have the river come up. It's not going to flood. At least that's where the prediction models are saying now. It's going to about mimic last weekend. The ground is wet but not saturated like they're experiencing in California, so we will have some small stream flooding and things like that, but nothing too dramatic, nothing that should affect Reno any worse than last weekend. We've been coordinating with Public Works to make sure there are sandbags and sand available if we have a need, but it does not look like we'll have a need at this point. The big event is going to be the wind in this storm. It's going to be a lot stronger than it was last weekend. So we've already put out a media advisory, one, to warn people to stay away from the river because it's still going to be dangerous. The fact that it doesn't flood doesn't make it less dangerous. So be careful of that. And then to, of course, advise people of the wind conditions, suggest that they tie down Christmas ornaments, Christmas decorations, those kind of things to make sure that they're not swept away. Unfortunately, Councilman Delgado, I think we're going to have a little rain tomorrow at Pat Baker Park, but the Parks Department is ready. There's only so many things in my control, and that's not one of them. But Andy Bass is taking care of that, and along with Kate, and they have tents ready. So rain or shine, we'll be good.
It's gonna
Shine,
happen.
we'll be there.
Rain or shine,
Yep.
it's going to
Thank
be
you.
there.
So
Did you have any problem with people going close to the river? Because I think I did see some video of a kayaker.
there were some people around and in the river. I think I mentioned to you. Some people view this as a weather event. Some view it as an opportunity.
Oh, you see it all the time with the surfers,
That's right.
right?
But to their
Like the
credit,
surfers.
they did have the proper
Right.
gear on. They had PFDs, they had helmets. I mean, if you're going to go in, at least they took the proper precautions. So I'm not advising that that's a good idea, but
Right.
yes.
But thank you. That's
Absolutely.
important. Thanks for keeping us informed.
And of course, if things change, I'll make sure to let you know.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
A couple questions.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman
I
Dewar?
think you were first.
Or Councilwoman
Yeah.
Breckus?
It's just, since we're in a general comment about this, I fielded a phone call from West Reno resident, and he actually called me last night to, give me an update about some unusual spot flooding there. And I did a Facebook post. One of the Ward 1 Neighborhood Advisory Board's big issues is neighborhood level resiliency to environmental conditions. And this was just something we hadn't seen before in this area. It's kind of puzzling. It was much like those folks, I think, over on Danton Boulevard where Ward 1 and Ward 2 combine. You have fire, you have floods. That's how the story of the West is being written right now in these changing conditions. So the Ward 1 Neighborhood Advisory Board in February, and maybe this is just a liaison update, is going to be discussing, what spot flooding conditions and situations have we seen so far this season? Because I have a feeling it's flaring up, and the focus is always on the river. That's our main flood concern, but the spot flooding due to, flashy conditions and so on. I have a sense we're seeing very different things in our neighborhoods, and that's certainly being seen in Ward 1. So we're going to do a little more focus on that too.
And I think, is Alum Creek Ward 1? Alum Creek too.
Yeah.
Right.
That is an
was
important note
quite
because
something.
yeah, you see like I mentioned, the saturation. You see the burn areas where you lose the erosion control that the vegetation provides, and it results in that type of flooding you're talking about.
Yeah, it's an issue we're going to have to deal with, an infrastructure issue that we're really going to have to deal with in the future.
Totally. All right. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I think Councilwoman Breckus covered it well about, the role that fire and flood both play in our community and in the West. But I just wanted to ask a quick question. Did you have to distribute any sandbags? What kind of calls did you get? Were there any accidents? I mean,
We did not. No, to answer the first question, no, we did not have to distribute any sandbags. We did, as we will be over the next few days, deploy our wet team at stations 1 and 4 so that they're in close proximity to the river. And they routinely go out and patrol, for lack of a better term, to monitor debris is the big thing. If it doesn't hit flood stage, you can still get flooding from debris catching up in strainers. Fortunately, we have our new bridge, so we're not going to catch anything there. So we are monitoring for situations like that. The other thing I would add, we expect a dramatic temperature decrease come Friday night. So it's going to turn more from rain to snow, including snow down to the valley level. So that will reduce the flood threat.
So
as
expect snow, what, Friday
well. Over
night?
Friday night, yeah. Friday night into Saturday.
well, and that's why I wanted you to comment. I had an opportunity to kind of walk most of the length of the part of the Truckee River in Reno. And I did take some amateur video on my Facebook, and you tweeted out some really good pictures as well. But I wanted to point out the point that when I was out there taking some photos, I saw some giant logs coming down the river. And the point you just made was one I wanted to make about our bridge. There was nothing happening under our bridge. It was a smooth coast. But the next bridge down, which is Center Street, several of those big logs caught up under Center Street. And we always knew this in the flood project, that we really needed to replace the suite of bridges, that the logs can catch up under any bridge, and the Virginia Street being the worst. But, we got bridges upstream and downstream that need taken care of too, but nothing on Virginia Street. It was amazing.
Yep, very good. All right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good job. Okay, so I would like to move around. We're just take 5-10 minutes to go through some of these H items and H and I items, because they're these are quick. So let's start with item H1, and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We have none at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, I'm going to send it to our city attorney,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8270, resolution directing the Deputy City Treasurer, Finance Director to give notice of the sale of property subject to the lien of delinquent assessment, ratifying all actions previously taken together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item H2, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8271, resolution donating Reno Access Advisory Committee funds to Live and Life on Wheels to defray expenses associated with its wheelchair rugby program and to provide scholarships for participation in other adaptive sports and recreational activities in the amount of $3,000 general fund.
Great. All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
Seeing that there's none, may I get a motion, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item H3, I'm going to send it to City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8272, resolution donating Reno Access Advisory Committee funds to Arts for All Nevada to provide 24 art classes for adults with developmental disabilities in the amount of $2,000 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam
Seeing
Mayor.
that there is none, may I get a motion, please? From council? I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item H4, I'm going to send it to our City Attorney, Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8273, resolution donating Reno Access Advisory Committee funds to Neighbor Network of Northern Nevada to provide scholarships to cover application fees for persons with disabilities, volunteer scholarships, and to purchase laptops for VISTA members, supporting the program in the amount of $4,480 general fund.
All right,
Motion.
Great. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None.
Seeing that there's none, may I get a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item H5, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8274, resolution donating Reno Youth City Council funds to keep Truckee Meadows beautiful for the Reno Youth City Council to adopt a section of road in the city for 2 years in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. May I get a motion, please? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item H6, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8275, resolution donating Reno Youth City Council funds to the Nevada Youth Empowerment Project for the Reno Youth City Council to support the homeless youth point in time count on January 26, 2017 in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Seeing that there's none, may I get a motion from council? I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Right. Item I1. Any council members want a staff presentation on this? Seeing that there are none, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. May I get a motion from council? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item I2. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any discussion or questions from council? Seeing that there are none, may I please have a motion? I have a motion.
I'm going to
Point
go
of
ahead
order.
and read this, Madam Mayor.
Oh,
if
sorry.
That's all right. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 6992. Ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege License Permits and Franchises, Chapter 5.07 entitled Alcoholic Beverages, by adding a new section, 5.07.075, entitled Liquor Manufacturer's Package Alcohol License to provide the licensing requirements for the retail sale of packaged alcohol legally produced and packaged by a licensed liquor manufacturer from the location where produced, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzien.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I might, just to
Go right ahead.
provide a brief record on what exactly this is, and thank you to staff for working on this issue. This is another example of the tactical things that we can do as a city to assist our businesses and our entrepreneurs. The situation is such that because we have the prohibition on additional liquor stores in our redevelopment areas, that prohibition predates the state's creation of craft distilleries. So that creature that the state now allows, these are businesses and entrepreneurs that are trying to establish these sorts of facilities and these amenities, frankly, in our city. And we have a couple situations, perhaps in the near future, where folks that were making these investments would not be able to sell their craft products in redevelopment areas. So these are not liquor stores. These
Right.
are craft distilleries, places that you would visit, places that you would do tastings, places that you would purchase products. So this is us making a change and in partnership to let folks do their business and frankly level the playing field across the city. So kudos to
Great.
everyone that worked on this, and excited to see this. And I would move for
Great,
introduction.
good work. Thank you very much. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we are going to take a break until 1 o'clock. And then please remember, we have a time certain. So we will head back promptly. And we will actually probably hear before the time certain item J1. Sound good? All right.
What do you want to do?
so sweet. Okay. That's awesome. But here's the thing about you're so sweet. Okay. All right, and come sit up here. Hurry, come on. All right, Madam Clerk. How you doing, Madam Clerk?
I think we're ready, Madam Mayor. We just need to confirm that Councilmember Neil Majardin has rejoined us on the phone today.
We do have a quorum.
Okay.
So, Councilwoman, you there? All right, great. Thank you. All right, so we were going to skip to item J1. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Stephen Child would like to speak on this item, followed by Constance Anderton.
All right, great.
Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council. As I said before this morning, I'm a minister, and so in my field of trade, I guess you could say that the basis of ethics is do no harm, and also the most fundamental Christian principle is to do unto others. So, and actually, I really enjoyed sitting here all morning listening to everything because I heard over and over about reimagining Reno and quality of life and, talk about the drying lakes and the parks and air quality. And then, so I really appreciated hearing that and so many testimonies of good things that are happening. And so I want Mayor Sheevy to know and Paul McKenzie, I voted for you because I thought we're going to have good governance.
Oh,
and
no.
I don't have any buyer's
did that?
remorse. No buyer's remorse.
I can see why you voted for me. I don't know about it. Just kidding. Other way around.
But what I want to ask is, what about the 494 residents who moved into University Ridge because it has a nice, peaceful atmosphere. And I know we were scolded by the judge of the Second Judicial Court who said that we encroached on an industrial area that was already there, already zoned. And I believe the points of law that, the judge said that C4 Equity had these points of law. So the letter of the law is in favor of that. I believe that. But what about the other aspect, our quality of life? What will happen if the city accepts this agreement? Isn't it forfeiting all authority over what will happen there? And the
work. Are we back? Not yet? Okay. Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor? Councilmember Jordan, can you hear us? We have you in chambers. Okay, Madam Mayor, our system is back up and running.
I guess
If you
we're
would like
ready.
to resume the meeting.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
Oh,
so
okay.
take it away. Go ahead. We're on item J1 and public comment, so go right ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to compare the Second Judicial District Court of Washoe County ruling in 2016 with the Second Judicial District Court of Washoe County ruling in 2013. So in 2016 is the ruling that we're concerned about today. Judge Scott Freeman, who's appointed by Governor Sandoval, kind of scolded, I felt, this is a layman's term, scolded the city and scolded us 494 residents for encroaching upon the industrially zoned parcel of land at 700 Gaslight Lane, because he said that industrial designation had existed many years before we moved next door as their peaceful neighbors. But that same district court in 2013, just 3 years earlier, under Judge Brent T. Adams, and this was upheld by the Nevada Supreme Court, said that he quoted Nevada Revised Statute 40.140, definition of nuisance, which said that a nuisance can arise from a lawful activity which is conducted improperly, in an improper manner. And that's why the Nevada Supreme Court upheld that even though it was a lawful use of the land, it was disallowed. So that's what we're asking today, is that the City Council appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court. It seems like they can see reason. Of course, I might be a little prejudiced on that, but they can see that the neighbors have a genuine interest. The Nevada Supreme Court had to balance the interest of the parties involved. And in this balance, the court noted that the landowners in the subdivisions have a genuine interest to maintain a residential neighborhood's quiet character, and the appellant also had a lawful activity and use to which he was entitled. So so please do what's right. That's
All right.
my
Thank you very
amen.
much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Constance Anderton, followed by Thomas Bell.
So for the record, Constance Anderton, I live in in the University Ridge District. There are many things, Steve did a fantastic job. I was very impressed with what he talked about, but I also have some points. I sent an email for you guys to review, but one of the things that's bothered me the most is anytime there's been anything that's been anywhere near our community, whatever action has happened, those owners have come to our HOA meetings, have worked with us, talked to us, told us what was going on. Mr. Carson has been totally oblivious to that. He has not tried to work with the community at all. He has his own self-interest and will not even try to work at all with us to make us, work together. We don't want to deny Mr. Carson his money. We just want our quality of life to be at the best we can. Granted, this property was zoned industrial. Any reasonable person, after how many years was it zoned industrial when nothing has happened, any reasonable person would assume that nothing as noxious as what he initially wanted to put in would be put in. I don't know what his plans are now. Nobody knows what his plans are now. He hasn't given any of us any of those plans. But I suspect his interests are to do whatever he wants. Almost said a bad word there. But you know, so he's not, the fact that he hasn't worked with the community is the biggest problem that I've had. Most reasonable person would not have expected a noxious, you know, granite crushing, milfoil waste company to be moving in. A most reasonable person wouldn't have expected the traffic patterns that this kind of business would create on Socrates would move in. So, you know, air quality. I mean, we can't actually see from our property. We can't see C4 Equity's property, but we have actually gotten diesel fumes where we can't stay outside. And that's just, you know, quality of life. You know, I think I've actually said what I wanted to say. The fact that he hasn't worked with us has been the thing that has really bothered me the most. Oh, yes, there is one more point. The point I had was that the statute, anytime there's a platting going on, almost always there has been some plan that has been, you know, given with that. This one, only lines on a map. Thank you so much.
Madam
right,
Mayor, our
thank
next
you
public
very
comment
much.
is from Thomas Bell.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Tom Bell. I was the former president of the board of directors of the University Ridge Homeowners Association back a few years ago when you dealt with this issue last time. And referring to the judgment of the court in this case, as you know, it's a scathing indictment of the city and the homeowners, as Steve Childs has said. And it really casts, I think, Dwight Dortch as the great Satan that led you guys by the nose and ignores the fact that you were doing your job. I think that your job is not only to foster business, but also to protect the quality of life for citizens of Reno. And clearly, Mayor Cashel realized that that operation that was planned was not compatible with the residential area. And I think his leadership was very important, which was totally ignored by the judge in that ruling, and the fact that you guys were doing your job. And I think if, you know, I just ask it, and I want to thank you for that. All of you who were on the council at that time, and all of the city people who have done their job in defending the citizens of this city. And I hope that this time you will also do the right thing. The settlement is about damages to C4 Equity, and $184,000. That's about the amount that my property appreciated in value over the last 2 years. What's going to happen if this thing goes through? They have their parcel map. We know what they want to do. Their business is exactly what they proposed to do originally. It's what they do at Lake Tahoe. It's outdoor processing of asphalt, it's composting, recycling, and be a lot of truck traffic. They're going to propose the same thing. They haven't proposed to do anything else. If that happens, the property owners nearby will lose way more money than the damages we're talking about today. And I can tell you, you know, I've been through many meetings of the board, and I was president for 4 years. And personally, I'm not a litigious person. I believe more in the quality of life than the amount of money I have in my bank or the value of my property. But I can tell you, many of my neighbors are pretty irascible characters. And I fear that if this thing goes through, there will be a class action lawsuit. And we'll be talking about way more money. We'll be talking about millions of dollars. So I think, you know, I'm concerned about that, and I feel that you should also be concerned about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I should note that we did additionally receive 28 letters in opposition of this item and 1 letter in support. They've been forwarded to council for review and are part of the official record.
All right.
Other than that, we have no further public comment on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask council if any of you desire staff presentation. Councilwoman Breckus? Sounds good. I'm going to call up Mr. Shipman.
Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. You have before you today a settlement agreement with C4 Equity. It's a pretty plain settlement agreement. It's about $185,000 to resolve the existing litigation. What I wanted to provide you with, because I think there may be some misunderstanding about what can be done on the property, and I just want to put on the record from a zoning standpoint what is possible to do on that property now, because there's been discussions about things like rock crushing things, and I just want to show you. Is this not going to work? So to just give you a little bit of background, so with the map, there's 4 parcels, and we'll go over each of those in general. But generally, we have SUP uses and permitted uses. SUP uses would be any discretionary use that would have to come back to council for some sort of approval. So you can see that if the owner of C4 would want to come back and put in, for instance, a gun range, an asphalt or concrete batch plant, and an outdoor manufacturing, processing, assembly, or fabrication facility, they would have to come back and comply and file for an SUP. Under code, there is a whole series of other uses that can be put onto that property. And the difference between the SUP uses and the permitted uses is our code distinguishes between uses that tend to be more, that create more environmental problems for neighboring properties, things like noise, dust, fumes, and pollution and traffic. And then permitted uses tend to overall be uses that aren't quite so environmentally intensive. So that's why our code allows them. So you can see, and what this chart shows is the SUP uses and the permitted uses. The uses that you see that are bolded are probably the uses that make sense given kind of the topography of what's there currently. So I just wanted to show that to council so that you understood on a moving forward basis, this isn't the equivalent of saying to C4 Equity that, yes, you can now have your batch plant. I just wanted to make that clear. And then this is kind of what it looks like after the court's order, after the parcelization. It was broken into 4 parcels. Parcel number 1 is less than, and I don't have a map, and I apologize for that, but parcel number 1 is less than an acre, and there are actually no permitted uses are even allowed on that. Parcel number 2, it's less than an acre, and it's within 300 feet, but it's not residentially adjacent. Permitted uses are allowed. Parcel number 3, no permitted uses are allowed, and parcel number 4, we have some permitted uses that are allowed. So out of those 4 parcels, only 2 of them can have a permitted use on them. And those tend to be the parcels that are furthest to the east compared to the property line. So the way it's currently configured is you have about a 300-foot buffer parcel between the development and the potential business. So anyway, I just wanted to give you that as kind of a quick little background on what is permitted there, given what is in front of you today. So I'll take any questions on that.
Question.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. So you distinguish, thank you, Mr. Shipman, for the presentation. You distinguish between SUP, special use permit, and permitted uses. So a permitted uses, are you saying they have that use by right? Are you saying, would anything else from the city be required? And I'm sorry, just really if you guys could even just blow this up a little, just so I could see a few of the uses. You know, even if you cut off the right-hand column, we could just see some of them. I guess what I'm asking you is, what else would they need from the city? Run us through just an example. You can keep going. I don't need to see the whole list. I just want to see some.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not a land use planner, so I might
Well,
want to
for
defer
example,
to.
then let me be more specific. Let's say you're going to put in something that's permitted.
Like a mini warehouse.
Could
for
you move
instance.
that over just a little? Let's see what's in the first column. A mini warehouse and
Yeah,
move
so
it.
actually, the items that are in bold are probably ones that are more
Likely?
likely.
Okay.
Um,
So let's say you're going to put in a mini warehouse. You have to have a road.
Yes.
Road has to be graded. I would imagine you need a grading permit. I would imagine that you need a business license to run your business. I'm just, maybe Claudia can better answer
Yes.
some of these questions.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. I'm sorry, I was trying to track down a map. Can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, there's a whole bunch of permitted uses, and what does that mean? They just go out and do the use, or do they need to come back and visit with staff, planning commission, or city council for any of these uses?
If it's a permitted use, then they could just go straight to business license or building permit.
So, but they do need a building permit, and they do need a business license.
There is a building on one of the properties already.
Okay, and they need a business license
Yes,
to do a business?
yes.
Okay, and do they need, like, let's say the business is a mini warehouse we picked out, or towing impound yard, I'm just going with some of the welding repair. It seems that, knowing the site topography out there, that there has to be some kind of better road constructed.
Yes.
Is that true or not true, or?
I would say that's true, yes.
And can you just go build a road? Do you need anything?
It really depends on how, I have an aerial. Can you zoom in on this, please, Madam Clerk? Sorry, I have to find it. There it is. If you could, the other way.
I think she said, could you zoom in
Can you
on
zoom
it?
in? Yeah. Stop. So on this, so this is the existing building right here. The parcel is roughly that area. It's a little dark, sorry. But this is an existing building on the site. And the proposed parcel lines that have been approved by through the parcel map process, but not recorded, I believe, at this time. There is a buffer parcel along the residential right here. And then the parcel with the buildings are right at an acre. So anything moving into that site would not need a special use permit for the proximity to residential. So something like mini warehouse or an office or something could go straight into there as long as it was within that building. To gain access to that, and there is an access road that runs, it kind of goes like that right now, and then out to Gaslight Lane. To do any grading or major construction of that road, that's going to be obtaining access on a parcel that is within the 300 feet, which would trigger a site plan review. So it really depends on what level of activity they're going to be doing on there, on whether a future site plan review is going to be triggered.
So I understand, but what about like a grading permit? Isn't that a staff issued permit as well?
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that would be a
When
building
you
permit.
need that to build a road?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, there's at least, just to access that parcel for any, like a mini warehouse, people would be driving all the time. We need some kind of improved road.
Correct.
I didn't read the whole list, but it seems like most of the uses on the list require some kind of improved road from what is there, which is currently an unimproved road.
That is true. Most of them
Okay, and
would
to
need that.
get that, I'm just trying to get to the very core of this. You need some kind of grading permit, it sounds like.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and that permit, just to be clear, is issued by staff,
Yes.
is appealable.
Yes.
Okay.
It
I
is.
just want to make sure, because we have a lot of public here today, and I want to understand, I want them to understand points at which they can play a role in what happens here.
Correct. So the administrative decision on that, so for zoning and engineering, I believe those can be appealed to the hearing officer. I'm not sure on the building official. I believe the building official can be appealed. I'm not sure the review process on that.
Well, I wasn't really asked about the building permit. I was still at the grading.
I'm sorry, I lumped them all together. It's the same process. Grading and building permits are the same process.
Okay, so the staff could either decide based on the criteria we have to approve or deny, and either way, approve it, it could be appealed, people don't like it was approved. Denied, people could appeal that they didn't like it was denied, right? I just want to make sure that people understand the process, because we deal with this a lot.
Right.
They don't deal with it every day.
Correct.
And so they need to understand, and the reason I'm asking specifically is so many of the letters that I received said that if we approved a settlement, that it would allow C4 Equities to use the property for things like a transfer station, a dump, a concrete crushing plant, a noxious business. It says that if we approve a settlement, we are forfeiting oversight of the development. And it wasn't my understanding that we were, and I wanted to get clarity from both our council and you as the planning director, if these statements are accurate or if there is oversight.
There is so any decision by the administrator can be appealed. So, and that would go through the hearing officer, and then that can be appealed to city council.
Okay. So I just wanted to understand that if, and I'm not saying we are, but if there is an appetite to approve a settlement here at the council, we are not automatically approving a bunch of uses or negating any kind of permitting processes that we would have to go through.
That's correct.
That the applicant would have to go through.
That's correct.
And I do think, the judge made his decision, whether I agree with it or not. The decision was about a parcel map. It was not about a SUP, a grading permit, a site plan, a business license, or anything else. It was about a parcel map.
That's correct. All the land use regulations are still in place.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear and others are clear too. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And just for the record, I would concur with that as well. Just for
What's that?
I would just for the record, I'd concur with Ms. Hanson's testimony on that as far as the approvals go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember McKinley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to Councilwoman Doer's point that the court ruling was over a parcel map, if we were to appeal this and take it to the Supreme Court, and we were to win that appeal, what would likely be the direction of the Supreme Court?
I would be really reluctant to discuss that kind of, I mean, I can get you a memo on that, but I can say as a general term, with any litigation, there's a risk. So if we win, is it a full win? Is it a partial win? Or, potentially there's always the specter of the loss as well on top of that. So it could go anything, on the spectrum of things that happen, it could go anywhere from a total win to a total loss, and in the middle you could have a remand where, that's more of a technical type of operation where it would come back to the district court and they'd look at the record again and then do a redo of the hearing and potentially address whatever errors were in the record that the Supreme Court pointed out. So potentially you could be in the same spot that you were.
And the point I'm getting to, the Supreme Court wouldn't, if we won the hearing, the Supreme Court wouldn't say the property owner can't use the property for what he wants to use it for.
Yeah, I think as a general comment, yeah, I mean, people have property rights and they have the right to use their property.
And this is about a parcel map. It's not about a use.
Correct.
So some of the discussion and some of the arguments we've had, which I agree with, about the uses on the property and whether they're bad for the adjoining properties and things like that, that isn't what even was in front of the court.
Correct.
That wasn't something the court was even in a position to review. This was just about how we decided whether to do a parcel map or not, is what was reviewed by the court, if I'm
correct.
So while there may have been an appropriate opportunity to utilize the tools that people are saying we should be using now to have denied the use of the property in the past, that isn't what was done and that isn't what went in front of the court. So that's not what we're dealing with today, whether we used or misused those tools.
It is the narrow question about whether the parcel map, he was entitled to a parcel map.
Okay.
Correct.
And then to go along with that, the continuation of that is that he's got the parcel map. Any use that he uses on that property has to be permitted through the land use and building and business license and position.
Agreed.
Now, the settlement when we settle this, the option of settling it or not settling it, because all that the Supreme Court's going to be able to rule on is the applicability of the ruling on the parcel maps, which may put us back where we're just in reviewing the parcel maps again, coming back in front of us for another review on the parcel maps, which we're going to be faced with the same standard of doing that reviewing that the court ruled against us on in the past. But the settlement is more to address the claims of the applicant for the parcel map that we deprived him of income on his property by not doing an appropriate parcel map or following that procedure.
Correct.
And that is set for court in the future, and it's got a moving number, somewhere between 500 and $1 million, or something placed above or below. We don't.
Yeah,
we have no
currently
idea.
I believe there's a trial set, and I want to say in February, in April, to address really just the limited question about damages. What would he be entitled to for being deprived of the property's beneficial use for that period of time?
So basically what this settlement that you brought for us today is to address that issue, so that we've got a defined amount for that it's not something that is a moving number. So
The alternative is to hire appraisers on both sides, go to court, argue it out, and then potentially, depending how it works, the city could be on the hook for attorney's fees in addition to costs. So,
and then lastly, last question I've got for you is that by settling this lawsuit and defining that cost, not leaving it up to the court to define for us, it doesn't preclude us to continuing to discuss with the owner of the property if we can come to an amenable use for the land for the neighbors and for the city.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Mr. Shipman, I want to thank you, the Attorney's Office, and all the staff that's worked on this for all these years. Appreciate it. Good work. Good representation by us. Could you put on the first slide that you had up there?
Which, I'm sorry,
Of the parcels?
I don't have the parcel.
You brought it up, yeah. So parcel P1, it's less than an acre. Can you just kind of scoot it over so we can read that? Oh, less than an acre. No P uses allowed. So that parcel, nothing can go on there?
That, I believe, it would require a site plan review at a minimum.
Okay. Okay.
so-
So we haven't, the parcel map didn't result in the creation of a parcel that has no economic value. Because then if we have a parcel, even if it's created by someone, but we approved it, that has no economic value, then, we've got a regulatory taking, right?
It is, parcel 1 is the buffer parcel that the applicant proposed. It is mostly slope.
Okay.
It is the only one that is adjacent to residential.
Okay.
It is along the west property line.
Is buffer a use, a land use?
Buffer is not a use.
It's just a term you're using?
Correct.
And so when you say it's all sloped, does that mean that under our hillside regulations, it could be developed upon?
It probably could be graded, and with retaining walls added, you probably could do
Okay.
some use with it.
Okay, so it isn't a parcel.
It's wide enough where you could make some adjustments to it.
Okay, it's a parcel that, we think has economic value, but, so it's not no economic value.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, you could do some grading and retaining walls to get some use.
Okay,
out of it.
have we run a hillside slope map on it?
We have not, no.
Has the applicant?
I don't believe so.
Is that part of the parcel map process, is to say, hey, you've got a parcel here that you've created that has no economic use under our hillside ordinance?
We do look at that a little bit with the parcel map, and Bill, feel free to jump in on this. This is more his area of expertise. But the parcel map, we really look at access and utilities. So you could get both of those to parcel 1.
Okay. Well, I guess a concern of mine is with that parcel, and I think I stated this back, is if we have a parcel that our ordinance says there's no use because it's, 30% or more slope over 75% of the property?
Something.
Yeah,
something like that.
then you don't have a parcel use there, and then we could be backed into a wall of having a parcel with the regulatory taking. But you don't see that?
I don't in this one.
Okay,
no.
thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? Seeing that there are none. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to hand it to Councilmember McKenzie. It's your ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this has been a thorn in many people's side for a long time, and nobody more than the people that live on University Ridge. And if there was a possibility of outcome different than what we have in front of us, I would argue that we need to move forward and try to seek that outcome. But I don't see any gain in appealing this decision to the Supreme Court because there's not that much we can gain out of that appeal. This was, the court case was over the parcel map. It wasn't over a use. If this was over a use, we could go to the Supreme Court and we'd have a chance of winning something that would benefit the community. The parcel map decision, it comes back and he can reapply and come back in, and we're faced with the same dilemma again with the parcel map and whether it's appropriate to make the splits of parcel maps that were made. And the decision that was made, while it was a valiant one in protection of the neighborhood and community interest by the previous council, it was not upheld by the court, and the courts pretty strongly chastised this council for the actions they took. It didn't fit the rules of law, and I don't, reading the decision and discussions I've had with staff and looking at our codes, I don't see where we have much to gain by appealing this decision, if anything. In fact, I'm sure that our attorney would just as soon not face the same dilemma at the Supreme Court as he faced in front of the district court when people start asking the scathing questions that are asked when people feel that a body's abused their powers. The settlement on this is a stopgap. We've got a variable number floating out there that may be less than this settlement. It may be more, and we don't know what that is until we go to the court, and the court makes their decision based upon the information that both parties bring. I'm not happy with saying that this chapter of this episode has been decided by the district court and that we need to move on to the next chapter. But I think that that's the appropriate thing for the council to do. We have options out there that our staff is going to be involved in the future on the use of this property. There's going to be continued discussions with the applicant and about working something out so we can get an appropriate use in there for the neighborhood, or if there's another method that we can utilize to resolve this issue. I know that while it hasn't been public, we've discussed several land exchanges with him, and I'm sure that we can continue those type of discussions in the future to see if we can come up with something to protect the neighborhood up there. As Councilwoman Dewar said, the process is the process. Anything that he does do is going to require certain permitting, certain improvements, and those are all things that through the process, the citizens can watch for that, and they can appeal those different instances and get your voice heard about the use that's up there. If an inappropriate use comes about, we've had people here today, and I've got several emails talking about inappropriate uses next to a neighborhood and how that affects the neighborhood. That is also a course that your neighborhood can take in the future. If an inappropriate use comes, those are, and it's outside of a regulatory scheme of the city. It's things that you can pursue as well, So it's almost with deep regret that I make a motion to accept the settlement as proposed by staff.
I'm sorry, can I make one comment? I didn't have a chance to, it's just a very short one. for the record, Connie Anderton. One of the things that really concerns me about this whole process is Hillary, Oscar, and Jenny all were here when this first came up, and you remember the many more people showed up. So what's going to happen is what C4 Equity is doing to us right now is working us down. People are starting to lose the desire to keep battling this fight. And if you approve this, and I'm not against approving the settlement, but when C4 Equity, I am absolutely positive will come back and try to get this special use permit in. And the neighborhood is going to be so tired and so beaten that they will not be there to fight the fight. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, can I second for discussion?
Yes, go right ahead. So I have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add a little bit more, Councilman McKenzie, I know this is extremely tough. You and I had discussed about this, and we had discussed history in terms of when I sat here and we debated this issue. And Councilwoman Dewar, I know you've expressed a lot of questions and got for the community to understand that there's places where they can intervene. And to you who just spoke during public comment, I know Councilman McKenzie would not let anything fly by without his watchful eye, making sure that there's appropriateness that's going to be taking place up there. We know that there's got to be a lot of different road questions, grading, et cetera, as they come back before us. But and I know Councilman McKenzie's pondered this so many times, and I know it hurts him to know that we've got to kind of take this forward in this manner. So appreciate your thoughtfulness, Councilman McKenzie, and Councilwoman Dewar. Thank you for asking those questions. We know that the community will not weigh this down. You have a strong councilman here that's going to be watching those for that activity up there, and it's it's just one of those things that we definitely is really tough for all of us to swallow, knowing that the actions that we took at that time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilman Bobzian, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would echo comments that have already been made, but just to kind of further stress the difficulty in making decisions about these sorts of settlement situations is really out of an obligation and an assessment of where are we legally. And I think that, based on the advice that we've given and all of the digging into the issue that everyone up here has done, and particularly to Councilman McKenzie's research on this, you have to look at this from the standpoint of, what is the ultimate risk to the city? Does the price tag go higher? And it's my concern that, that could in fact happen. And so it's hard to land on this, and it kind of hurts to have to accept this, but I think we have to do this. And to those folks that have been tracking this and following this, I don't disagree with your assessment. The story of this property is not over, and we'll have to get ready for the next iteration of this discussion and debate. But for now, I will support the settlement.
All right, thank you very much. And I think those are very well points taken, Councilman Bobzian, and also Councilman Delgado. Councilman Breckus, you were here. Councilman Delgado was here. And so we completely sympathize with what you've been through and how difficult it is. So, we're very disappointed. So anyway, so I do want to reiterate, though, that this motion is just for the settlement. All right, nothing else. Nothing is coming before us today on any other matter other than the settlement. So would you agree, Councilmember McKenzie?
Very much so, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I have a motion and a second from Councilman Delgado. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'm not going to support the motion. I've been advocating, and we've had many discussions about this, about a different path. I think we need a permanent solution where we don't deal with this property and this untenable land use conflict. Having industrial land up against residential land is just a real tough circumstance. You don't see it a lot. For me, I come at it from a place that neighborhood protection is the preeminent value. And also, in doing this city work, that sometimes you have to pay a price for the mistakes of the past. You don't judge the mistakes of whoever approved a subdivision out there, but you have to rectify. And to that end, I've been advocating that we do an appraisal understand a number at which we could procure the property and put this behind us. I think that investment in this property at a fair market value is of high importance to the city's investment. And I have a strong understanding of where we are budgetarily this year. I have an understanding of, where we're at on our budget year, and it's an investment I would be willing to make to provide protection to these 400 residents, and not to mention, I have far too much experience with development on the other side of at-grade railroad crossings, and I always try to not promote those in the future, and I think that those two circumstances would worthy the investment of pursuing discussions for buying this property. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I will tell you that is a separate issue. That would be something that we should put on as an L item, and we can have that discussion right now. So-
I want to differ,
you-
Madam Mayor, and just state that I am explaining my reasonings for
Okay.
the vote that I'm doing
right,
and
I
the
just wanted
their
to
alternatives. So
clarify that
I'm not going to put on an L item. I'm sure this property will come again, but it seems like, I'll respect, the vote, how it goes, but I'm not going to put on an L item. I just wanted to explain where
Well,
I'm at.
unfortunately, by law, we are in a bad predicament. Nothing that this council did. So I want everyone to know that, so. Because I understand where you're coming from, but I also want the residents to understand that there are other council members up here that really care about them as well. So, all right, thank you.
Madam Mayor. Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. I just want to say that I'm sensitive to the issues Councilwoman Breckus brings up, but I am also in favor of moving forward. People that know me, which unfortunately I don't know a lot of the people that live up here, but they know that I and the rest of the council pay a lot of attention to citizens, give a lot of weight, because often by living there, you know what's going on, you know what the issues are, and you can elevate those issues and make us more aware of them. It also, this whole situation makes me be really mindful of what we're doing with our master plan, and to seek to avoid these kind of incompatible uses, however this came to be. I've had a number of these kind of issues in my own ward where I'm having to resolve decisions that were made a long time ago, maybe 20, 30 years ago, that ultimately came to this point. So while I echo the comments of Councilman McKenzie in terms of being sad that this is before us, I think that in order to move on, this is the next step. I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to what comes in front of us, and I'm asking the applicant or the landowner that we're speaking of, the C4 Equities. There are some comments made today that some outreach, some community collaboration would be useful at this point, and that goes without saying. So I hope that they will take that to heart and think about that and what it means to be a good neighbor, and how you need to move your property forward, not at the expense of others, but with others. And so with that, I will be supporting the motion, so I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar, I appreciate it. Councilmember McKenzie, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to make it clear that this settlement agreement does not preclude the city from pursuing other options with this property. I would compare this to being at the gas pump and filling up 5-gallon gas cans, and one of them gets full, but you want one more, so you set the nozzle on the ground and let the gas run on the ground while you go and buy another gas can. There's no reason to keep the meter running. Let's shut the meter off, and then we can move forward to get a settlement with this person that is everybody can be happy with, hopefully. And so the fact that if we approve or disapprove the settlement, doesn't preclude him from tomorrow coming in and putting in for a use on the property. But what it does do is keep the register running on what we're going to owe him until he gets that use. And so we just want to shut the pump off while we go get the gas can, and then we'll come back and fill the second gas can. Thank you.
All right, any more questions from council? No? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed?
No.
All right, motion 6-1. Okay. We are going to now go to item F1. right, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Tom Dunn would like to speak on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of city staff. For the record, my name is Tom Dunn, proudly representing the men and women of the Reno Firefighters Association. I'd like to kind of go over a brief history of what's happened. 2 short years ago, we were at a different point in the city's financial picture and everything else. We had the potential layoffs with the Reno firefighters. We had several arbitrations that were scheduled over a myriad of issues. There was a lawsuit that was being heard in front of the state Supreme Court in regards to the times that we had back in 2014. But here we are, 2 years later, we're growing this department to provide the level of service that our community needs and expects. Through the collective bargaining process, we, both the city and Local 731, have worked together to come to an agreement on 2 labor agreements in 3 years. The Reno Firefighters Association would like to thank the mayor and the city council for your dedication to our community and moving our community forward in a positive manner. We'd also like to thank Robert Chisel, Mandy Bowler, and the rest of the city's negotiating team for the work in their process. Some of the positive things that have come out of the last 2 years of our collective bargaining process and our agreements, we've been moving the department forward. We've provided paramedic level of service to the city of Reno through fire-based EMS. This week, for the first time, the Reno Fire Department transported its first patient to a hospital using one of our medical rescue units. During this last weekend Santa Crawl, the Reno Fire Department and Story County both were called for mutual aid to provide medical rescues for downtown. Just last night, we had the promotion of captains and battalion chiefs, prevention officers, fire plans examiners, fire mechanics, which is also moving our department forward in a positive manner. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your support of your Reno firefighters, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I guess you get the honor of staff presentation.
Yes,
'Cause I think
Robert
it's
Chisel.
required by law, right?
Yes,
Okay, go right
Director
ahead.
of Finance and Administration. The City of Reno has reached a tentative labor agreement with the International Association of Firefighters 731. The prior contract was through June 30th, 2016. This is a 3-year contract. The tentative agreement was approved by the IAFF membership and is being presented to you for consideration and approval. I would like to also echo a lot of what Mr. Tom Dunn had said. I've been in a number of these negotiations over the last couple of years, and I can say that the IAFF and all of our groups in the last year has been a very professional, very cooperative, very organized, and I think we moved the city and the union in the right direction to have a fair and equitable contract that we both can live with. I'd like to also personally thank Mike McKinnon, who unfortunately is not going to be here today, but he was instrumental in getting this contract moving forward, and Brian Biggs, their chief negotiator, along with Tom Dunn and Dennis Jacobson. Again, this is a proposed 3-year agreement. Some of the major changes that took place was staffing. As you know, the language now allows for staffing of equipment of 2-person medical rescue units, as well as the other apparatus. The emergency medical technicians, which is our paramedics and advanced EMTs, we changed the pay scale and allowing the ability for the paramedics to act as paramedics. We have adjusted in Article 7, holidays and shift trades, salaries, which most people probably will pay most attention to. This 3-year contract in the first year is a 4% increase, and in the following years it's 2% and 2%. Other changes to this collective bargaining agreement are primarily of housekeeping and minor changes such as hours of duty, clarifying the language for fire prevention officials, Article 5, vacation, changing the relief time and increments of allowing for comp time and vacation time to be taken, Article 12, safety and health, addition of language regarding the Health and Safety Committee, Article 20, vacations and promotions, language clarifying timely manner. Article 23, corrective personnel action and personnel files. We kind of changed the language to keep it more up to date. Article 28, repair and replacement of personnel property. Addition of language for phones as personal property. Article 30, union business leave and absence. Additional language required as far as SB 241, which passed in the 2015 legislature. And then language regarding Article 35, personnel reduction. Again, I'd like to emphasize that this was a very fair contract, we believe, between the city and the IAFF. I'd like to point out that the union has made concessions, very large concessions in the past. They have split the OPEB liability. The OPEB, they are, all new employees are no longer getting that lifetime medical. They are splitting the PERS increases. So if there is a PERS increase, it is shared between the employees and the city. And, you know, most importantly, I'd like to point out, you know, that the IAFF, the firefighters right now are at the same salary level as they were in 2009. So a 4% increase is a fairly equitable and fair salary increase. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Chief is here also.
All right, great. Any questions? Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, between the time that I pushed indicating to speak and when Mr. Chisel concluded, he answered one of my questions, and that was the putting in context the 4, 2, and 2 in terms of historically recognizing that we had some interesting times recently when it came to all of our employee groups, and so that is helpful. Before I ask my question about VIBAs to set you up, I do just want to take the opportunity to express appreciation both to staff and to IAFF for this working relationship and the ability for you guys to get this done. You know, we would kind of watch from afar, but keep tabs on things. I know things got contentious at different times, and I think that's always a good thing and a sign that the negotiations are fruitful and productive, and we're talking about meaty issues. But in particular on Article 46 and the medical response units and getting to that point allowed us to get that work in tandem, allowed us to get our 2 additional fire stations back open. And so that's a great thing that we're able to do for the citizens. And I know that you know, all the firefighters are pleased to be able to provide that service and frankly innovate in service to all the citizens. The VIBA piece I think is always important to talk about, so I appreciate that you brought it up, but I think it's also good to get on the record just to check in. Where are we with that in terms of rough numbers of avoided future long-term liability? How much per firefighter are we, new firefighter, are we hopefully saving by going down that road? Because I think it's an important story.
And actually, the best way to demonstrate the savings we have had, we just, as part of the CAFR, which we'll be presenting later this afternoon, our OPEB liability, we have an actuarial done every 2 years. The actuarial liability has gone down $40 million to $180 million from 220. That it's not just IAFF. All the unions have 2-tiered their OPEB liability, and you know, I think that just really demonstrates the willingness of our employee groups to come to the table and work with us to try to resolve a major financial issue for the city. You know, it's hard to put into numbers how much the IAFF change just for the fire group would be savings, but we estimate it's easily over $10 million savings just by doing the VIBA as opposed to the OPEB.
That's fantastic. And IAFF was the first group to go with
the
that?
first group was Local 39.
Okay, darn it,
But
that's right. Okay.
IAFF
They were right there.
was,
Sorry, I
yeah,
didn't mean
they were very willing. And again, the negotiations have been, you know, there's always, it's negotiations, but I'd like to, you know, and they may say something different up here, but they were very operational based. How can we get a better operation for the city? Not so much who's going to be the winner or the loser. It was more what's the best for the city.
That's great. And I think all my colleagues would join me in saying this, that despite the fact that when you're in those negotiations and things are getting tense at times, we can still have a conversation with you in partnership to look at the bigger issues. I mean, certainly regional planning issues as it relates to fire service and how we're relating to our partner jurisdictions is always going to be an issue. And you know, you guys and gals are always right there to kind of help us understand the frontline implications of those policies that we're having to deal with. So thank you again, and congrats to everybody.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan, are you there? Go right ahead. All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to say this very slowly. Our firefighters do a terrific job. Our firefighters do a terrific job. And so many of our other city employees also do a terrific job. One of the things that fire did that made this possible, Councilwoman Jardin alluded to it or stated it, but it even went further, was that they made movement towards us. And any negotiation is at least a two-way street, if not a multi-street. We got 7 council members, we've got a union, we've got lots of different perspectives, we've got you in the middle, Mr. Chisel trying to balance it all. But what they did is, I think it's kind of a learning moment for all of us, which is that they did something they weren't very keen on at first. In fact, they were pretty not keen on it. And we asked them to set up a 2-person medical team without kind of the brotherhood and sisterhood there to support them at the fire station. And this went against all of their principles. You know, the principle is safety first. Safety first. And they stuck to that principle for a very long time. And I don't think they've abandoned that principle. I think they've reinterpreted it. They've figured out a way to meet a need of our community in very tight times, and at the same time keep their team safe and keep the public safe. And I think those kind of lessons where a party is willing to compromise, is willing to take a step forward to you, it makes it far more willing for you to take a step towards them. Somebody's got to do it first. They did it first. And that was very a seminal thing for me in these labor negotiations. This could have gone a different way. There was bandied about, discussion about, you know what, we're close, but we're not there. And maybe we need to go to fact-finding. I don't know the proper terms. Fact-finding, arbitration, I don't want to misstate. But we need to go do something else. We're not going to get there. But what was most present in my mind during this process was they made a very important step. And they did something that was very important to this council, very important to our community. We need to generously reach across the table, even though we don't have every single thing that we want either, to make that agreement. And that, I think the lesson from that can apply throughout everything that we do here at the city council, at City Hall, is to find a way to get through and get the job done. So my hat's off to you. You know, I appreciate what you do, Chief, in leading this team. And I am just so very glad to be here today, and I'd be remiss to not recommend and recognize Mr. Chisel's work, you know, kind of being the linchpin between all of us. So you made it happen, and I'm happy to be here today to support it.
Councilwoman Breakfast?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just always, let out a sigh of relief when one of these comes through to us, because it's a long process to get here. as we look to hire our new city manager, I was looking at the recruitment brochure, and we need someone who has collective bargaining experience. And you don't see that. A lot of cities don't have that collective bargaining. I've worked for cities where you don't have it, and it is an added dimension of complexity that we have. And so it's great how we have made such progress. I think first and foremost to my colleagues and all of us in the 4 years, to the team, to our employees who are our most important asset. We're doing it within the scope of, fair to them, fair to our budget, and it's something to really be proud of. So I'm just so pleased to take this vote on this today, and thank you to all.
All right, well, I think the council has done a great job praising where we've come. Go ahead. Councilman
I
Delgado.
was gonna wait till you're done, but sorry.
Oh, okay.
Bill bumped you.
The thing I was going to say is, to Mr. Chisel, is that they have expressed, IAFF, what a difference a day makes in working with you. And so I think to a lot of your credit in being able to come together and just having an entirely different culture and relationship with the fire department. And it's something that was important to this entire council, and we're incredibly grateful, but I think you have a lot to do with that, so.
Well, thank you, but I actually think most of the credit actually belongs with them. They've actually been a great group to work with. I know there's a lot
Oh, come on.
it's
Tough
like
as nails.
I know
I'm
how hard
almost
they are.
safe to go on a ride along with them now, so.
Right. And then, Mandy, I want to give you big kudos. She's hiding over there, but I've heard wonderful things about you as well. So it really does make such a difference. So thank you very much. Councilman Delgado.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. I think just basically piggybacking on everything else, on everyone else's statements. Very much looking forward to this. Good job, Mr. Chisel, Chief Cochran, and of course to all you gentlemen right here. Things have changed dramatically since 2012, not only among our just in terms of employment, engagement, and how we all feel about and working with one another, but of course administratively now with Chief Cochran being at the helm. So look forward to new creative, innovative ideas on how we can best serve the community. And again, congratulations and thank you guys for what you do. Good job, guys.
I mean, I remember when it was the most contentious relationship in the city, right? So it's really great. Makes us all very proud. All right, anything else? All right, with that being said, I'm going to ask council member at large for a motion.
I would move.
All right, thank you. I have
I
a
will
motion.
second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. All right, we are now going to go to another time certain. This is item J2. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item? Oh, before we do that, I forgot we have a council member that needs to read a disclosure.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, before we go any further on this item, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item J2, Digital Billboard Ordinance Update. In the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing the fact that my wife, Julie Bobzane, is the Executive Director of Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevadans, VARN, a nonprofit organization providing pro bono legal services to victims of domestic violence and low-income residents of rural northern Nevada. My wife reports to the VARN Board of Directors. Severin Carlson serves on the VARN Board of Directors, and Mr. Carlson also represents and lobbies on behalf of interested parties in this matter. Consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this significant pecuniary interest, and because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. All right, any other disclosures from council? Right, seeing that there are none. Madam Clerk, public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Mark Ray, followed by Lori Ray.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark Ray. I'm an attorney in Reno and the attorney for Scenic Nevada. On observations on your staff report on this item regarding digital billboards, unfortunately, the staff report continues to say that
Mr. Ray, can you just do me a favor? She's having a hard time hearing you, so can you just try to speak into the mic? Do we need to turn
I'm
it up?
sorry, I didn't realize. Okay.
Do we need to turn it up, Madam Clerk?
We'll do
Can
both.
you turn it up from there?
We'll do
Perfect.
both, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, Mark Ray. I represent Scenic Nevada, and I had a couple of observations on the staff report. The staff report, unfortunately, continues to refer to the Citizens Billboard Initiative of 2000 as placing merely a cap on the number of billboards. If that were the case, the Supreme Court would not have declared two city ordinances unconstitutional, which they declared unconstitutional because it was not merely a cap, it was a ban on billboards. And the Supreme Court said that those two initiatives, those two city council ordinances amended the meaning of the billboard initiative, and that's why they were unconstitutional. So it's never been merely a cap. I want to comment on the issue that was given to you in the memo by the city attorney, I believe Mr. Shipman. And he said that the issue, the legal question for you to decide in this particular matter is whether the city has stopped from revoking billboard permits. Respectfully, I don't think that is the issue. The issue is, can the city allow construction of new billboards based on unconstitutional and invalid billboard permits? And the answer is no, the city cannot. And the city attorney's memo, Mr. Shipman's memo, agrees with that the general rule is that the city cannot act in an unconstitutional manner with regards to permits, and it cites McQuillan's, which is an authority for municipal law. But then the city attorney's memo says that under a doctrine called estoppel and reliance, that billboard company owners who placed reliance on these permits can't be precluded from building billboards because the city issued them permits even though the permits were unconstitutional. So he calls this the exception, and he says that in good faith reliance on these permits, billboard owners substantially changed their position and spent a great deal of time, money, and effort removing existing billboards, and that's why you should honor their invalid, unconstitutional permits, because they relied on them. Well, that's like saying anyone who has committed an unconstitutional act got a permit from you all to do that. That's not correct. That's not the law. It's unconstitutional, and it shouldn't be allowed. I wanted to point out to you that the factual contention that billboard owners placed reliance on these permits is just not true. Many of the billboard permits that were surrendered, according to the evidence and testimony in our trial, were from billboard owners who took down signs because they weren't making money, they were in the wrong location, they lost their lease. There's any number of reasons why they took down billboards. They didn't take down billboards in each instance because they thought that they would get a permit in exchange, allowing them a banked receipt to build a billboard later. That is not why they did it. So that assumption factually is incorrect based on the evidence at the trial. I also wanted to point out at the evidence at trial that the previous city council knew that the billboard ordinance was adopted by the voters effective November 14, 2000, which said there shall be no new billboards and no permits shall issue for their construction. The previous city council,
30 seconds.
the previous city council on December 8th of 2000 then entered into a settlement agreement issuing 12 permits for new billboards less than a month after the Citizens Initiative was passed. There's no question the previous council did not follow the citizens' vote. Within 1 month, they were issuing permits. Please don't repeat that mistake. Please honor the citizens' vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Lori Ray, followed by John Hara.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Ray, and I'm here on behalf of Scenic Nevada. We're opposed to billboards on so many levels. First and foremost, their appearance anywhere in Reno provides for an overall seedy atmosphere that cheapens our community. They are outdated and unnecessary in today's internet world. They block scenic views and reduce community character. They clutter our commercial neighborhoods and bring on blight. Billboard poles are targets for graffiti, and billboards can reduce nearby property values. Digital billboards are even more intrusive, flashing, changing ads every 8 seconds, day and night, that can be viewed for miles. And the flashing changes of colors in the ads trespass in people's windows at night. At 35 feet tall and maximum 672 square feet in size, they are far too big for our commercial areas, and digitizing them would make them stand out even more. I think we've demonstrated over and over that people in the Truckee Meadows don't want giant signs blocking scenic views along our highways and cluttering our commercial neighborhoods. Scenic Nevada has worked for the past 16 years to convince Reno public officials to make a change. We were the authors of Question R1 that was passed by 57% of the people in 2000. We participated for 4 years in the digital billboard debate. We have submitted probably thousands of pages of research, reports, letters, and photos backing our position over the years. We conducted a voter survey in 2011 when the majority said they don't want digital billboards. And our most recently circulated petition includes over 400 signatures with many comments that show people are really concerned with distracted driving, community aesthetics, and upholding the people's vote. Even though the people said not to, the previous city council allowed new construction and new permits. In the third paragraph of today's staff report, repeating what Mark was talking about, it says the city has always maintained that Question R1 capped the total number of billboards allowed within the city, but did not preclude the repair, banking, relocation, or upgrading of the existing billboard stock within the city. The Nevada Supreme Court ruled this policy of capping billboards and allowing new ones when old ones were taken down was an unconstitutional amendment to the People's Law. Whether the staff is willing to admit it or not, the previous city council made a mistake. It had no right to amend the ballot initiative when it did, but you do. And we are asking you now to undo what the previous city council did. Take this as an opportunity to right a wrong committed 16 years ago. Let it be your policy to uphold the vote instead of undermine it. Our request today is that this council directs staff to bring the billboard ordinance back for revisions that would eliminate all new billboard construction and billboard permits. That means voiding the digital billboard regulations and the 2002 and 2003 banking and relocation ordinances that the Nevada Supreme Court found to be unconstitutional. Thank you very much for having this issue on the agenda. Thank you to Jenny Breakfast for bringing it to your attention, and we appreciate it very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from John Hara, followed by Peter Newman.
Hi, John Hara. I just wanted to try and lend some perspective here. So how many of you remember what your drive was like to work today? And, you know, we look at it like this, and this is something that we all think we see, and in fact, maybe this is what we really see. Because what happens is we build up a tolerance for ugliness, and, you know, how essential are those signs that seem to be everywhere? Well, other cities, let's say Portland as an example, and I've been up here many times before talking about other cities like Ashland, Gig Harbor, all these other places all over the country have come to the conclusion that maybe having a sign-driven culture in a car-centric culture isn't the best for their citizens. And you know what? Take a look at what the advertising community says about the effectiveness of these billboards that are blighting our community. So this is how effective they are for purchase influencers, for consumers. According to consumers, and they break them out by millennials and baby boomers and whatnot, but the overall number is there, 5.8%. That's out of all of the ways to advertise. On a typical day, advertising experts say that we're hit with 4,000 to 10,000 ad touches a day. So in 2000, Reno voters are like smart enough to understand that this is something that they really wanted to protect. And what this leaves us with is Scenic Nevada, I think, gets mischaracterized for being kind of a radical group that's constantly in everybody's face or anti-business. Is simply not true. Washoe County, we worked with them, and this is the result of their billboard ban. This is 580. That is the world's largest cathedral arched span in the world, right there, and Mount Rose, right there as well. And this is kind of now preserved into prosperity for future generations. This, too, is taken right off of 580 as well. This is leading into the gateway of Reno. Take a look at this, because here's another city. Here's what they did. And that's part of their gateway into their downtown, and you recognize it as Las Vegas. And, you know, they don't have enough advertising in Vegas with their billboards. They're going to come down here and fill this up with all of their advertising for attorneys that I don't know how that's benefiting our local economy that much. Okay, so this is also part of our gateway right now. This is blocking our view of Mount Rose and scenic highways. We have over 200 billboards in existence already. Do we need more? Take a look at this. In traveling up around Oregon, I think it was really Oregon and Washington, those are the billboards you're going to start to see around here, pot billboards. And then this is one of the things that I think is like most egregious. I always bring it up. It's Lavender Ridge. Take a look at that. Which business is it impacting the other business? And finally, this is where we like to end up. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Peter Newman, followed by Barry Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, City Council persons. I would like to reiterate the previous comments by the Scenic Nevada members, and also add to the mix your consideration on the issue of safety. Of course, Scenic Nevada is interested in our scenic views, and we all are. And as John pointed out, it's not only bad business to have bad scenic to have a lot of billboards, but it's bad for business as well. And that's why the communities in the nation that he mentioned are going away from it. San Francisco has voted totally against billboards. So we're supposed to be a tourist community, and I think for that reason alone, we should be against these billboards. The other thing, though, as a former trial lawyer that has represented literally thousands of people injured in primarily vehicle accidents until I retired, I want to tell you about distraction. Last week, you may have seen in the paper that NHTSA, National Highway Transportation and Safety Administration's administrator, came out with a press release that for the first time in the last 30 years, the fatal rate in auto accidents has gone up in this country, gone up instead of down. I think it was 35,000 fatals last year, or at least in 2015. And his conclusion was driver distraction. That's what's causing it. Now, of course, obviously, it's probably texting more than anything. But think about it. These billboards, these digital billboards, are going to be a giant form of texting. The entire life mission of a billboard, the very reason for its existence is what? To distract drivers from their duty of driving a car. And NHTSA has done many studies showing that if a driver is going 55 miles an hour or more and is distracted for 1.5 seconds, or 1.8 seconds maybe it is, something a little bit under 2 seconds, there's a very good chance of a collision. And it'll be a serious one. So these billboards, they are there for one reason only. Not for any other reason except to distract the driver from the task at hand, to momentarily looking at a message, and now they're going to be constantly changing that message every 8 or 10 seconds. I rest my case. This is going to cause a lot of injuries that we don't need. And as I pointed out to you last time I spoke, many accidents have been already litigated on this, and the biggest verdict was the one in Texas against not a city, but against American Airlines, which had a big digital sign. It wasn't a billboard, it was a thing telling people when their flight was coming in. And that cost $15.5 million to the owner of that billboard. Let's make Reno great again. No more billboards.
Really?
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Barry Hall, followed by Mike Helm.
Let's keep moving Reno forward. All right, there you go.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Today you are going to vote on whether to allow new billboards and digital signs in Reno. 16 years ago, the citizens of Reno voted to ban all new billboards, but it now appears that the Reno City Attorney, in his written legal memo or opinion, suggests he has found a way to get around the vote of the people. I may not have a legal background, but I know what's wrong and I know what's right. I know the difference between right and wrong. And finding a legal loophole to thwart the intent of what the people voted for in 2000 is wrong. It's wrong on every level. If you vote today to allow new billboards and digital signs, your vote will serve as a monumental example of why people have lost faith in their government. In years to come, when the citizens of Reno look back upon this day, will you be proud to say that you added to the blight, or that you voted to preserve what's left of Reno's scenic beauty? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Mike Helm, followed by Ryan Saunders.
Mike Helm with Yesco Outdoor Media. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Just wanted to comment quickly that Yesco is a company that has roots in Reno. We've been here since the 60s. We've helped kind of build Reno in a lot of ways. As far as our outdoor inventory, we're fairly small. We only have 14 signs in the city limits. Digital is the only way that we can grow our business at this point. We're not allowed to go out and build new billboards. So if, forgive me, I lost my place. Without us being able to, like I said, increase our number of signs, a digital face is the only way for us to grow. We're stuck with the 14 that we have. As far as the ratio is concerned that is in the ordinance now, essentially we found that in cities that we've seen ratios, I'm from Salt Lake, they put a ratio in place and we haven't seen anybody take advantage of it, mainly because billboard is so site specific that if somebody wants that site, they want it right there because their business may be around the corner versus having a billboard out on the freeway that doesn't really help them. The ratio that you guys have essentially doesn't do anything for some of the smaller guys in the business. We don't have the numbers to take down signs. What we have is very valuable. We look at each site as a business. If we were to take a business down, we are reducing our footprint and trying to make more revenue with less. And as you know, that's not a very good way to do that. I kind of give the example of if somebody owns businesses in the city and they came to you guys and said, hey, I want to grow my business. And you guys said, well, that's great. We'd love for you to grow your business, but you need to close one of your other businesses. I don't see that happening to very many people. If you had half a dozen gas stations in the city and you ran these gas stations, you had outdated gas pumps. And we came to the city and we said, hey, we want to upgrade our gas pumps. What we have, they don't print a receipt. They don't take a credit card. We'd like to upgrade, make it better for our customers. It would be the equivalent of you guys saying, hey, we're okay with that, but we want you to close one of your gas stations before you do that. So you can utilize the new technology, help your customers out, but to do that, we want you to close one of your businesses down. And essentially, nobody in their right mind would come in and do that. To comment, to address one of the comments made, the FHWA has addressed distraction and has found that billboards create no concern. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Ryan Saunders, followed by Frank Gilmore.
Madam Mayor, City Council, Ryan Saunders with Saunders Outdoor Advertising. Appreciate this opportunity to stand before you and address some of the concerns that our company has. You've heard a lot about the voter initiative. and you'll probably hear some more about the voter initiative. I have here a description to the voters of what the voter initiative was, and I'd like to read that to you because it explains what the voter initiative was and what it was not. It says, "This initiative does not ban existing billboards, but it does place a cap on their numbers. Voters' approval of this initiative would therefore have no significant effect on the current level of business of the billboard industry in the city of Reno." And I want to repeat that. It would have no significant effect on the current level of business of the billboard industry. That is what was presented to the voters. That is what they were told. And the problem that Saunders Outdoor Advertising has is we have 7 signs in the city of Reno. They are all in very valuable locations. The ratio system that has been put in place is a significant reduction in business if we want to use the new technology. And I want to go back a little bit and just explain to you that in the beginning we painted these signs and new technology came out. We printed them on vinyls. We weren't required to trade in anything to use that new technology. After vinyls, it was tri-visions that could have 3 advertisers at a time rotating. We weren't required to give up anything to use that new technology. And now, for 10 years now, in other areas, we've been using digitals. And we're asking that you don't tax us to use a new technology. That's essentially what it is. It's a pay-to-play, a tax that severely limits our ability to compete. We don't have banked permits, a whole bunch of banked permits to come to you and trade in. To put these up, we would have to take down inventory. And this idea of a ratio originated from one large company, Clear Channel. It was their idea to offer something to the city so that they could get digitals. It will not reduce clutter. That's the stated goal, but it won't do it. No one will take down sign poles to use digital. So it's a suggestion that came from them, and I believe it's anti-competitive because they had the advantage of a lot of banked permits that they would trade in. And that company is so concerned about reducing clutter that they've sold their business and they've moved on to another area, and they're no longer in Reno. And so we ask that you simply just remove the ratio portion of the ordinance. It's easy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Frank Gilmore, followed by Diane McCormick.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. I represent Saunders Outdoor. I'm Frank Gilmore from the Robison Bellastegi firm around the corner on 1st and Washington. I'm here today to urge the council to keep the eye on the ball. The ball, when this, when this process started several years ago, was to reduce the clutter. So what did the city do? They created a mechanism whereby they are attempting to control the use of technology, the progression of technology by the industry. That is, the goal of reducing clutter is a worthy goal. And Scenic Nevada has given you plenty of reasons why that might be beneficial to the citizens. But make no mistake, this ordinance does not do that. This ordinance does not reduce the clutter, which was the original intent when this process started several years ago. And here's why. Because there is no natural correlation between the upgrade from static signs to digital billboards. There is no direct correlation between that upgrade and a reduction in the clutter of the existing boards that Scenic Nevada has railed against today. There simply is no correlation. The correlation, members of the council, doesn't come from anyone except the industry leader. How do I know that? Because I have the emails between the city
and the industry leader when they were negotiating behind closed doors this ratio. And in an email between members of the staff, it's written, the two sign companies agreed to have an adopted ratio to use throughout the city or in the cluttered areas. This is where the ratio came from the industry giant. Now, why would the industry giant propose that? Last month, I mentioned to you when I was standing here that the ratio was anti-competitive, and here's why. The industry giant who suggested this ratio to the city owns 75% of the banked receipts and has over 50% of the existing signs. The offer that was made to the city council and to staff to trade in banked receipts and existing signs for the ability to upgrade is an illusory offer. And that's because the ordinance as it's drafted does not and will not result in a meaningful reduction. Well, what does that mean? That means that if the ordinance as written, which contains the ratio, does not reduce clutter, the only practical impact of this ordinance with the ratio is to disadvantage the smaller industry stakeholders and to give a hand up to the industry leaders in this business. That cannot be what the city council wants. That cannot be what the city council initially intended when they put this ordinance when they put the amendment for this ordinance in play several years ago. If the ordinance that is drafted and is on the books today, which includes the ratio, does not address the problem that the city intended and has the unintended consequence of marginalizing the smaller players, then that ordinance should fail. And we urge the city to remove the ratio requirement.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Diane McCormick, followed by Renate Newman.
Good afternoon, Diane McCormick. Nice to see you all. You all know me. I've been here many times. I had a prepared talk, and I'm not going to say it. I moved to Reno 8 years ago. I love Reno. Reno is a beautiful place. I feel myself to be very lucky to be living here. And I'm lucky to be living in the area where I live. I don't wake up and look at a digital billboard across the way like a friend of mine who lives up off of South Haven. They built their house in 1982. They were the only ones up there at the time. And now they can't even sit outside or sit in their living room with the drapes open because of the Grand Sierra digital sign, which is miles away. My publisher, Jack Bacon, his office was at the corner of California and Virginia, right down the road from me. He had to move because he was ashamed, embarrassed to have clients in his office with wild orchid sign going off, catty corner. My housekeeper has a business. She lives off of the Wells Avenue complex, and I think, Mr. Delgado, that's your district. She says she is so afraid of this billboard happening because it's going to blight where she lives. And she said to me, you know, Diane, it's not going to blight where you live. I said, you're right about that. So sometimes we have to step back and say to ourselves, what is best for our citizens? Maybe not the business billboards, the car dealers, the casinos, but the citizens. You were elected to represent us, the citizens. We want you to take our issues, our love for this city. You know, you look at that beautiful mural over there, the carpet, I guess it is. There are no billboards on that. All you see is scenery, the mountains, the Truckee River, the trees. I love the concept of believe. I think that's great. And this is what we want to have happen for our city, our town. We want people to come in and say, my goodness, look how beautiful Reno is. We thought it was like Vegas. No, it's not. We're not Vegas. So all we want you to do, what I want you to do, is think of the citizens. It's in your hands, you know, but whatever vote you say today, it's going to impact for all the rest of the years. Thank you.
Next public comment is from Renata Newman, followed by Rosemary Garpiti. Oh, thank you. I apologize for that. Renata Newman does not wish to speak. However, she's in opposition of the item. Along with Rosemary Garpiti, our next public comment is from Heidi Keene, followed by Jack Hawkins.
Do I have to move this?
Yeah, you
Is
can
it
bring it
okay?
up.
Oh. I'm Heidi Keena. I'm a concerned citizen. And
Speak a little bit closer to it.
I'm Heidi Keena. I'm a concerned citizen. And I thank you for having this council today. I understand the necessity of a city council to hear alternative viewpoints on all matters. However, in the matter of the billboard ban, the 2000 ballot measure was successful in determining the will of the people. The Nevada Supreme Court has ruled to uphold this ban, and it seems that this would be an administrative slam dunk on the part of the council to act in accordance with the already determined outcomes. I hope we will do the next right thing for our community and vote to uphold this ban. Thank you.
Jack Hawkins, followed by Lynn Hawkins.
Hi, for the record, I'm Jack Hawkins, architect, and I'm speaking just as a business owner and an architect and just a concerned citizen. I love Reno. I've been here for 26 years. It's my home, raised our kids here, have my business here. I'm not going anywhere. As much as I love this area and love Reno, visually it's disturbing. It can be so much better. And the billboards are a part of that. And I could speak a lot about the visual qualities of billboards, their detriment on communities, but I'm going to take a different task today and talk a little bit about economics. And not just economics for a handful of businesses, but economics for the entire community. It's pretty, communities that have good visual quality do better economically. That's a no-brainer. You look at Portland, you look at Chico, Boulder, Scottsdale, Austin, Texas, communities that have invested in preserving their visual quality do better economically. When we look at 8 years ago, what this community was like at the beginning of the recession and how hard we took it compared to other communities, we were, to me, it was very clear. We had a very poor visual quality, and we suffered the worst during the last recession. I think there's a direct correlation between visual quality of a community and its economic survival. So I'm looking out. This to me is a no-brainer for the council to vote on this. It's the entire community. It's the citizens' will. It's the entire community economic survival versus a handful of businesses. And this is a dying industry. You know, we're looking at this, try to envision Reno 40 years from now and try to envision a Reno that has a completely different, beautiful visual quality. And I think our economics would benefit from that. I think this is an opportunity for the council to make a real positive change for the future. Reno's growing again. Our economy's looking a lot better. We have an opportunity for real change, and I'd like to see this council take a stand and say, let's be progressive. Let's do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Lynn Hawkins.
Lynn Hawkins. Council members, thank you for spending the time today to listen to public input. I've spoken before here on this topic and also at the Washoe County Planning Commission. And really everybody has said many amazing things, and I don't want to belabor this, but I would just like you to consider very carefully your vote. I would urge you to uphold the people's will. And I'd just like to say that moving forward in time, we're seeing really the very early stages of the internet age, the Google age. We all have the ability to search for what we need without being assaulted by visual clutter and billboards that are distractions and that are unsightly. So to me, it's a no-brainer also, and I hope that you will consider this opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Acting Vice Mayor? I'll go with that. We did receive online public comment from Cynthia Geyer-Newberg in opposition of this item. However, she did not wish to speak. Additionally, we received 1 letter of support and 471 comments in opposition, which included 436 signatures on a petition in opposition of this item. And with that, we have no further public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing, I believe we'll take presentation now.
Thank you, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. And just to clarify, Jonathan and I were just discussing, we're not sure what people are in favor or opposed to because we don't really have any direction yet. So I think it's probably an overall to the ordinance in general. This was just an update item and looking for direction from council. So just to start off with that. We were before you, staff was before you October 12th and gave a summary of where we have been on the billboard ordinance over the last 16 years or so, and the outcome of the lawsuits on the digital billboard ordinance. You had follow-up questions from the city attorney's office. That memo addressing those questions is attached to your staff report, so you do have that before you, and Jonathan is here if you have further questions on that. There is currently a moratorium on the acceptance of applications for digital boards, which expires February 1st. If you don't take any action, it would have to be in January, or give us direction today. That moratorium would expire February 1st, and we would start accepting applications for digital billboards. There has been request for information on the location of boards. Those maps are attached to your staff report. And if I get the overhead, please. Thank you. So it's this map here that is attached to your staff report. The red being the parcels with existing off-prem advertising displays, and the orange are the zoning districts where they're allowed. There's also a hatched area on there that shows and there's 3 pages of this, that shows the areas that do not allow for billboards in those areas. I also mentioned in October that we were working on, that our staff, our amazing intern, Carter Williams, has gone out and surveyed every board in the city. So we do now have a more accurate count. So before we were parcel-based. Sorry, I just pulled that off. We were parcel-based with the red ones showing the parcels where they were. We now actually have the coordinates of the billboard location, which helps tremendously on administering this. While doing this, there are a couple boards missing. That have come down without permit. So we are clarifying those with those companies. So just some more cleanup as we look into it more detailed. We realize that there are some gaps. So we're working with the billboard companies on those to clarify those issues. There are also questions in October and this week from Councilwoman Dewar regarding expirations of the banked receipts that we have out there. We had 2 expire this year. We have 9 scheduled to expire in 2017, 17 scheduled to expire in 2018, and 11 in 2019. And it goes on from there with smaller numbers. But we do have quite a bit that will be expiring in the near future. So today, I believe we have brought the information that you have requested before you. Staff is looking for direction, and we don't have a proposed motion because this could go in many different directions. You could, if you take no action, as I mentioned, the moratorium will expire and we will accept applications for digital boards. You could move forward to review the ordinance and open it back up. There is an option to, there's been discussion on not accepting any more banked receipts so that we don't increase the size of the bank of receipts anymore. So it could go in many different directions, and we are available for questions and direction.
Thank you, Claudia. Madam Mayor, we are just after presentation.
All right. How about go right ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Just a quick question, Claudia, for your last map you had up.
Yep.
And I guess I'm looking at a black and white version of that here in our board folder.
Yes.
Called off-premise advertising display permitted location.
Yes.
I just want to get clarity. When we adopted the ordinance on digital displays,
yes,
I recall that there was a category called within so many, you couldn't have them with so many 100 feet of residences.
Correct.
But I don't really see that category listed here, and I just didn't know if that was in a different proceeding, how it comes into play.
It would be very difficult and confusing to map something like that, as we have residential districts all over the city. So showing those buffer areas would be very challenging.
I just wanted, but that's still.
It's still in play. Yeah. Correct. It's still in
Okay,
the
so I
ordinance.
recall the one, particularly around Midtown. I know we had a long discussion, and I thought we said none within 750 feet of a residence, something like that. I just wanted to make sure we're on topic and that still
Correct.
applies. So even though you didn't map it, it's.
Correct. When it gets to, there are the locational criteria. The hatched areas are shown as, so the Mount Rose Highway is protected, and certain portions of I-80 and 395 are protected. We didn't go down into the specific spacing from residential zoning district and from other boards. It would have, I'm not sure how we would have mapped that level of detail and shown the entire city. But those spacing criteria are still in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll have more comments at the right time, but that was a question for her.
All right, and I'm just going to remind council 5 minutes for each council person. Go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think, Jonathan, I think you're my culprit here. During testimony, or during public comment, we heard several comments concerning Supreme Court cases. And I know that this has been, since the ballot initiative passed, there's been several different court cases on this. And so there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask you about those. As I understand correctly, number one, the first case was the billboard industry challenged the constitutionality of the ballot question to the Supreme Court. Is that my
You're
recollection?
referring to the one, the case in 2001? Is that?
Yeah, one right after the ballot was.
Yes, I believe so. That was before my time, but yes, okay.
And the Supreme Court ruled that the ballot question was constitutional, if
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then the next case, if I remember correctly, was when the council passed an ordinance and it was challenged by Scenic Nevada and it went to Supreme Court. And there was a issue about the ordinance was passed before the 3 years is expired since the time that the ballot question had passed.
So that's, yeah, the most recent case, and that was the Scenic Nevada versus City of Reno, 2012, I want to say, when we adopted the digital ordinance.
Okay, so, and my understanding was that there was a court ruling that said that we couldn't pass that ordinance within the 3 years because it would change the intent of the question.
Yeah, the court said that when the council enacted the banking and conforming ordinances in 2002 and 2003, that was within the 3-year prohibition set forth in the Constitution, and so they were not effective. But then it further went on and said that when the council adopted the ordinance, I believe in 2012, it effectively reenacted and validated those ordinances at that point in time.
Okay, so this is the question in my mind. The question that was passed in 2001 says the construction of new off-premise advertising displays, billboards is prohibited, and the city of Reno may not issue permits for their construction. In my mind, if we pass an ordinance that allows the issuance of permits for displays and billboards, that we're changing the question that the citizens of Reno passed in 2000. So I'm not sure we're not getting the cart before the horse. I think this council should decide whether we are going to uphold or overturn the decision of the voters of the city of Reno first, and then we'll get into discussion about an ordinance and to enact that if this council decides to overturn that vote. And I think that that procedure is the appropriate one, rather than to start working on an ordinance, because in fact, by working on an ordinance, we're overturning that vote. So I think it should be clearly defined, and the people of the city of Reno should know that that's the action we're taking. We're overturning their vote in 2000 before we move forward with an ordinance adoption. And that's just my position on it. And until we've made that decision, I can't vote in favor of any ordinance adoption.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus.
I don't have any questions. I've been involved in this issue since it started. I remember the two gentlemen going around in late 1999, early 2000, seeking signatures for the initiative. So I have a thorough understanding of the history. I voted for it because, like many, and what we hear from Reimagine Reno is we want to make the most of this spectacular city natural setting that we have. And I've always felt that, lived in 4 states with different regulations, that billboards just do not reflect that. So I voted for it. I've always supported it. I've scratched my head over the years how we got from that vote of the people, which really is the only one I've ever seen in the city of Reno, to here is, and how digital's even part of the mix. I've never understood that. So I've always stood firmly with the belief that digitals are just not of value here. The people have spoken, and billboards. And what was up when the people voted, that's all that should be up at this point in time. So that's where I'm at, and I also concur. I think Mr. Hawkins's statements were well suited about economics. I grew up in a community that they haven't had billboards since the 70s. It's done very well economically. I hope for the same. I do believe that if this council was to go in a different direction of allowing digital signage as part of our mix, the conversations that have been had about some of those more obvious digital signs on premise will just pale in comparison. I think that, whether you're living in Hillside, up in Reno Ward 1, seeing the gateway on I-80 marred with that signage, those blinking lights, or Midtown, both sides of Midtown where the signs could come up along Virginia. A lot of it's along Virginia. I think the community is just going to come really unglued when they see the potential for the industry to put up as many digitals as they want. It could be about 35, and I just think that we'll make national news, and not in a good way, over that issue, because you see very few cities going in this direction. So I know where I'm at on this, and I'll just hold my comments a little bit
Claudia,
longer too.
I wanted to ask you about the mobiles. I didn't see them in there. Have you seen those ones in Vegas? They're awful. They're mobiles. They
On
drive
trucks?
down. Yeah.
And such, yes. So those are not parcel-based. So in Title 18 and zoning, we regulate signs that are fixed to a property. So the mobile ones are really a more of a right-of-way NDOT kind of an issue. So it's not
So
addressed
we
in this.
haven't-
It's not a
that-
part of this ordinance.
Not part of this ordinance,
Correct.
but is that something that we would look at?
I would have to check with legal and public works.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be a zoning issue.
Those are a disaster. I do worry about the digitals in the sense that when they have a lot of information on them, people slow down to look at them. And I mean, I do think that they can be very distractive, very. So I can understand that. All right. Any other questions from council? Councilman Delgado? No.
I
I'm
asked
gonna
my
let him-
question. I have a
I'm
statement.
going to let him go first.
Absolutely.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. And what I'd asked our city manager is to find is the exact language of the ballot initiative that was passed by the people. And so I'm going to wait to get some of that language so I can see it concretely. I think I've seen different variations of it. So I think Mr. City Thomas is, Ms. Bill Thomas is looking for that for me. So if you can come back to me, Madam Mayor, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. So I asked my question, and now I'd like to make a statement. I believe that the new Reno actually began 16 years ago when the voters voted. They made a very dramatic request of their city officials to change the way that we were doing business 16 years ago. I'm not in favor of trades. I've heard the arguments, the anti-competitive nature. I think any kind of mitigation or trades, 2-for-1s, 4-for-1s, all they do is they give a preference to the big dog who was in business when those trades came in. That big dog may not be here today, but there are some big dogs, and I think it sets up an unfair kind of situation. I am very sympathetic to people who believed that they banked billboards. I don't believe, I also though believe that when they did so, that there was no guarantee in life or that they would get those billboards again. And a trade implies that there is a cap, not a ban. It implies that there is a cap. And so that's another reason I don't like the concept of trading. The citizens said no. No means no. I don't think it's for me to reinterpret the voters' intent. I didn't happen to be in town on that particular election, was a voter at that moment. I was away for a couple years, and I didn't get to vote. But there was a vote, and it won by a very significant margin to have no more billboards, and I think it was pretty clearly stated. And I heard the message certainly loud and clear. So I don't think this issue is about legal sidestepping. I think legal, taking these big policy questions through a legal process, while it's informative, and of course it has to determine right, wrong, or indifferent, we need that guidance, but this is a policy decision. And I think we get very caught up and conflicted about what the lawyers said, what the Supreme Court said, what the judge said. I'm right back to basics. What did the people say? That is what's important to me. My recommendation at this point, given that if we do nothing, the moratorium will expire and the existing digital billboard ordinance will go into effect, I think it's important that we take some action. My recommendation would be that we close the bank. So that's, and I would recommend that we bring back, the staff bring back some type of ordinance action to do that, so that if after that action's taken, a billboard comes down, it doesn't go into a bank, it's not something that we have to deal with, and it doesn't set up a wrong expectation. And I believe that we should find a way to meet the voters' intent, and I think that we should challenge our staff, challenge our attorneys to do that. I mean, this is a new day. We have a policy decision in front of us. We have a choice about how we want our community to look, and that's where I'm at. I feel that there's been a lot of overcomplication because of 16 years of history, lots of court cases, lots of people saying lots of things. And that's very interesting and important to understand your history. It's important to understand your history, but I would almost like a fresh look going forward. Where do we want our city today? And I will say that if we do not act in good faith with what our citizens requested that the city mothers and fathers do, that I have no doubt that they would be right back here with another petition on a ballot, and we would be right back doing this again. And I don't, you don't have to shout for me to hear you. You can speak quietly as well. I've heard you loud and clear. That's what I'd like to see our board do. I know that I'm oversimplifying things. I know that it's the lawyer's job to understand the nuances, our planning staff to understand the nuances, to try to protect private property rights. And finally, we do have a new age. We do have the internet disrupting business. We do lots of things differently now than we did 20 years ago, when this was passed 16 years ago. We do things differently than we did 50 years ago. Cars have changed. Soon we won't even be driving our own cars. I mean, things change. And I don't think it's the council's role to provide protectionism onto business models that may have moved on. That said, I'm a small business owner. I'm sympathetic to the challenges that all of these business owners have had to navigate in these 16 years. Understand, where are we? What's happening to our business? What's going on in our community? How do we survive? But as sympathetic as I am to it, I think that we just need to listen and listen hard. And I think we need to make a clear policy direction, challenge our staff to find a way. I'm willing, once we hear all the information, to make a motion to that end.
Councilwoman Dewar, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, well, I was just
I'm cutting you
following
off.
my time.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, she didn't start your time.
Oh.
So I apologize. Anyway, let me ask, Councilman Delgado, did you get a copy of, because I think that that's very valid, exactly what
No, I didn't.
the
We did-
voters.
They're looking for it. They
I
did
can
not.
tell you what it says, Carl Hall, City Attorney. So, question number one, it states, the construction of new off-premise advertising display billboards is prohibited, and the City of Reno may not issue permits for their construction. And then shall the above described ordinance be adopted, yes or no? And then there's arguments for passage and arguments against passage. So I can make that part of the record if you'd like.
All right, please do. That'd be great. Actually, at this time,
Can you read that one more time? Sorry.
Certainly.
Can't like to have it in front of me, but
So question number R1, billboard ballot question. The construction of new off-premises advertising displays, billboards, is prohibited, and the City of Reno may not issue permits for their construction. And then shall the above described ordinance be adopted, yes or no?
thank you, Mr. Hall.
And then yes, a yes vote means no more new billboards in the City of Reno. A no vote means that no new billboards will be regulated by the Reno Municipal Code.
No new billboards. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Mr. Hall.
okay. At this time, I'm actually going to call on Councilwoman Jordan. All right, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a question. So the moratorium expires in March. My main questions are around the banking and the implications or the legalities of doing away with the banking and any potential legal actions that may come against the city for that, and possibly unwinding our current billboard ordinances. I mean, how long do we think it would take staff and legal to come back with a very thorough presentation on, all those details so we could, make a fully vetted decision? Could that be done before the March moratorium?
If I could, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Councilman Jordan, this is John Shipman for the record. I direct you to the memo that we included in the packet. So I think what the takeaway from that memo is that if a company has a banked receipt, has a receipt in a bank billboard right now, it would potentially really subject the city to some liability if we were to just, not honor those receipts on a going forward basis, at least at this point. That said, there's, talking to Ms. Hanson, there's probably a variety of different things we can do in and around the bank if council wants to go that way. That may not be very difficult or, maybe difficult depending upon where you want to go, but I'll leave it.
This is Claudia Hanson,
Okay.
Planning Manager.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman.
And so there was no ability. I'm recalling now that there was no ability to really put a monetary amount on those banks because it would just totally depend on the property location, and there's a number of variables. Correct?
That's correct.
And could you clarify the date there?
And just for to clarify the record, the moratorium ends February 1st, not March.
I'm sorry. But to stop the going forward banking is something we could do without recourse.
Yes, we could end that portion of it. And Jonathan and I were just talking about it. I don't think there would be any issues with that, with ending that immediately.
And what?
Ending the bank, being able to bank receipts as they're demoed. We would have to change the ordinance, but we could bring that forward quickly.
Councilwoman, anything else?
And that's it.
That's it. Okay, great, thanks. All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
So, Mr. Shipman, the bank set up during that interim period from 2000 to 2003, has the court spoken on that?
No, and that was, if again, I'd refer you to the memo that we talked about. The case, the Scenic Nevada case that we had was very specific as to the digital billboard ordinance.
Okay.
But again, based upon the record, at least as I perceive it, we'd be very in a difficult position if we were to somehow not honor those permits that have already been issued. So.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see that we should make whole this creation of this bank that was under this framework during this 3-year period. It's not going to it does not honor the voters' will, and that's always been a problem for me. Is I voted in 2000. I walk my dog by here, or I own an apartment building over here, or I have an office over here, and here's a new billboard. How'd this billboard get here? I thought I voted this way. Oh, well, we set up this bank during this period. That's not honoring the voters' will. And so while I am pleased that we're saying, hey, digitals don't have a place, we don't want new billboards, I think we do need to address the problematic issue of the bank, and take our problems that way. It's not like we haven't been fighting this legally for 16 years against Scenic Nevada. If we have to go up against other people who have bank claims, we'll go up against bank claims. I know people who have taken down billboards, and I think there's someone here in this audience who's taken down a billboard. I know Bernie Carter took down a billboard. So to say that they were all banked, no, they weren't. And so I think that as we get more exploring into this bank issue, we'll find out that probably it was a framework that was, while the court hasn't spoken on it and may be problematic, I don't think we should be scared by that. So the one thing I was thinking is, in terms of a motion, and I'm not making one, I'm suggesting of one, because time is of the essence, that council make a statement. We confirm the people's vote in 2000 and the faithful implementation of that. Whether or not, and we confirm that the faithful implementation of that. And we asked the Planning Commission to initiate and send to the council a recommendation for a new ordinance that disallows digitals, closes the bank, and prohibits new billboards, and then we get that back up. I think the Planning Commission is a good place to move this discussion because it has to go down there anyway. But that's not a motion, it's just a suggestion at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Jonathan, while you're up there, is there anything precludes us from extending the moratorium another, if I remember right, we did a moratorium thing that we had to do 6 months or something like that.
No.
So if we extend the moratorium and extend that moratorium to all billboards, not just the digital, but to all billboards until we get this worked out on the bank and stuff, then we can run it back through the Planning Commission and have time to have it thread through the process and come back to us with the intent that we want it to come back to us. So would that be a misstatement of fact? Or?
No. I mean, I think you can do it. I mean, I'd just have the direction be what you want to have done on the record, and then we'll set off the dogs of war and get it done. So.
And then the bank has got 2 different types of billboards in it, if I'm not mistaken. There's the billboards that we forcibly took with the trench that we've got a taking obligation for if we were to close the bank and not let them move those billboards.
I don't know if the permits that we have would go to that detail of a level about. Are there? Okay.
I'd have to look at the settlement agreement, Claudia Hansen for the record. I think there might be 5, but I'd have to pull up the settlement agreement and review it. I don't know it off the top.
Those are the only ones we've got an obligation for taking on. The rest of them were voluntary removals. Correct?
The rest were voluntary removals under the assumption or under the belief that they could in fact relocate them at a later date. So
Well,
there's a state law in 278 that says if you require somebody to take down a billboard, you have to pay them essentially full fair market value, and you can't amortize, and I can get you that as well. So there's,
And that's the ones that are in the trench.
Required to take
Do
down.
we require them
if
to
we
take down?
require them to take down,
Then they're covered by that. But anybody that took them down under the assumption that if I can put them in a bank and use them later for a digital, which a lot of them were probably doing, that assumption is not something we have an obligation to protect.
the difficulty is going to be is that there'll probably be maybe a fraud claim made that what the city did there was kind of a bait and switch and created.
Were any of those banked in after 2000?
Are you just talking about the
Or were
retract ones,
any
or-
of them banked before 2000? Excuse me.
No, we didn't have a banking.
So
nothing was
none of them,
banked
none
until
of them were banked
2003.
before the citizens of Reno said no new billboards. So if they made the assumption that the council into perpetuity was going to override the vote of the people of the city of Reno, then that was an assumption that they made. That I don't think that was a promise that anybody could make, because everything that was going on was tied up in litigation. We can't make promises when we're in litigation. We don't know what the outcome of the litigation is.
And I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I just want factually just want to make sure. 2000, the question 1R1 was passed. 2002, we had the conforming ordinance. 2003, we had the banking ordinance. Once the banking ordinance was passed, then that's where a lot of these billboards came down and were put into the bank. And then 2012, we did the digital ordinance. 2016, we got back the opinion from the court saying that potentially that was those ordinances in 2002 and 2003 were invalid. The opinion is if you would do anything that would effectively eliminate that property right or take that property right away from the billboard companies by either not recognizing the relocation right, you're potentially subjecting yourself to some pretty.
But the 2003 ordinance was one of the ordinances that the Supreme Court ruled on, that ordinance was passed before the 3-year term.
It did, but it didn't put, it also said that the ordinance that was passed in 2012 reenacted the 2002 and the 2003 ordinances.
Okay, so the banking after 2012 is the only ones that are valid?
It reaffirmed, it cured the constitutional defects with the 2002, 2003 ordinances as we stand today.
If the 2003 ordinance was constitutionally defective, then it wasn't in effect. So the 2012 ordinance is the one that we're dealing with, because the 2003 ordinance didn't exist. It was constitutionally defective. It wasn't until we passed the ordinance in 2012 that we had an ordinance that the court said was a legal ordinance. So from 2012 on, anyone that was banked, then we've got an obligation to honor their bank.
And the court said that the 2012 ordinance reenacted, and validated the 2002 and 2003.
How do you go back and enact something back 9 years before?
If you're the Supreme Court, you can to do a lot of things.
If you got,
right. And that was to Mr. Ray's credit. That's the point he's bringing up, is that how do you have these two things that seem to be incompatible? And the court is saying, well, our holding is a very narrow holding. Our holding is just that what they did in 2012 is fine because it reenacted all this sort of stuff. You're asking the next question, well, what does that mean in the interim? My answer is essentially, well, they've cured it. We issued permits. Signs were taken down. People spent money. If we were to go back and take away those permits at this point in time, we're potentially in violation of, taking somebody's property right without giving them, just compensation. So I'm not saying that that's the way the court would rule on it. I'm just saying that that's, you're talking substantial liability if you were to do that and go down that path, and you just need to be aware of that.
Chipman, could you possibly go to the court and ask them whether you could or you couldn't get rid of the bank?
That would, like some sort of, we'd have to look at that. I don't know how that would.
Can we ask the Supreme Court for a clarification of their decision?
It wouldn't, well, no, not at this point. I don't think there's a mechanism for that. I mean, we could potentially file some sort of declaratory relief action and name basically all the parties and relitigate, what is the effect of the 2002, 2003 ordinances in light of the 2016 opinion. That wouldn't go to the Supreme Court, that would go to a district court. And then you would have all the same arguments, and then it would be back at the Supreme Court. Procedurally, I'd have to think that through, because that's just off the top of my head. I don't know how we'd get into court in that. I mean, if somebody were to sue us, we could potentially be in court tomorrow.
So, to go along with Ms. Councilwoman Breckis's idea, my thought would be that we direct staff to close the bank and not accept any more signs into the bank, and that we work through this issue of what happens with the signs that are in the bank, which ones we have a liability for. But in order to allow time for that, we extend the moratorium on and extend it to all billboards until such time, I think we've got a 1-year extension we can put on it, and I think that we need to do that to give staff the opportunity to resolve these issues that we have outstanding in order for us to move forward and enact the vote of the people.
Second. All right.
If I might.
Before we move on, hold on one second. Councilwoman Dewar, 1 second, okay?
Objecting.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Bill Thomas.
Well, I was going to try to assist in terms of maybe getting this off center, because I hear I don't see any consensus amongst the council exactly how to resolve this right now. But certainly that was before the motion was made. If there's a motion and a second, then that would clearly be, I guess, the preemptive thing. My suggestion was going to be this, based on the conversation I heard, is that this ordinance, which is very complex, took a lot of time, a lot of effort to get where it's at, started with a previous council, not this council, making a determination on what that wording that was up here meant. If the council's interpretation of what the wording meant on the ballot initiative changes, then that's a pivotal point at which to start to look at the ordinance. And I think if there's not consensus about using the ordinance as it exists, I think the wise thing would be to be specific in terms of the information that is presented back to the council prior to the expiration of the moratorium, for you to decide whether you have enough information to decide what exactly you want in an ordinance, or how much time you think you're going to need to reach that conclusion, and then we would extend or bring to you a ordinance extending the moratorium. I don't get the sense today that there's a clear path in terms of action here. I think there's a lot more questions than there are probably answers in terms of the banking, in terms of what does new billboards mean, in terms of the litigation risks or the exposure to the city. But it doesn't sound like there's consensus amongst the council to simply stay on the course we're on right now, which would be for the moratorium to expire and the ordinance to go into effect.
And there's no question in my mind that this question 1 clearly said, the city of Reno may not issue permits for their construction. If we can't issue permits, they can't build them. And that's pure and simple language. It's pretty easy even for a mechanic to understand. And so there's no question in my mind what this question means. And the question about whether they can get a permit to go in and modify an existing billboard or something like that may be something that we might have discussion about. But if there isn't a billboard there today, there's not going to be a billboard there tomorrow or the next day or the next day until this vote of the people is overturned.
All right.
And regardless of what that location is.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. I would be very supportive of extending that moratorium, is that your motion, Councilmember McKenzie? All right, and then you're seconding, Councilwoman Dewar?
I am.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. I'll
I have-
discuss.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead,
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman.
can I get clarification on what the motion was again?
Yeah.
To extend the moratorium. Can she hear us? And to bring the ordinance back, the resolution to extend the moratorium.
I think
And-
there was also something there
Got
about
it.
not allowing any more.
All right?
And to close the
Did you
bank.
hear that?
Close the bank.
So if,
And close the bank. Okay, thank you.
and I'm just looking for clarification also. So the resolution that extends the moratorium, or maybe it's a new ordinance resolution, closes the bank, extends the moratorium for a year, and at that time that comes forward to us, which has to be our first 2 meetings in January, I would presume, we give additional direction on how to move forward on this, because it does need to get down to the Planning Commission. I think we've got a lot on our plate. I think there's, I'd like to see the Planning Commission get into the details of it. That's the process. But, obviously the sticky issue of the bank is going to be one. And maybe at that point in January, both Mr. Shipman and Mr. Ray can kind of brief it to us to understand where we're at. And those who have an interest in the bank, can maybe brief the issue, listen to the issue that we're talking about on the bank and help us, clarify that issue. Because we have to drill down on that issue, I think, to send it down to the Planning Commission. So that's kind of what my understanding of the motion is, and also a little elaboration of what, maybe January would look like on this topic. I don't know that I'm asking you to amend your motion. I'm just kind of,
Clarifying.
yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you very much. So, is this still valid?
I just wanted to say, when it does come back, just some things to think about, inventory cities, which ban or don't allow new billboards, what do their ordinances look like? It's just a natural thing you guys would do to work with the Planning Commission. Look at what the county adopted, if they've already adopted something that begins a platform. These are just all things we'd naturally look at.
All right. All right, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to remind council, we still have quite a few items on this agenda. Each council member gets 5 minutes. That's it.
Can we take a break till 4 p.m.?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Well, yeah, go right ahead, 4 o'clock.
Come on, Mayor, drive this thing. Get it done.
Hello? Okay. All right, it's on. Pack 512. 512. Oh, sorry. 512. make sure we get Lee Gibson out of here. So we are. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. For the record, Tillery Williams, Management Analyst. At the City Council meeting that took place on January 14th, 2015, the Reno Police Department made a presentation to the City Council, which included a 10-year historical overview of all pedestrian-related crashes that had occurred within the city, as well as the contributing factors of those crashes. In response to the data presented, which also included many high-profile pedestrian-related deaths, the Reno City Council created a pedestrian safety initiative seeking to prevent future loss of life and injury. The City Council gave direction to the city manager to implement several immediate safety improvements and to develop a strategic action plan to be implemented at the department level. What you have before you is a pedestrian safety action plan for your consideration of approval. This plan was developed based on information obtained from well-trained and experienced staff. Staff has also created a brief PowerPoint presentation to cover a few key points of the plan. So as you look at the slide that's up there right now, that's 2016 fatal crash data. From the beginning of January until about mid-November, City of Reno had about 22 total fatal crashes. Of those 22, 11 were pedestrian fatalities, 11 did not involve a pedestrian, and 14 involved intoxicants by either the driver or pedestrian. This led to 24 total deaths. 2 of those crashes involved multiple fatalities. Out of the 11 total pedestrian fatalities, 6 involved alcohol and or drug impairment on the part of the pedestrian. One not yet determined if pedestrian was impaired. 1 involved driver intoxication. 5 were in a crosswalk at the time they were struck, and 6 were crossing mid-block outside of a crosswalk or standing in a roadway. In response to these current numbers and previous pedestrian-related crash activity, you have before you a draft pedestrian safety plan. Many regional agencies have made pedestrian safety a priority, focusing on specific areas such as education, enforcement, engineering, and policy. This action plan compiles efforts already underway, as well as identifies future actions that can be taken internally to enhance pedestrian safety and serve as a regional model. The main focus of this plan is to guide City of Reno staff. As staff prioritizes its budgets and projects in the coming years and collaborates with regional partners, pedestrian safety should be seen as a top priority throughout the city and the region. Addressing this issue internally with the city's personnel and financial resources will pave the way for the city to set a framework that will influence and provide a model for the entire Northern Nevada geographic region. In the audience with us today, we have representatives from RTC Washoe and the Nevada Department of Transportation here to show support. Also, it was brought to my attention late last evening that there were a few changes to state law that needed to be updated in the appendix section of the plan. Staff will work with NDOT/0 fatalities accordingly to implement those changes. When we look at statistics, we see numbers first. To see the number of pedestrian-related deaths more than double from 2009 to 2015 on Nevada's roads lets us know that pedestrian safety has been and remains to be high risk. But taking it a step further, when you see these numbers, you have to understand that these numbers represent human lives lost. Someone's spouse, mother, father, child, sibling, or best friend. So what action can we take to show our awareness of the issue and commitment to addressing these tragedies? Well, we can start with adopting a 0 fatalities mentality. and approach. As the slogan says, zero fatalities, a goal we can all live with. And I don't think that there is one person sitting in this room today who would not favor such an outcome. Each of our local agencies have the authority to independently implement a number of pedestrian safety initiatives. These actions include making organizational improvements and modifying services and fatalities. Even with limited resources, we can individually take a number of actions to improve pedestrian safety and access. While this specific plan serves as a guide for City of Reno's staff to use first and foremost, it is also important for each of our respective governments and agencies to coordinate with each other's planning, highway, public safety, and public works departments on pedestrian-related issues. The pooling of resources helps to overcome limitations that we may face trying to tackle pedestrian safety-related problems on our own. So as communities tackle the various reasons for increased safety risk, the areas of attention can be categorized into 4 groupings. The prioritization of public safety enforcement resources and operations, public awareness education focused on pedestrian safety by different street users, most significantly motorists and pedestrians, the safe engineering of different geographical locations and the street networks that serve those areas, and finally, strategic and data-driven policymaking. The following plan is broken down by those 4 categories I just mentioned, as well as, and I will go into more detail regarding each category in the following slides. The Reno Police Department continually evaluates enforcement activities which may reduce the likelihood of future incidences. And as you can see there, these were a few of the actions taken out of the draft plan to show what the Reno Police Department had come up with in as far as combating this issue. So some of the things there listed: develop data-driven citywide enforcement strategy, increase personnel in the RPD traffic division, modify traffic enforcement plans to increase focus on pedestrian safety. These are just some of the things that we have identified at this moment. To increase enforcement, the RPD is also committed to utilizing grant funds to run very specific and targeted enforcement operations. Those operations include pedestrian operations, DUI operations, and distracted driving operations. An education campaign can help inform and reinforce the skills needed to be safe pedestrians and bicyclists. Therefore, the Reno Police Department, along with many of our regional partners, has developed, designed, and continues to refine the pedestrian safety campaign to improve the level of pedestrian knowledge for all road users. The City of Reno, with our partners, has developed a pedestrian safety campaign. In April 2015, the city collaborated with the City of Sparks, NDOT, RTC, Zero Fatalities, and Washoe County to launch the Look Up and Look Out pedestrian safety campaign. This regional campaign focuses on educating the public about being safe pedestrians and drivers. An infograph and safety tips were placed on the city's online blog, which highlighted important facts about pedestrian safety in our region. And there were also 2 public service announcements that were created to remind both pedestrians and drivers to look up and look out for each other, and that there is no text, tweet, or call that is worth a life. And you can use those links there to look up those PSAs. And here are just some of the language taken out of the draft plan as far as actions that can be taken from an educational standpoint. One of the biggest things that the police department does is they go into our local schools and they conduct targeted outreach, educating students about protecting themselves as safe pedestrians and working with their families for safer school zones. So as you can read through that list there, you can see some of the educational components that we work on currently in the city. Engineering. The City of Reno's Traffic Engineering Division staff has implemented various improvements in an ongoing effort to increase pedestrian safety throughout the city. Safety enhancements include installation of pedestrian flasher systems and street lighting at high-risk crosswalk locations. We have approximately 30 locations throughout Reno where pedestrian flashers are currently present or are currently being installed. There are approximately 20 streets that currently have or will soon host speed radar units, and other tools we use to mitigate pedestrian safety concerns include striping, signage, signal phasing, and traffic calming devices. There's also an ongoing effort to work with RPD and other local agencies to promote and enhance pedestrian safety throughout the region. We also have John Flansburgh here today to assist with asking any questions you all may have later in the discussion. And John is the city's Public Works Director. Here's some of the action items taken directly from the draft plan that I am presenting here today. And as you read through those, you can see that it's a lot of information that is focused on engineering. One of them, especially during this time of the year that we really have to be cognizant of, is the street lighting, because it gets darker earlier, and unfortunately, around October or so is when we start seeing pedestrian fatalities and crashes increase. And the last thing that I want to cover today is policy. Better policies and plans can be crafted with input from appropriate staff as well as regional partners moving forward. To consistently enhance pedestrian safety in the region, all regional partners are encouraged to regularly review existing plans, regulations, and policies while evaluating pedestrian-related crash data. Well, I really know we do that because I have all of the traffic people here today, and they just keep talking to each other. Everywhere I look, they're pulling each other over and talking to each other. So I know that that's going on. At this point in time, I would like to welcome our Police Chief, Jason Soto, to the podium to provide a few closing remarks.
Thank you, Tillery. Reno Police Chief Jason Soto. I really do want to thank him for all his work he's put into this. And I wanted to bring a little bit of discussion, and I'm sure that everybody sitting up there is already aware because we've really been pushing this out to our community. But there's a couple areas that we've really been focusing on as the Reno Police Department. We have done our part on the enforcement. We have strengthened our traffic division to include our DUI unit. If you look at a lot of these fatalities that we've had this year, many of them have one thing in common, and that's drugs or alcohol. So we're asking drivers to drive responsibly, and we're asking pedestrians to be a lot more safe and paying attention when they're out on the roadways. There are so many distractions today when you're either driving a vehicle or as a pedestrian. So we're really trying to get the information, the educational piece out to our community. We've had a campaign here at the City of Reno for the last 2 weeks, and we think that in order for this to be successful, you certainly have myself here, our department, RTC, and all of our partners that have been working on this, but we really need this to be a community effort. So this is more of me reaching out to our community, asking parents to talk to their children about the dangers of texting and driving, putting those cell phones away until you get to where you're going. And then, of course, if you're driving a vehicle, make sure that you make a responsible decision to not drive if you're going to be drinking. There's so many different means of transportation nowadays, whether it be friends, taxi, Uber, whatever it might be. The awareness piece in our community is what you're really going to see us pushing to improve our statistics when it comes to fatalities, because the number that we have to date is just simply too high, unacceptable.
So is intoxicated drivers number one and then distracted texting number two?
For fatalities, yes, under the influence of either drugs or alcohol.
I just noticed on here there wasn't texting or distracted driving in this
No, but what we're
first
getting,
one, right?
correct.
The percentages.
Yes, so
But look at how many people are hit in a crosswalk. That's unbelievable.
yeah, so that's part of the education piece too, where we're asking not only the drivers to be more aware, and you can slow down. It's a busy time of year. It's the holiday season, so there's a lot more cars and people out on the roadways. But we're also asking our pedestrians to pay attention when they're crossing in a crosswalk. Make sure that that traffic's stopped before they walk out into the middle of the street. Get eye contact with the drivers. And just be really careful and real cognizant. I know that when we were all growing up, it's a little, I'm a little bit of an older generation now, but that was pretty common practice, was teaching our children how to be safe on the roadways.
You're so old.
And every day.
Yeah.
But teaching
I
our kids.
just had to do it.
Teaching our kids how to be safe on the roadways and how to cross the street, and we really want to get back to some of that. That's part of what Tillery was saying, getting back into our schools, having conversations with these children about how to be safe pedestrians, because many of these kids do walk home and they do cross the street in all of your wards. So it's really important for us to have a concentrated effort on the education piece. We'll continue on the enforcement side. I know that John Flansburgh is always looking at engineering opportunities. We certainly provide them with the data for the locations that have higher crash.
What's
accidents.
interesting, and I'm cognizant because we are always talking about this, but the other night I had 3 separate incidences of people in crosswalks completely in dark clothing, all
Oh,
3
yeah.
of them.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, you could barely see them. So I could easily see how that can be a huge problem. I will say this, I think this is a conversation that I know I want to, and I know Councilwoman Jardin wants to, this whole council does, to really, really dive into this. And unfortunately, I think today is probably not the time to do it, but I think it'd be good to have a separate sort of workshop. I mean, I hate to call it a workshop, but I think this is something that really needs a lot more time to go through and pick it apart, because I think now more than ever, we talk about it, and I think we did fairly well in 2015, but 2016 has absolutely been a disaster, and I know that it's something that's important to you and not where you want to go. And I also think really having the partnership with Zero Fatalities, making sure that that's completely locked in, and I know that they've been a great partner and have been reaching out. Certainly RTC this is a huge initiative for you as well, and NDOT. So we all have to come together, and we really need to make sure that 2017, that one is too many. So I would like to bring it back and have just a separate meeting on this, because there are certain areas too in town that are so dark, and I feel like it's the city's responsibility to make sure that those are lit. And then the other thing is, whose responsibility is it for the flashers, right? Is that the cities? Is that RTCs? Is that NDOT's? I mean, I got to tell you, even over here where the bridge, have you noticed that?
Oh, yes.
And even though there's a lot of lighting over there, but there's a lot of pedestrians over there by the bridge. And even still at Midtown, I see it every single day. And I know we're getting ready to tear up the street, and I keep hearing that, but boy, I think we would feel terrible if someone died there. So anyway, I appreciate you've done a tremendous job, and I keep hearing it in the community, how your work is really resonating. So thank you. All right, quick questions, because we're going to move on to the next item, but I'm going to start with Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the education piece, I got an education from some of your officers about the education piece, and I actually rode along with one of your officers one night that was involved in the 2015 education campaign that we put on. And at that time, I think we had 6 officers committed to that in 2015. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And so how many guys have we got in traffic now?
I'm going to say, Councilman McKenzie, without giving you an exact number, we have 3 in our DUI unit. I want to say we have 8 motor, and then we have our traffic AI guys and gals, and I believe we have 3 or 4 of them. So you're looking at 16, 17, and it's about half of what it was at our peak when our traffic division was at its
So how
all-time
many
high.
miles of roadway are those guys committed to patrol?
110 square miles.
Okay, and that's not the linear miles of roads they've got, that's the square
No,
miles.
that's just the square mileage.
So
all
I
in
think that
between.
if we truly, as a council, if we truly have an interest in helping the police department advance this is something we need to look at very seriously when it comes time for budget, is looking at manpower for the PD to in order for them to staff up that traffic division to a higher level, because the miles that they've got to cover, and we've got some specific areas that are worse than others, but it happens anywhere. And To have to do these campaigns on overtime is not appropriate. We should have officers that are dedicated to this type of thing all the time, that they're always out watching for the pedestrian. And maybe once in a while we run the little stings, crosswalk stings and stuff, so we can do some education and enforcement on them. But we need more officers out there actively involved in traffic monitoring, especially the DUI group. It'd probably save a lot of lives if we had more officers working at DUI.
Thank you. It has been challenging. The scatter of accidents is not what we've seen in years past, where it's all isolated in one area. It has been dotted across the city. So to further expand upon what you're saying, yeah, it's very difficult to predict, but we're doing the best we can with our data collection. And we are looking for grants to address some of these issues.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Beckus.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been so shaken up about this year, and this has been such an issue for me for so many years. And I'm glad to see the plan took form in the enforcement piece, the engineering, and the education, because that's conceptually an easy one for me. I concur with the mayor that I think we should have follow-up. I'd like to have follow-up maybe in January, even if our agendas are going to be packed. I think that
Do a separate day.
Well, maybe just, I don't know.
Or just something that we can really dedicate some time to this.
I agree. I mean, I think it's really going to be, it raises the questions about our retreat, because we were going to have a retreat that kept getting canceled. And if it is going to be one of our top issues, I think we need an annual work program on this with metrics. Maybe the metric is, an enforcement. How many people are calling for speeding enforcement requests? If we know it's 60 a month and we can top that down to 20, that's a metric of progress. Maybe someone needs to be talking to Nevada Energy this year and say, where are we at with our street lighting franchise and how that process works? Are we getting on to the Regional Transportation Improvement Plan, complete streets for these urban streets that are really big problem for us? So I would be supportive of a workshop on this, but I really like to see it get going in January, or devoted at a council meeting to take the plan with annual metrics and also include the regional one that we adopted also a couple years ago. It I think is referenced in there. We've already adopted another one, and so we need to combine the two work programs as far as I see it. Thank you.
All right, great. Councilwoman Jordan, you still there?
I am still here, Madam Mayor, and thank you. And I, too, concur with setting up a separate meeting. I would suggest a day separate than a council meeting, and maybe something that starts about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the reason for that is I know our Youth City Council has been working on some initiatives to help address the educational piece of this as well. I mean, changing the minds of the younger generation to, it's almost like smoking. It used to be cool, and now it's the most disgusting thing ever. How do we get to that young group to change their perceptions about what is and isn't acceptable with regards to particularly distracted driving or cell phone use when crossing the street? So, and I would like an opportunity for city staff along with NDOT and RTC to be able to coordinate and come back with to identify, the crash locations over the last 5 years, and maybe come back with some suggested improvements or ideas collectively to bring to us at that meeting as to what improvements may be possible and by which jurisdiction and how. But to include the Youth City Council, I think, is important.
I think that's an excellent point. Okay, great. Anything else? Councilwoman?
Nope.
Okay, great. I do want to recognize Rudy Malfavone. I see you over there. You were very instrumental. We've come a long way. Isn't he here somewhere? No, I thought he was. I thought I saw him earlier. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. Anyway, I just want to recognize him because without him, we never would have received the light up there by the Bonanza. But I do want to, I want to point that out, that I think we've come a long way, but I know none of this is acceptable to any of us. So let's move forward and make sure that we dedicate enough time to this, because it's that important. So.
We do have a couple of people here that showed up earlier in the day at like noon, so I would like to give them the opportunity to say a few words if at
All
all
right,
possible.
that's totally fine. Usually I don't want to come up and say a few words, so come on up. Everyone always says, I don't want to get up at the dais. I don't want to do it. So,
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Lee Gibson, RTC, I just want to, I think you're going to see Chief Soto and I together more in the future
Great.
on the public outreach and education awareness piece, because I think we had the opportunity to talk in the lobby, and I think there's a lot of good ideas we can capitalize on and move forward, because really, I think you're correct, getting to people, educating them, making them aware, and changing behavior and attitudes really is the way to do things quickly. So I think you'll be seeing the two of us together more.
okay, good.
Thank
I like it. I like it. Sounds good.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ken Mammon, Chief Traffic Safety Engineer for NDOT. I oversee the Zero Fatalities Program, and I can guarantee you our support, and we're in support of their plan.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. You guys do tremendous work. And so we really look forward to it. Great job you guys do.
And I'm looking forward to the workshop, too.
Good, awesome. We love it. All right. Anything else?
That's it.
You're not going to dance for us?
I
Come
might
on, I
sing a
saw you
little bit.
dancing in the elevator. Don't lie.
I was
He's
psyching
laughing.
I was psyching myself up.
All right. All right, thank you very, very much. I don't think we have to take any action on that, right? Okay, so we're going to move right along. I really don't want to do the CAFR right now. We still have a lot on this agenda. So I apologize, we're still trying to play catch up from last meeting, so. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Park Lane, hockey, and then the CAFR. Okay? Does that sound good? Okay. Just bear with me, come on. Okay, item J4. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Kelly Ray would like to speak on this item. Additionally, Allison Wong signed in earlier. However, I do not see her here, so we're just going to go with Kelly Ray for right now. And then.
Perfect. And then what? Of course. The only thing is after that, just make sure you give her a public comment card.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good to have you be here tonight. City Assistant Manager Bill Thomas, council people here tonight. I want to thank you for having us here tonight. I just kind of wanted to lead this off and thank you for having us here. It's obviously a very important issue in the transparency and open meeting law. Have no problem with that. I do want to make one comment. I had my first 10 o'clock meeting this morning where I got to be here to listen to all the citizens of Reno speak. Haven't done that. Shame on me.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Shame on me. I will do it more often. I learned
We
a great.
invite you every time.
I have it on my calendar. It's a consistent thing on my calendar, and I did learn a lot. I learned a lot about not just about what we're doing, but about what this community is doing. And I promise you, we will be more active in that. One thing jumped out at me, and that I know that fellow developer Kelly Ray is here, and she had some comments that she made, and it bothered me. And so I took the initiative and made a call to her, and we had a meeting here in the lobby. It was a very good meeting. We're a fraternity, we're a sorority, whatever we are, of developers in this community for infill, for the good of Reno, And I think that I understand her concerns, and she characterizes Reno Land as a big developer, which I did try to explain to her that I love police and fire and all this. My father was a police chief in a little town of 30,000 of Joplin, Missouri. And my first job, when I finally made about $2,000, was to buy a one house and remodel it. And then it turned into 2 houses. And then it turned into 3 houses. And then it went back to 0 houses through these wonderful economic times that my partner, Tom Urso, who's here, has had. Sewer fees, things like that, they're a high priority with the development community. Infill, affordable housing, the size of homes, it's all very important. And what we're talking about with Park Lane may be on a different platter of what she has expressed as her concern, but I understand her concern. I've had these conversations with staff that a 500 square foot home, apartment, affordable home should not be have the same sewer fee, just to use the sewer since it's a hot topic, $5,300 as a 5,000 square foot home. Fixture count, this. So I reached out to her and sat down. I think we had a really good conversation. I think that we can work together because I think this is something on the council, staff, planning commission's agenda. I don't think that it's, I don't think that it's working as fast as she would want. But I told her I'd sit down with her next week. We would have these conversations. We will look at the policies that she's put together. And, you know, we're one community. We believe in this community. We're both infill developers now. And I want to do that. So I just wanted to say that because I think I have been a little absent in everything that we've been doing to not engage with some of the local smaller developers. And I absolutely support what she's doing. So we're here tonight to answer any of your questions. Here to get this ratified, and we appreciate all your support as normal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and I commend you for reaching out. I think more people would be much better off if we did that. And I also think that the issue that Kelly Ray has is something that I think this council has an appetite to make sure that it works for all development so that we can help you do the projects that you want to do in the city. It's not directed at just one particular developer. We just heard a presentation yesterday. I don't know if you had heard it. It was regarding the master plan and looking at the infrastructure and those things working with developers. You probably saw that presentation, and I think it really resonates. So I think that's our job to help you continue to get to where you need to be. So anyway, I think you're up next.
Kelly Ray, followed by Allison Wong.
Kelly Ray, Hebrew Homes. As I stated earlier this morning, thanks, Chip. Thank you very much. As I stated earlier this morning, Council, Madam Mayor, as I stated earlier this morning, I support incentives for all urban infill developers who make a concerted effort to reduce blight and create affordable housing in the urban core of Reno. I've been doing it for 18 years. More than 6 months ago, Haybury Homes was asked to provide a specific plan for sewer connection fee reductions for urban infill developers, not just us, but all infill developers. We complied, and on June 23rd, presented to Mr. Flansburgh a plan that we thought was good and one city staff could work with. I was very encouraged on July 15th when Mr. Flansburgh wrote to me, and I quote, "I look forward to working with you on this topic as it is important to me that we get it right and the changes are equitable, fair, and defensible against challenges from all developers." I had hope at that point. As of this date, December 14th, there has been no movement in reducing sewer connection fees for infill developers. I stand here today and this morning completely envious, completely jealous of that Park Lane Associates received such a nice incentive from the city. I truly am. I mean, I wish it was us. Haybury Homes, however, I want to be part of the solution and not the problem. Haybury Homes continues to finish projects in this town that reduce blight and really offer nice places for people to live at a pretty good rental rate. We look forward to doing many more projects in the urban core. About no further than 1.5 miles from where I'm standing right now has been all of our projects, over 200 of them. And I can only hope our request for all infill developers comes to fruition in the future. Thank you very much.
All right,
Any
thank you very
questions?
much.
No questions.
Allison Wong?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Allison Wong, and I'm here to comment on the infrastructure improvement agreement with Park Lane Associates that you'll be voting on today. I would like to commend you for working with the developer to encourage the development of this long vacant parcel. As you know, sewer fees can sometimes be a problem and hinder development, so I'm glad to see this agreement put in place. However, I feel you need to make policy changes so that these decisions don't have to be requested by individual developers, and these decisions don't have to be made on a case-by-case basis. Policy change needs to happen and needs to happen quickly. I spoke to a few of you several months ago about creating a graduated fee schedule to lower fees at the urban core, to encourage development, and a fee schedule that considers the size of the home rather than flat rate fees regardless of size or location. I understand that policy change takes time, but I and many other people have asked many times for the council to consider changes to the current sewer fee structure. You have set priorities to create a thriving downtown and vibrant neighborhoods and have recently focused on reduction of blight. I'm not suggesting that the city of Reno should subsidize development, but one good way to encourage development would be to put in place a structure for sewer connection fees that encourages great projects to get out of the ground, especially smaller infill projects that really help with reducing blight and changing neighborhoods. I personally have seen projects stopped before they really even get started once the owners learn what the upfront fees would be. Please consider making these necessary policy changes happen and happen soon so that your vision and priorities for the city can be put into action. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Great.
brief comment.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, I just want, while you were here, Allison, because you're not here that often, I wanted to make sure that you know that I did request what we call a council-initiated item, an L item, on this point. It was to be heard our first meeting in December, but our mayor was not here, and I wanted her to be part of the conversation. And we knew this was going to be a packed agenda, so we moved it to early January. I think it's on the January 11th. And we should vote on how we want to move forward with a policy so that this isn't a unique occurrence, but part of a larger framework. You know, the proposal that we're discussing here today on Park Lane. And it was specifically done because we're very aware of Haberay's situation, the Marmot situation, a lot of people that are involved in infill development. And I think you just kind of hit it on the head. If we want infill, if we want closer, it should be less. If we want out, it's going to be more. We want smaller, it's going to be less. We want bigger, it's going to be more. And so I just want to say, coming attraction, we wanted to give it the amount of time it deserves. So I encourage you to participate in that conversation. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will say, Allison, you're one of the most talented developers I've ever met. And so I want you to sit down directly with Mr. Flansburgh, and you and I have had some really in-depth conversations about how we can help. And so your feedback will be super critical. But I think one-on-one and really going through how we can do that. One of the things you talked about was amortization. And so I think those are all extremely valid. So we look forward to seeing you. I'm going to send it to Mr. Bill Thomas.
Madam Mayor, council members, I think it's pretty clear to staff that many of the council, if not all of you, have indicated to us your interest in looking at sewer fees. And that is a work effort that we are working on. Part of what I've heard in this conversation, and I just wanted to address it, is that somehow the scale of this project relates to the speed at which the request was made and how quickly we got to it. The difference here is not really how much is being asked for, but what the consequence of what's being asked for. In the case of Park Lane, it was a very specific, project-specific request that was fairly easy to analyze. When we're talking about changing the fees for everybody, it becomes much more complex. Even though it may seem like a small issue, it becomes much more complex. So I just wanted to stress that the staff is not ignoring or avoiding the question about how do we adjust fees for smaller homes. We're simply telling you that that question is a lot more complex than it appears, and we will be moving forward. Obviously, the council wants us to move that up. We will move that up as quickly as we can to get back to you with an answer, but I did want to make sure that it was clear that we've heard you in the past. We hear you again tonight, that you want us to take a look at that issue, and we are doing that.
Right. Madam Clerk, do you have any more public comment?
Madam Mayor, Eddie Lorton would like to speak after the staff presentation.
Okay, great.
Additionally, we did receive online public comment from Jill Stewart and Brianna Bollatini in support of this item. Leslie Skinner stated she was not sure, and with that, I have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. The other thing too is that I will say, this council cares greatly. And I think, we've been accused of not being transparent, being crooks and things like that. And yesterday you saw very clearly on a presentation that we have spent a lot of money on people that are incredibly well-versed, and thousands of dollars on this Reimagine Reno master plan and what we're trying to accomplish. And one of them was putting in infrastructure. And the other thing I really want to point out, because I think this project is so important, because it's been blight for so long, I think, 20 years, something to that effect, all the jobs that it will create, that we feel strongly that this is something economically that really matters in our city. And I do think every project is different, because from what we saw in the presentation that Mr. Flansburgh showed us, the difficulty in that infrastructure and the challenges that it creates. And so I do want to just voice that opinion and concern, because I have seen a lot of reports out there that I think are quite frankly unfair to this council. So, we're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, or, we're trying to be extremely transparent. I think this is a project that will be a game changer for our city, and will create lots of jobs and a great quality of life. So I did want to address that, because I've seen a lot of negative publicity on this. And quite frankly, I wanted to clarify that for my council, because I believe that every single one of them up here cares. We may not always agree. We may have definitely a difference of opinion, but I know they care about the city. And so when we're accused of certain things like that, it hurts my feelings. So anyway, okay, Mr. Lorton, you can speak after we have our presentation. Sound good? Yes, after staff. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to send up the city attorney, Carl Hall, or Mr. Flansburgh, or Susan? We'll take anyone we can get.
We'll say good afternoon still.
All right, good afternoon.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. Before you is the agreement with the discussion that we had at the last meeting. We had, as you recall, there was discussion about the pay factor, doing a 60-40 split on the payment, so that the incentive of the $3.5 million would be spread
Mr.
through
Flansburgh,
the
I'm so
development.
sorry. I am so sorry. You know what? I've got to disclose. I apologize. Before you have any presentation, I've got to do that. And I'm going to ask the rest of the council if they want to make any disclosures. Starting with Councilmember McKenzie. I'm so sorry. Starting with Councilmember McKenzie. Would you like to make a disclosure, sir?
Yeah, and I haven't got it here.
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Councilwoman Dewar, go right ahead.
I have quite some time ago met with that proponent of this project.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferrazza. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. To perform the duties for which the public officer was elected or appointed and to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has properly disclosed the potential conflict. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. All right, any other disclosures? None?
So,
Go ahead,
Madam-
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fellow city council members, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing that I am the Secretary Treasurer of the Building Construction Trades Council, a council of 18 affiliated labor unions and advocates for labor, lobbies for workers' rights. I'm also a member of the Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3. It's come to my attention that Q&D Construction may be the contractor on this project, and Q&D Construction is signatory with several of my affiliated unions, as well as the Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3. I have consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by my significant pecuniary interest, and because of this is a clear, excuse me, I got the wrong one here. In light, I believe, the fact that I'm Secretary Treasurer of the Building Construction Trade Council and a member of International Union Operating Engineers Local 3 will not impair my ability to impartially review or render a decision upon this particular agenda item. And a reasonable person in a similar situation would not be required to refrain from participating or voting on this item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The agreement before you today is basically a recognition that the developer, in moving the existing storm drain and sewer lines that are in excess of 50 years to a new alignment and building them brand new and dedicating those back to the city once those are completed, recognizing that the value of that work is in excess of $3.5 million, which is what this agreement contemplates as an offset, recognizing that the developer will still be paying all of their connection fees, but that the council, through this agreement, is recognizing that up to $3.5 million will be satisfied through the improvements that the developer will be making to the existing storm drain and sewer line within the development. Again, per the conversation that we had at the last council meeting, there were some items that were asked to be included. Those have been included in this agreement. Councilmember Breckus had asked for a 5-year horizon, and that's been included in there. We had the discussion on the split payment, 60%, 40% through the completion of the connection fees to ensure that the incentive to the developer would not receive the full incentive until all of the development was built, so that we have that protection. And again, I would remind the council that the developer will be doing all of this work up front with their own funds and at their own risk, and we will receive a system that will be at least as good, and I would say we'll have more capacity in the storm drain for sure than what we currently have today. So those are the items I want to bring forward. If you have any questions, be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Before we take any questions, public comment, I believe Mr. Lorden, you wanted to speak.
For the record, my name's Eddie Lorton, and I have no financial interest in this project at all, and everybody that spoke here today does. From Mr. DeAndrea, Q&D will be doing the job, and across the street, Mr. Kazaz owns the mall across the street. So where I have a problem with this is the fact that it wasn't transparent to begin with, and maybe it slipped through accidentally, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad they had another hearing here today. But I would like it to be noticed properly so the public can have their chance to be here, because there was another thing. It's a double-edged sword here on how the funding's different and shouldn't be authorized to the $3.5 million credit. They act like it's not money, but a $3.5 million credit is money. So you have somebody on this council with more experience than anybody in cases like this and one Supreme Court case decision with Mr. McKenzie. So therefore, I think you should honor what he knows about the law regarding this situation in case we're ripping out 20 years of left life on this infrastructure. We're just going to take it out, supplement the developer, because what ends up occurring here, I have the utmost respect for Mr. Hall and Mr. Flansburgh. But what happens sometimes upstairs, these deals get done, staff gets lobbied, it's handed to them on one big package deal, and it goes from there. So I don't think it should happen that way either, and everybody's on board. But right now, I don't think public funds should be spent on subsidizing a developer. He seemed really reasonable. I think it should be developed, and it's been a long time coming. It's a beautiful project that we'll have, but I'm just saying it should come out of the redevelopment agency. That's where the funds are supposed to be taken from, because per NRS 278B, it's supposed to increase capacity and not of sewer drains. I'm sure Paul will fill you in further on what the law and the statutes are and the NRSs are. But influence peddling has reached new levels if it costs the taxpaying citizens money. So I hope soon we'll be reviewing the lobbyist ordinance, put it in place so that we can move forward. But I would just hope we could not just do a ratification, a whole new hearing where there's proper, and I can see it's probably not going to happen. But so the voting public get noticed properly so they can have a chance to be here and see what the rate increase is paying for, if that's the fund you're going to take it out of. And actually, redevelopment would take longer. I know time is of the essence. You're trying to push it through, and I appreciate what these gentlemen are doing over here. But I'm sure they'd like it done correctly as well, because redevelopment, there's a few more stringents for the city that they have to follow. I understand that. It's more protection for us. And this way is just a quick, because remember the ballpark. We misspent sewer funds there. State came in and said if it happens again, they're going to be taken over. So they'll be watching this case, and maybe it'll get passed on to them after this meeting. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any further public comment?
No, Mr. Acting Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Thank you. I'll start to my right. Councilwoman Breckus, do you have any questions regarding the item?
Yeah, I do. I guess, in terms of having a policy for this, that is something that we've been hearing quite a bit. In fact, our master plan developer or a consultant has been saying, you need an economic development plan. And I think we do. I think we need to have some threshold decisions, parameters on when we are going to provide support and incentives. And I'm looking forward to that work, because I think the one-on-ones is dragging us down and taking up a little more time than it should if we didn't just had a platform. But it occurs to me that the policies that Ms. Wong and Ms. Ray are advocating for would potentially reset the sewer connection fees and could still be applicable, correct, Mr. Flansburgh? So if, say, we do the rate setting work that, is suggested on unit size, come up with a new calc, and say they're building to that new rate structure would be hitting them. This isn't baked in or vesting of the old rate structure, right?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. These items are very different. When I look at the requests that we're having in regarding to infill development based on the connection fees and how they were developed in the past, the mechanism to make that happen would be to set up a funding source outside of the sewer fund that would pay that additional amount. If you were going to give a reduction in sewer connection fee, you would then have to make that up from an external fund, say redevelopment or something like that, that would be into a fund that would pay into it. That's how you would handle the difference in the connection fee costs based on the current methodology that we have. What staff is looking into, and there's a lot that goes into this, is what is that future build out? Our current policy has been that we'll have one connection fee, and it's based on residential, it's single family, multifamily, there's fixture units for commercial. There's a setup for how we would handle the connection fees. But what we're looking at right now is instead of having one global fee, maybe you look at having a different fee based on the area that you're serving. And so that's part of the information that we've been gathering, that we have been working on. And there's a lot to it because you're trying to look out in the future at a certain date when you're going to need certain improvements, expansion of treatment plants, those types of things. And we need to be able to account for that in the overall model. So back to your question, this is quite a bit of a different issue. I think what we're talking about here is a developer who's going to spend, in my estimation, $5 to $6 million in rebuilding a sewer line and storm drain alignment. And we're saying as a council and through this agreement that we're willing to take and credit them up to $3.5 million, or accept in kind, I should say, that work that they've done to go towards the payment of their connection fees. And that's what's different here, is that they're actually going out and building major infrastructure that we're going to be accepting and saying, this 50-plus-year-old infrastructure that I have now is now going to be brand new, and this new alignment that's going to fit with the development. It is a benefit to them. We recognize that, but we're going to get a benefit of having new infrastructure. That's really the crux of the difference. We're not saying to the developer, we're going to cut your connection fee by half. They're paying their full connection fee. It's just a matter of us accepting this new infrastructure that's public infrastructure. In fact, it's our major public backbone of our storm drain infrastructure going through their site.
I think
So
I understand.
that's what I think is the difference.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you're picking up on my question. My question really is that if, at some time forward, the council says, look, we're going to go into the single family rate, single family classification, and we're going to do it on fixture counts. Or we're going to make a decision that we're going to do it on a square footage basis. When we go through that rate setting, we can do that, and we can apply that new methodology for connections to these folks like we could Miss Ray's project, and it may have some impact to this deal because we'd be talking about new base connection fees, correct?
So thank you for bringing me back to that point. So I was going kind of what our existing condition is and what we would need to do to change that.
Yeah.
Going back to a new methodology, which is, I'll be bringing back options to council.
Mm-hmm.
We'll look at what's done in other jurisdictions. We certainly could go off of just a straight fixture count, something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll need to bring that back so you can actually see what those rates are. And we can't bring those rates back to you until we finish the full analysis of this build-out situation, how different geographic areas might affect those rates, so we can look at that whole picture.
But that could
that's what we
apply
need
to
wrap.
this, and if they are building a product that is applicable to this new methodology, that may benefit, it would be applied to that.
Certainly, if we brought back something and council had a chance to review it and they adopted it by July 1st or something like that, some day out in
Yeah.
the future, then anything that the developer brings in post July 1st is going to, for connection fees, is going to be under that new
Okay,
amount.
okay, so these numbers could change. Okay, so that's one question that I had. The other question is maybe one more of a legal nature.
Councilman Breckus, I'll interrupt you there. I think we're going on the 5-minute break. So I'll come
I
back to
think
you.
Mr. I did not want to be rude and interrupt Mr. Flansburgh, but I think he missed my question and went off on a different topic, so I didn't get a chance to get my question. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to give me the chance to ask my second question. In the
Councilwoman
future, I
Dora.
think when we're on the 5 minutes, I will cut off staff when they're not on point with what I'm asking.
Okay,
but
if
I-
Councilwoman Dewar is okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
So the legal implications say we're operating under 338, NRS 338, which is this offset agreement component. I asked for the legislative history of that to be pulled. I think it is a commonplace occurrence. I spoke with a developer just this week who, as an aside, mentioned with another jurisdiction, he's working on one of these oversized offset agreements. It'd be good to have it baked in as an ordinance, but it is statutory and enabling. And I think that we also have plenty of master plan policies applicable to that, so we have some provision there. But this 338 NRS talks about oversizing. Now, are they oversizing? Are they increasing capacity for other folks down flow or other folks who might flow in later? Is that going to happen in any way? And when you get the plans that you have to approve, will you be calculating that out? Have you had those conversations with them?
So yes, the storm drain, for instance, just by engineering design standards and the fact that they're not placing the same size pipe with the same general alignment, elevation change, and bins, because it's going to have additional bins, and they're putting in a box culvert is what's being proposed. It will have to be oversized just because you don't make a box that's, let's say 4.5 feet by 5 feet or whatever those dimensions might be. They're set dimensions, and they're going to have to round up to whatever dimension is going to fit to carry the flow. So it will increase flow.
Okay,
I'm
so-
confident by just engineering
Okay.
standards and designs,
Okay.
it's going to increase the flow in our storm drain
Yeah.
system.
It would have
And
been-
that does benefit and is a major throughput of, say, Midtown and our
Okay.
Old Southwest.
Okay. So for the stormwater, and that gives me comfort. I would have liked to have seen maybe the drafters of this document, talk in a little bit more about the statute's authority. That gives me comfort. What about the sewer line? Is that going to be the same dimensions, or is it going to increase flow, or are you still waiting to see on those
We'll
plans?
have to see when it comes in. Generally, because of the difference in alignment, it's going to be in a little bit straighter course than it is now. So even if it was the same alignment, it's likely it would have a little better capacity, but it's likely to be similar capacity.
So you can calc those out.
But we can certainly have that
Okay.
information when it's designed.
I mean, I guess, when this agreement was before us, I've seen too many agreements without sunset clauses, and there's always questions of developers, no fault of their own, failure to perform, a lot of conditions. So I'm glad we put that five-year in. There is a threshold in here that says that the engineer approves the plans and specs, and whenever those may come in, I think the council should direct staff to come in with an interim report of, the plans came in, they're looking like this, it is indeed oversizing, will help the Midtown, just so we have a little engineering report. I'd like to see that, because then I have comfort that this legal basis for which we're doing this, is further drilled down. And that concludes my question.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckes. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, Mr. Flansburgh, if you could just a couple quick questions. So in the agenda item, on the agenda, it speaks about a $7 million obligation, and I just wanted to be clear. It's not a set $7 million obligation. This obligation is the obligation to pay sewer connection fees, right? And it could be, if they end up with 10 fewer housing units or 20 more, it's all going to be scaled to how many they have, right? I mean, it isn't a set 7 million.
Based on the information provided, that would be the 7 million be what it is. You are absolutely correct. It could be, if they had additional units,
Right.
if they had fewer units, that could go up or it could go down.
Right, and then if we
But-
change the rates, it could go up and down too, there.
It could, that's
Yeah,
true.
okay, just want to confirm that. And then number two is that, you can think about, well, first of all, if you ever bring something like this again, I would prefer that you use common language, such as offset was confusing to me, credit, I understand. And so the way I look at this is that, in my mind, you could think about this, that they are prepaying their sewer credit fees by paying $3.5 million. The sewer credit fees the sewer connection fees go to replace sewer.
Sewer connection fees go for building greater capacity, extending lines, all those types of things.
Right. And sewer user fees, they're in a one pot, and it goes to either replace, enhance, expand, right? So in my mind, the connection fees ultimately go into a pot. And in my mind, they're basically, whatever you want to call it, to me, they're prepaying their sewer connection fees, $3.5 million worth. That's one way to look at it. Is that an appropriate way?
It is, because they're going to be building all this, the brand new infrastructure and the storm drain and sewer lines that go through there.
And the expected
replacing that.
obligation is larger than what they're prepaying, so we know they're going to have to at least pay $3.5 million.
So what the infrastructure they're going to build is going to be greater than $3.5 million, and we're going to recognize up to $3.5 million as an offset.
Credit.
As a credit, then, if you want to say credit, to the connection
Against their
fee.
ultimate sewer connection fees. And another way to think about it, in my mind, is like when and maybe this is a right or wrong analogy, so that's what I'm asking you. So when a developer builds and they pre-build the streets, it could be RTC building the streets, it could be you building the streets, they build the streets. we give them a credit against paying an impact fee that they're supposed to pay into roads. Is that also analogous to this? I mean, there's an expectation they have to pay us something.
Yeah,
They're
it's-
building it now.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Similar. So in my mind, however you sort of want to cast this, a prepayment of something they're going to have to pay or credit for something that we have to do, that's the way, the context in which I look at it. So I wanted to share with the council that these are different ways of looking at the same thing, and however you write it up, at the end of the day, they're getting a credit for some work they're doing for the city. And that credit goes against something they are obligated to pay. That's the way I look at it, I guess. Okay, well,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. John, if I'm building a subdivision and I'm backed up against BLM ground and nobody can build behind me, so my capacity of line that I'm gonna have is gonna be what's gonna service my subdivision. Do I get a credit from the city for putting that sewer line in?
You're not going to be benefiting, nobody's passing through that line that you're building, according to what you're saying. Your subdivision being on the end of the line may cause additional impacts to line in between. So there may be some connection or some work that has to be done to make sure that that line is sized appropriately to take your subdivision, the next 3 or 4 behind, in front of you, and all the way to gets to a lift station or a treatment plant. But I mean, that's,
Okay, if I'm doing infill development and I've got a blank piece of ground that hasn't got anything in it, and I've got to put my sewer line and storm drain through it and everything else, do you give me a credit for that?
it's if you're taking your drainage and you're capturing it and putting it into a system, you build that system as part of your development.
Okay, all right. So if the system's solely for my benefit, now this has pass-through, but it's not.
Huge pass-through.
But it's not gonna, they're not gonna be able to increase capacity because what comes into the property from outside is what comes in, and what can go out into the existing system is what goes out. So you can put a 24-inch line in there. If the 6-inch line is what you're feeding, you can't increase capacity any more than the 6-inch line will accept.
If you look at this particular site as a sea of parking, and that the lines were built at the time that the mall went into place, that's why it's 50-plus-year-old infrastructure. They built the lines to handle for the full impervious surfaces that were already there. The development that's being proposed will be, again, a lot of impervious surfaces, but actually will create some, impervious, but actually will create some pervious. So there is some reduction perhaps in stormwater from this development.
And you're talking about a reduction of stormwater, but you're still not increasing total system capacity. The total system is gonna take what it takes because they're not going off the property and increasing capacity in the collector lines or the interceptor lines. This is the sole benefit of the property, and there's pass-through. We've got people that are already connected. Their sewage is going through. You're not gonna hook anybody else out on the other end of it. Is that correct?
So the portion that's through the development, as I stated earlier, just by process of design will be oversized greater than it is now. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you have so much coming in here and so much leaving there, and it's going to be the same capacity because your bottleneck's still going to be wherever it's going to be.
Right. And so just some thoughts on this. When Councilwoman Breck has tried to analyze this through 338-0115. And if you truly read the legislative history, you would have got there and you'd have found that the person that introduced that bill specifically said that this only applied to 2 agreements that were created under another mechanism. And this was specifically to eliminate the use of chapters 338, 332, and 374, whatever, which are public works clauses, or 339, which says that you don't have to bid the project, you don't have to pay prevailing wage, you don't have to do public procurement on the project. That's what this exemption was, and if you truly read the explanation, they said we had the authority to enter into these agreements where we paid people back for oversizing, and it's not fair to them that they've got to go through all these procedures for a public works because we're just paying them oversized. And that power was given to public bodies by NRS 278B, which allows us to charge impact fees. And we charge impact fees through our code, through the authority given to us through 278B. Now, our government structure, we are a Dillon state. We get our authority to do these things from the state legislature. And the state legislature empowered us to collect these fees through 278B. But in doing that, they also said, if you do something that benefits above your needs, then you have to have a credit system to offset the excess costs. And that, we see that at RTC for impact fees for roads. We see that in our police. We see that in our parks. We see that in our fire. And we see that in our sewer. And our sewer is outlined in our code. We've codified what power we're given in 278B in our code in 216. And in our code in 216, if you go to 216-460, it talks about sewer mains. It doesn't talk about storm drains. It talks about sewer mains. And it talks about extending those or oversizing those so that future development can hook on, and it talks about a rebate system to the developer for that putting that oversized system in. And it talks specifically to the fact that if it's oversized and they do the hookup, that there's a formula we use to determine what the offset is on their impact fees, and then additional expenses are paid back as future people pay their impact fees to put in, they get the benefit from their oversizing those lanes, and then they get repaid for that system. That is codified in our code. What we're talking about here isn't. When they passed the...
All right, is that 5 minutes, Mr. McKenzie?
When they passed the
Mr.
legislation
McKenzie,
last year
5
to give
minutes.
home rule, if it entitles us to do this, it's contemplated that we will come up with a system through code that will go through a hearing process, will have a business impact statement, et cetera, so that this is codified in code and we do this the appropriate way. If we were truly given the power to do this by that limited amount of home rule that we were given last session of the legislature. And we have not done that. I do not feel this action is legal.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. All right, go ahead, Councilman Bobstein.
Cut off there. We might want to hear from city attorney in response to that, because there's some pretty specific arguments that are laid out there that we probably should run through the mill.
All right, sounds good.
The questions of the applicability of and how it comes down to Dillon's rule, the necessity for us to have more specificity in the code. I mean, a lot of the issues that Councilman McKenzie just laid out, I think it'd be good to hear your office's analysis.
First of all, with respect to Carl Hall, City Attorney, first of all, with respect to Dillon's rule, I don't think the parameters of Dillon's rule and the legislative act from last session expanding our powers has not been clearly defined, but I think the underlying theory behind 338.0115 and the supporting legislative history supports this agreement. I believe it's legally defensible. The underlying theory is that the sewer line and the storm drain, are those a benefit to the city? And is it being put in at the expense of the developer? The answer to that is clearly yes. Is there a benefit to the city? Absolutely. We're replacing a 50-year-old sewer drain. That's a benefit to the city. Eventually, it has to be replaced. If there was going to be development on that site and we had to get easements and dig it up and replace those in the future, it would cost an enormous amount of money. Yeah. At this juncture, we're getting both the infrastructure and development, which will eventually be a great benefit to the city. So I think the underlying theory behind NRS 338.0115 supports this project. I think it's legally defensible.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, with the tax increment, couldn't that just, it would pay for itself too, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Because it's so significant, you could have it pay for itself.
Well, Madam Mayor, on that point,
Yeah, go ahead.
we
Councilwoman
have an
Buer.
item, I think, later on the,
We do. We actually probably should have heard that at this.
you and
sort
I
of
both
same time.
requested an L item
Right.
to talk about how to use the tax increment from this site and other sites that are in RDA 2. And one of the things that I had brought up when I introduced the L item was potentially paying money into the sewer stormwater system,
Exactly.
in a like amount. We could do something like that. We haven't decided, but it's an option.
Well, and speaking
Right, I think the
with
council
some
was
of those
looking
consultants, they had
down the
mentioned
road,
that.
once the development, I think the city was looking at recognizing a great benefit to the city from tax increment and development. In addition, we're not paying money out of pocket and getting the benefit of the infrastructure. So I think that's consistent with NRS 338.0115.
Well, and right here, so I was speaking to the experts we had here yesterday for Reimagine Reno, and if you look on page 18, it says infill redevelopment recommendations. Prioritize urban infill and redevelopment and the use of regulatory and financial incentives within the McCarran Loop. Address needed capital investments. Plan for needed increases in capacity or repairs to existing water and sewer lines, especially older infrastructure, livability and space, making sidewalks, dog parks, greenways. Anyway, so continue to support infill and redevelopment in other corridors, but allow market to drive intensity and location. But again, here where it says, plan for needed increases in capacity of repairs to existing water and sewer lines, especially older infrastructure. All right.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing that there are none, I'm going to ask for a motion from Councilman at large David Bobsian.
I'd move to ratify the agreement.
All right, I have a motion. Do you have a second?
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Madam Mayor,
Go
I'm
ahead, Councilman Breckles.
I'm going to just respond a little bit. I am going to
Okay.
support the motion. Maybe I should have made it. It's my ward, but you know,
I apologize.
No.
I'm
it's-
so sorry.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. This is a difficult one for me, but I see section 1216-480, which talks about construction of larger mains, and I don't see an inconsistency with this agreement with that section. I don't know if that's the section my colleague was referring to, but I'm not asking him. I'm just stating that I'm not finding any, and it is, admittedly, it's related to sewer mains and not sanitary or stormwater, which has always been more interchangeable in our fund than I'd like it to be, and I think that's been an issue of this council. But I'm not seeing a flat prohibition in the RMC as I study it, so I'll support and be voting for this.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Breckles. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. All right, motion carries 6-1.
Happy holidays.
Thank you, you too. What is this? Gruffy.
29.
Right. I am going to just try to push through the rest of this agenda. I really don't even want to take a dinner break. So I kind of feel like if you guys want to eat, we can, and you got to go, right? So, okay. So that's all I'm saying is we're just going to keep moving through it. Okay. Item J9. At this time, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have none.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have a staff presentation, and I appreciate you being so patient.
Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager, and we appreciate you moving us forward to accommodate our out-of-town guests. So I'm here to talk about hockey. And as you know, we've been working, staff and the Reno Puck Club and RCVA have been working together over the last several months for what we feel is a unique opportunity to assist in the revitalization of downtown Reno. We own a building, the Reno Event Center, that is dark at least 300 days out of the year. We have an intersection the Mayor's Institute looked at very closely that is really underperforming. So we've an opportunity now to bring minor league professional hockey to the city, to extend the management and promotion of that facility out 10 years, and also to revitalize a section of downtown that desperately needs it. So back in May, you commissioned a feasibility study by EK Economic Consultants. That study showed that there was a demand for professional hockey in the city. They felt that bringing hockey to the city would generate additional employment, that it would increase business activity, it would increase government tax revenue, attract visitors, and provide additional recreational and entertainment opportunities in the city. The report also said that even though that the amount of time people spend and investment they spend in gambling has declined, they've seen almost in the last 5 years almost doubling of the amount of investment and time spent on entertainment and recreational activities in the downtown. And also we've seen, they documented that membership in both hockey and figure skating organizations in the last 2 decades has increased almost 200%. In September, when we came before you and you passed the exclusive negotiating agreement between the city RSCVA and the Reno Puck Club, you asked us to come back with deal points, which we have in the form of a draft term sheet, and also you held us to not committing any general fund monies, which this agreement does not. So what you have in front of you is a 10-year agreement that runs through July 1st of 2027. There is a due diligence period in that runs through May 30th of this year, during which we will put together the management and operations agreement. We will either amend or rewrite. I'm going to leave that to our legal team to discuss if you have a question about that. The existing agreement that will remove RSCVA from the management of the Reno Event Center, something that they have expressed to us a desire to do. RSCVA will support the Puck Club for the first 5 years of the agreement. That's through the end of 2021 to the tune of $500,000 a year. Commencing in 2022, the city will also pledge $500,000 a year out of the $2 surcharge toward the public or the improvements that the Reno Puck Club will make to the facility. Now, that is not a guarantee. That money needs to be appropriated and voted on every year. To make this a reality, the Reno Puck Club is going to invest close to $6 million in our facility to put in NHL level ice, put in the boards, the glass, the locker rooms, all the facilities needed to bring professional minor league hockey to the city. The city will be an active partner in the review of the design, the construction. We are obligated to put this out, the construction out to bid, and to adhere to all public bidding practices and prevailing wage. Just trying to go through this as quick as I can. Basically, at this point, there is no financial obligation to the city. We have investors who are willing to put $6 million in a building we own and help us revitalize our downtown. So I'm going to turn this over to Ken Leonard, who is with Reno Puck Club, so he can make a few remarks.
All right, come on up, Ken.
Oh, thank
You've
you,
been so
thank you, Madam
patiently
Mayor.
waiting. I appreciate it.
No, that's fine.
Now
We
you're very
saved
well
the best
versed
for
in
last.
city council meetings, I'm sure, right?
Exactly. Well, I have to say,
Your
Madam
next
Mayor.
life.
Yes,
Getting out of
exactly.
hockey council. All right, go ahead.
Politics is tough, but Madam Mayor, esteemed members of the Reno City Council, I didn't lose my luggage on the way to Reno, but I did lose my voice.
Okay.
And I think it's maybe the polar vortex that
Yeah.
caused this problem. I'm not sure. We were flying over Minnesota and North Dakota and some of those really cold places. So the good news is, because we've been patient, because I don't have my voice, I'm going to be fairly quick up here.
Okay, good.
And in particular, I hope everybody had a very thankful Thanksgiving. hope everybody's looking forward to a very happy holidays. But on behalf of Larry Leisure and myself, Ken Lehner, the partners in the Reno Puck Club, we're very thankful that we right now have a 10-year lease to bring professional hockey into a great building that needs to be revitalized. To that end, we're here today, though, to consider a next step. And that next step is, not just having a hockey team, but also working closely with you to manage the building and to take a red number into a black number over the course of this agreement. Before I make my remarks, I would like to really thank Bill Thomas, Bill Dunn, the legal counsel, and everybody on city staff. I mean, they've been great to work with. They've put together a very thorough document that's in front of all of you. So that really leads me to be able to limit my comments here tonight. But just a few points. In particular, I want to point out that this is not just about bringing professional hockey to Reno. This is about bringing ice to Reno. And that's a big difference because ice means youth hockey. Ice means youth tournaments. There was some correspondence forwarded to you guys in the last week or so from the Nevada Youth Hockey Association that is very excited about bringing opportunities here as opposed to always taking them to South Lake Tahoe or not even getting the opportunity to bring them to the area. Ice means college hockey. I don't know how many people in this room are aware of the fact that UNLV just announced they're going Division I in hockey. That's very exciting. Now, why are they doing that? Well, because Arizona State did it last year, and guess what? Utah just announced that they're going D1 as well. So we have had some, high-level conversations with the university about their club team. Their club team practices right now down at South Lake Tahoe, but their AD and their people are interested over this period in taking a look at D1, possibility of D1 as well. So it makes sense that ice means more than just the professional hockey team. Ice also means the greater likelihood that our friends down south get ice. We're very closely aligned with the Reno Ice folks. We like Joel Grace and everything that they're doing. We met with their board of directors last night. We're on the same page with those guys. Our project is better if their project is successful and vice versa. Ice means curling. Ice means Disney. Ice means figure skating, Madam Mayor. Ice means more hotel room nights downtown. Ice means activation of the Reno Event Center. ICE means downtown revitalization. ICE means bringing more people downtown in winter. And ICE means Reno will be a better sports destination, winter sports destination than it's already is considered because we will be bringing one of the greatest winter sports here being hockey. Meanwhile, on the management side of things, I'm already making my plans to be here in February. You guys got Stevie Nicks one night, and you got Chris Rock the next night at the Reno Event Center, and that is awesome. Kudos to the RSCVA managing the building. Those are going to be two great events for you guys. So, I got to convince my wife to get out of warm Florida to come up here that week in February, but I'm working on it. But after that, unfortunately, the schedule is limited. And why is that? Why is that a concern? Well, unfortunately, the arena booking business and the arena management business is definitely a what have you done for me lately business. And why do I say that? Well, because the overhead's always there. So it's great that you have a couple of good shows booked here and a couple of good shows booked there, but that building is there year round. And as Bill pointed out in his presentation and as you see in your report there, I mean, the building is unused 300 nights a year. So we're in a position to bring in the 40 hockey games for sure and bring in a multitude of these other activities that need ice, as well as using our contacts to bring in new events, whether they're concerts, whether they're trade shows, et cetera, et cetera. All of you know Larry Leisure, who's my partner in this deal, and many of you have been up to Boise. He manages that facility up there. They've been very successful for 16 years. They took a downtown part of Boise and not only built the arena and the hotels, but there's 50 or 60 new restaurants that are a direct result of that particular building. I'm a little bit different. I run a baseball stadium outside of New York City, so it's a different situation because we have to bring weather into play. So you can't, you got to be a little bit more choosy when you bring in events and what type of events. But nonetheless, we do have the experience to do that moving forward. So in conclusion, which those are always good words when you've had a long day in politics. In conclusion, guess what I'm going to do tonight? You probably can't guess, so I'm going to tell you. But what I'm going to do tonight, what's that?
The Voice? Oh, no, that was last night.
The Voice, yeah.
Everyone was watching The Voice.
That's true. I don't have a voice. I can't watch The Voice, right?
Right.
It doesn't
Oh,
work that way.
sorry.
That's right. No, I'm doing 3 things tonight.
All right. go
Okay,
ahead.
number 1, I'm going Christmas shopping at Patagonia.
Right.
Great brand, great store that you guys
Yes,
brought
good,
downtown.
okay.
Second, I'm going to go over to the ballpark and do a
Ice
little
skate.
skating, do a little ice skating. I love to lace them up. At
See
see Santa. Is Santa there tonight? Great. And third, I'm going to mosey over to the movie theater and go see Christmas Office Party
Oh,
because
nice.
after all, it is the Christmas season.
Yeah.
So why am I able to do all those things? I'm able to do all those things because of this city council. Because at one point in time, this city council believed in bringing shopping downtown. This city council believed in bringing baseball downtown. This city council believed in bringing a movie theater downtown. And so right now, we hope that you guys believe in bringing ice downtown. So at this point in time, we'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. I will say, Councilwoman Breckus is actually a figure skater as well.
Oh, wonderful.
Pretty
Great.
good.
Happy to know that.
And her daughter.
Figure skating prowess,
Well, I
which
mean,
is not
you're-
skill
you're not-
based.
you're not
it's
really a
enthusiasm based.
I'm going to make a comment. make
We
a
will
comment.
skate together one of these days. We will. Every year something happens to me. Something crazy, but we will. But have you skated yet?
I've been on the ice 3 times so far.
Oh,
and
have you?
It's
Oh,
been
good,
pretty
good.
good.
Okay,
I'll
good.
Be out there soon.
Good. I'm glad. Okay, awesome. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Real brief comment. You brought up the master plan before, and also we've been working on the downtown action plan. And they have called downtown not just downtown, they've called it the entertainment district.
Good.
And to me, this fits.
Good.
I mean, this brings another form of entertainment in a place, and a different kind of entertainment. And the point you made about how many different uses there are of ice, it's indoor. We love the outdoor. Both are really good. So, I think it's great.
We appreciate that. And my mother always told me never to, come back with a compliment after a compliment.
Oh, there you go.
But
Okay.
we do appreciate that. And the fact of the matter is what is nice about the building, if it's utilized the proper way, it hits all the demographics. So you can get out-of-town people that come in for certain events. You can get the locals to come downtown. I'm telling you, on Sunday afternoons, we're going to do slap shot Sundays, and that'll be focused on the kids and their families, and they can go on the ice and take, shots after the
love
game,
that.
like running the bases and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. It's a fun business, so it should be an entertainment district. Yes.
All right. What would be the date, the start date? Do you know?
Well, there's 2 different dates that we'd be looking at. One, from a management of the building situation, we're looking to work for July 1st of 2017 to take over the building management for the RCVA. But then actually the hockey team would be October of 2018 because we missed a couple of deadlines with the league to do it for this fall. But that's actually okay, Madam Mayor, because, this is a big operation. We have to hire staff. We got to name the team. We have to, do the construction. And so October of 18 is
Okay.
fine with us.
Okay. All right. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll give Mr. Chisel the heads up that I'd like to just kind of get his perspective on some things. Right, the bond issue, but then also just kind of a general overview of the $2 surcharge and kind of how this fits into everything that we're looking at. Congratulations to staff. Thank you to Mr. Leonard and to Mr. Leisure. There's a lot of people that have spent a lot of time working on this. I've spent quite a bit of time on this as well, and I think I always kind of bristle a little bit when I hear, oh, this is hockey. Well, it is hockey, but the bigger story I think that we need to talk about and highlight is this is an answer to the question of what the heck are we doing with this facility downtown, and the way that I have always looked at this, and was noted by Mr. Dunn, RSCVA has already kind of made it clear that they kind of want out of this at some point. So here we are with this asset, and has been pointed out, it's an underperforming asset. I mean, if you look at just the fact that we do have some events and some notable concerts that come here that are kind of few and far between, and they're quite haphazard. And so the ability to have the lights on at the facility, how many nights a year are we talking again for hockey?
Hockey's 38 without the playoffs.
38 without the playoffs through the course of the year, and it's an extended season. We're talking
October until April. And then
yeah,
playoffs.
it's a long time. But then also the benefit of being on the circuit and linked up and having the opportunity for bringing more acts here. It's an activation of our downtown space. It is partnering with someone that has a proven track record doing this sort of work of managing the facility, I think it puts us in a good position. We were very clear from the start that there was not going to be general fund backstop on this, so I'm pleased that staff was able to get that figured out. It's a pretty creative construct because we are doing this in partnership with the RSCVA, where the RSCVA has the first piece of it, then we're coming in on the backside. And, you know, we're going to use the $2 surcharge for the improvement of the facility. The facility is still ours. I like the fact that, you know, the ice can move pretty quickly. I mean, it's like a one-day turnaround of, you know, taking down the ice, being able to have it up and ready for something else. But I do think it's important to just hear from Mr. Chisel. I do have one other question right before that. And just looking at the term sheet, there was one piece that I want to have clarified on cell 8 conditions and limitations. Item E, city entitled, and this may be for Mr. Dunn, city entitled to free use of facility for 6 public events, provided that city pays reasonable overhead costs and ice rink rent. I remember this point of conversation. I just want to have some clarity on the record. So we get it, but we got to pay a little bit. Is that what's contemplated in that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they, you know, any of the, you talked about taking, you know, replacing the ice with something else. There'd be a cost involved to the management to do that. I mean, we don't have staff to be able to, obviously, you know, put down something for the circus or whatever it might be. So, and I'm sure that at the end of the day, those costs will still be negotiable. So
Sure, okay, but that's our window for, you know, making it clear it's still our facility and we can, you know, not getting in the way of the rest of the calendar. We will still have some opportunities to use it as such. Okay, so then to Mr. Chisel, I think it's Mr. Leonard.
Whatever the thing, and, you know, 6 is a number, you know, and it's on the sheet. But listen, if you guys have 10 great events, you know, a year, I mean, we want as many events as possible in there. We all
appreciate
do.
that.
You guys want that. We want that as well. So,
Well, and first we want you to have a whole bunch of events, so then we'll figure out the 6 and where that fits in it. But Mr. Chisel, I think a brief overview first of the issue that we dealt with on the tax exempt bonds that we have, the indebtedness that we have, making sure that we're safe on that and how that's been addressed. I mean, I feel confident looking at this, but I do think it would be good to hear from you. And then also, if you could give us just a quick overview, state and projections for the $2 surcharge and how this mixes. My own commentary on this is that this helps because ultimately we're potentially generating more room tax because more heads in beds. Who knows how much, but theoretically we're going to be in better shape. But
okay,
appreciate the update.
Robert Chisel, Director of Finance. First on the tax bond issue, a couple of the bonds that were issued to build the event center, the ballroom, and take over the bowling stadium were non-taxable. So therefore, there is to be non-taxable in the IRS code. There's certain restrictions on the ability for us to make money, because if we start making money, that becomes taxable bonds. So in a fortunate turn of coincidence, by having not making money, since the event center has not made money yet and is losing money with the RSCVA, by us leasing it at a nominal cost, as it says in there, we will maintain that non-taxable bond status. We are working with our bond counsel to make sure it is done appropriately. As we get the term sheet done and the actual agreement done, we will make sure we are non-taxable. So that, in that essence, we're good with that, and we'll ensure that whatever we bring to you will not impair those bonds. I will make sure of that. As far as the $2 surcharge, as you know, there are a number of projects coming for the $2 surcharge that have been committed to USBC and to the bowlers for the bowling stadium. The biggest one is the 4th floor remodel. We just kicked off the HVAC, which is $3.5 million. The 4th floor remodel could be anywhere from $5 to $6 million, depending on how that is finally scoped out. I'm actually meeting with the architect again tomorrow morning to work out some more details on scoping out the 4th floor remodel. We have the exterior refresh of the bowling stadium, and we've penciled in about $3 million. In addition, there's a number of other projects that are online that need just general repairs to both the event center and the bowling stadium. For instance, the event center, the bleachers need about $180,000 repair to the bleachers. And with all that, we do a cash projection on the $2 surcharge. The $2 surcharge brings in about $2 million a year. So based on all those projections and those numbers, we're going to hit about July 2022 at about $0 in the $2 surcharge. That's with $250,000 each year in contingency. And again, depending on what happens with the $2 surcharge, there's a lot of unknowns there, but that's our best projection we have. So we haven't had any other projects identified beyond that.
Madam Mayor, just a last comment on that, to just kind of follow it up, and thank you for that update. I think that gives
Right,
us
because
a
I
pretty
think you're
accurate
over
picture.
5 minutes, and I think I cut off Councilmember McKenzie for that. Just reminding you.
I tried to talk fast.
Go right ahead.
So just to, Madam Mayor and my colleagues, I mean, as we know what we're facing with downtown and our conversations with the Bowling Congress in particular, my sense on this is a major hurdle for those conversations with the bowlers is the fact that they're looking at downtown and they say, how is this a place where we want to bring our bowlers back year in, year out? Well, I tell you what, if we can kick off some positive development with this sort of activation, that's a much easier conversation for us to have in the years going forward.
And that's part of what we're talking with the architect to try to figure out what we're going to do with 4th and Center and that entertainment area there from even...
4th and Center District.
Yeah, 4th and Center District. We're even talking about the Neon Museum and the City Center, so.
Yes, Mr. Chisel's idea, I love it. Can you stage some ice fights for the bowlers? Is that possible? We could do bowling on ice. Why not? So if you reserve some of those front row seats and then stage a few ice fights, we'll say we'll make it worth your while. We could get them into curling, because that's kind of like bowling on ice. So, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie. And I'm going to cut you off at 5 minutes. Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that was one of my primary concerns, is the question that Councilman Bobzian asked about the funding levels and the $2 surcharge, knowing the commitments we have for that. And well, we've got 5 years between the time that the RCVA pays and the time that we're going to be asked to pay. The other question I have is in this is the money that's written into this sheet of the $500,000 a year, which we're going to review on an annual basis. Is that we got to have $500,000 to make us operate, or is that if we've got up to $500,000, if we've got that type of repairs to make on the building?
So Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager, for the record. So that was sort of just a negotiated amount we came to in terms of what would be the improvements being made by the Puck Club, approximately $6 million for the ice. At the end of the day, we felt we'd be getting an improved building back, so that would be a contribution toward the capital improvements. But again, that's something that's completely subject to your approval. It would have to be appropriated and voted on. I think still we've got some flexibility to discuss the length of the operating agreement, different things. I don't think it's a number that's necessarily set in stone yet. So if you've got some thoughts or suggestions, we'd certainly.
Well, I mean, there's two different concepts there. The idea that this $500,000 is to help pay them back for the investment they put into the building so that they can move forward is a different concept than the $500,000 is money to do future improvements on the building or repairs on the building. Those are two different concepts. And if it's to repay them for their investment, I'm not sure that I could ever support that. If it's to help them with upkeep of the building, then I'm if that in up to $500,000 for upkeep of the building, I think I could be there.
Okay.
But I mean the easy sell on this is the fact that they're going to invest in it. They're going to draw off of the benefit that they get from that investment. They've got a 10-year span to come in there and try to reclaim that investment. And the idea that we're paying them for their investment So, yeah, I mean, and we don't get a bite back because of the structure of the bonds, we can't get a bite back of the profits on the building. That's a lot harder sell for me, and it looks a lot like the thing that gets us in trouble when we talk about baseball, is that I mean, this is something, the original idea was a great idea. These guys are going to come to town, they're going to do this work, they're going to bring all these events in. They're going to get the benefit of what they do to the building. We're not, we're going to share in that benefit because we're going to create activity downtown, but the benefit directly gained in the building is going to be theirs. So there's two different concepts here, and I'm not sure I'm
Understood. I see what you're saying. I'm going to let, if Larry Leisure wants to talk about this a little bit, he's the one who's working to put their financing together, so he may be able to shed a little different perspective or light on that, or Assistant City Manager Thomas, whether you've got.
So let me try to answer that question a little differently. As I understand the agreement is the city will be, out of the $2 surcharge, providing $500,000 a year from year 2022 to 2027. That money, as I understand, is because it's $2 surcharge, either needs to go to capital or maintenance of the facility. That was the purpose of that funding source. I don't know that it says there, nor does it have to say how that's going to be used. In other words, there's going to be costs because it's a triple net lease agreement for maintaining, upgrading, taking care of the facility. That is all on them. So you can look at it either way, which is if they want to use that $500,000 to pay back for their $6 million investment in ICE, or they want to use that $500,000 for other improvements they've done to maintain the facility. At the end of the day, our exposure is limited to that $500,000. But they have the obligation not only to put the ice in, but also to maintain the facility. And if I'm wrong, anybody on the team, please let me know. But
And my point to that would be that when we come in and we're asked whether we're going to approve the $500,000 annually from the $2 surcharge, that we need to see the breakdown sheet of where that $500,000 is going to go, and that needs to go towards work on the facility for that year. And if it isn't for work on the facility, then we approve as much work as going to be done on the facility, but that would be limited to $500,000.
that's probably a different arrangement than they're anticipating. But
If I could just step in here on this.
Wait a minute, hold on. Just kidding. All right, go
Just
right ahead.
have being somewhat familiar with the legislative history on the $2 surcharge. This sort of arrangement was not necessarily contemplated. But the spirit of that was very much, we have these facilities, we need to take care of them, and it was a broad granting of, you can use this tax on yourselves, downtown properties, to do maintenance and do capital improvements to make and retain partnerships with folks that are going to bring people to Reno. And that's really what it came down to. It was bowlers primarily, but it was also recognition that, it would extend broader to other, tourist-related facilities that we had. So my sense is that this is, this is creative, but this is well within the bounds of what was the spirit behind the $2 surcharge when the legislature granted it to the city.
And my concern is that the developers, the agreement says it contemplates that he's going to spend the money up front to put the ice rink in. If we pay out these terms for the life of this agreement, then we're going to end up paying him for that investment, and he's going to walk away with all the money that's made on the center. My feeling is, if we're going to use the $2 surcharge, or if we're going to put money into this facility, it'll be for upkeep, annual upkeep of the facility, and not to repay the investment for the ice.
Okay, I think respectfully, I disagree with that perspective. I also think that I agree with the frustration, but I believe about not being able to realize a direct financial gain back to the city, but that is a frustration more with the structure of the debt. and and the limitations that we have on profit because of that. So because of this arrangement, we are profiting in other ways other than money coming back because we can't because of the bonding requirements. But we have a facility that's going to be activated. We have more activity downtown. Hopefully, we're generating more interest in our downtown, et cetera, et cetera. So there's all these other areas in which we're benefiting because we can't because of the debt requirements.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so staff, what's the contemplated wind down on if the $2 surcharge is not allocated each year? I know on baseball, it goes into a cascading effect, which is very torturous. But when the surcharge, starting 2022, when the council brings the surcharge, the $500,000 forward, what would be the, I guess, event if the council doesn't allocate that? How's that deal point going to be structured?
Let me
Go ahead.
Go ahead if you want.
take a shot
Go
at
ahead.
that. I'm sure that our final agreement, and perhaps the team's talked about it, is going to give the city the opportunity to do annually an audit of what's actually going on the facility. So we'll have a chance ahead of each year where we would have an allocation
Appropriation.
to understand, what's the flow of money through the facility. If it
Yeah.
would turn out that which we would all hope for, it's wildly successful, given that it's supposed to be a nonprofit facility, and they're making money hand over fist, and we don't see a need for that full $500,000, that would be a discussion we would be having with them.
Yeah, because the surcharge is at what, a 5/7 requirement vote?
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I'm getting
so,
nods, yes.
So I know what happens if the council doesn't vote under the baseball agreement every year, and it's not pretty. It's like pay out baseball for every penny they've ever put into that. I mean, it's not a good outcome. So I was just wondering, because I see this subject to non-appropriation clause. I mean, on the other hand, just like the bowling agreement is, we've never had any discussion of the improvements because the improvements are per the three-way bowling contract. So I'm just trying to figure out what the details and differences and nuances are going to be in that agreement. And so maybe I'll just wait for that. It would be helpful if we, I think it would be helpful, upon execution of more or less side action taken, that can maybe be carved into the whereases or something like that, or a resolution of the council that can have the surcharge committee that's sitting at the time and the council that's sitting on at the time, understanding that per the deal, I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be a resolution of the council, but at least an action on the surcharge committee, because we've got other players there that recommend to us that, it does seem an eligible activity. Because I think when I read the surcharge committee, enabling legislation, and it's been a while, it's very broad and open to definition. And I'd like to see that broad, open to definition description in statute with a finding at the moment we enter into this deal that there is eligibility there. And so we can capture, what this deal is that we're thinking and take it back there, to, can't continue that through on these annual appropriations. I think that would be helpful. I mean, we could even go further, like we've done, and have some metrics of, gate receipts taken out of state, purchase or something, kind of like what they do on star bonds, as a matter of fact. But I don't think I would say we would go that far. But I do think that we should have some clear picture to those who follow that we do find it eligible for the surcharge, because I could see getting down a little further and some people arguing, well, it's not eligible. It's just like, the rink on the river used to be. It's just locals, or it's just locals going to the hockey. It's not, booking the rooms. And I don't know, maybe the ACEs, it's different, but the ACEs aren't eligible for the surcharge. But I'm curious how much of the ACEs or the Bighorns are tourism based. I don't know. But anyway, so that eligibility for that is something that I think is important to me, because we know that we have other constituents who feel ownership over the surcharge.
All right. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be fairly quick. I have questions for Mr. Chisel. I think from my perspective in general, I think it's to be something that's going to be great for downtown, adding another amenity downtown, bring some more action to that, especially that intersection. Hopefully bringing some people in town that may be interested in city center, right? New activity that can take on there. But generally speaking, in terms of back to the $2 surcharge, you had highlighted that we're going to be at zero at some point regarding all of our other commitments. And that's if we go through with the $4, the fourth floor and everything else with the bowling stadium. Are we also saying that if we allocate and lock in these funds, committed funds forward, that we won't have any extra funds for other tourism facilities, such as like the livestock or the Pioneer or other things like that?
No. Well, assuming we continue to incur about $2 million of revenue each year from the $2 surcharge, $500,000 would be allocated to hockey if it is appropriated. It's subject to the appropriation clause. So there'd still be $1.5 million left over afterwards for other tourism improvements downtown or within 1.5 miles of the downtown area.
Okay.
And I'd also point out, a part of this agreement still, if you look under 5D, it talks about we still own the building. So any capital improvements that would be done to the building, if like a new roof needed to be done, or HVAC repairs, or the bleachers, as I mentioned, we would still be responsible for that, or that'd have to be negotiated into this agreement. So that's separate and distinct from the $500,000. The $500,000 was interpreted to be it has to be for capital improvements to the facility.
So those $500 that they would receive, $500,000 that they would receive.
The tie is for the $2 surcharge, it really needs to be for tourism improvements being, so it would have to somehow tie that improvement to be an improvement.
Yeah. So if we needed the roof repaired, it would be in addition to the $500,000 to go towards that facility.
Or depending on what the council chooses in 2022 to appropriate.
Okay.
Or 23 or 24.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
Okay, now, that really clears things up for me, and I can't agree to I can't support moving forward under those conditions. Yeah, we're still subject to the improvements on the building, but we're going to agree to give them $500,000 a year. That's clearly the intent of that money is to repay them for the installation of the ice, and I can't agree to that. The deal that I understood coming forward was they were going to put the ice in, and they were going to run the facility. The facility income was going to come to them, and they felt they could repay the installation of the ice and management of the facility with the use of that facility that they would drive. That was the understanding I had when we started out on this. It was no way, shape, or form that they would put ice in and then we'd pay them for it. And that's what this agreement, based upon what Mr. Chisel just said, that's what the agreement says. Because any improvements to that facility, we're obligated to do. But on top of that, we're obligated to pay them $500,000 a year. I'll never vote for that.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Let me ask you, come on up.
For the record, Ken Lehner again. Just two quick things on that. Number one, we understand that we're taking a risk. I mean, the risk is that 5 years from now, there's either not money available in the $2 committee, or the people at that time that make that decision do not decide to move forward and make that vote in favor of the Reno Puck Club. That's number one. Number two, I don't want to, speak contrary to Mr. Chisel, but much like the RSCVA deal right now, you have to do those things if it's a capitally defined improvement. So, for instance, we will negotiate from this point in the term sheet to a full document what a capital improvement would be. So yes, if there's a roof that needs to go on to your $50 million building and it's going to be 2 or 3 million, yes, that would be your responsibility, whether we were managing the building, whether the RSCVA was still managing the building, or nobody was managing the building. That would be your responsibility. So there would have to be some sort of definition of what's a capital expenditure versus what's the maintenance. That would be our responsibility. Hey, ideally, we would have loved to got into a situation where we knew we had 10 years of X number of dollars coming in to help support this project. Obviously, that's not what can happen based upon the way the $2 surcharge committee is set up. So we could have walked away from that, but we're not walking away from that. We're willing to prove to you guys that hopefully we are wildly successful and it's not an issue going into year 6.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember Bobzien.
So, Madam Mayor, I think Mr. Leonard just kind of summed it up, and I'll further kind of offer the perspective that you have to look at these partnerships, and nobody has a crystal ball, but you do have to look at these partnerships from run the different scenarios through, and at the extremes, scenario 1, which we all hope for, but we know may not happen. Hockey is wildly successful. More $2 surcharges coming in. Downtown is activated. It's a fantastic partnership. We get to 2022. We may have a conversation with, well, guys, we'd really like to use the surcharge for something else to take it up in another notch. What do you think? I don't know. Scenario number 2, this thing bombs. And we get to 2022, and this was a miserable experience. It didn't work. No harm, no foul. We tried. The city could care less about hockey. Sorry, guys, we're not spending the $2 surcharge on this. Thank you very much. Appreciate you trying. We're moving on. The reality is likely going to be somewhere in between those two. As was stated, we're going to be responsible for a roof repair regardless of if we're doing nothing, which is just sticking with the RSCVA deal, or if we're going to go with these guys. I just see a higher possibility of a better future for this facility going down this road versus doing nothing. Because I'll tell you where doing nothing is going to get us. RSCVA is going to come to us at the end of the period and say, well, we're out. Now what are you going to do? So, Madam Mayor, I don't know if you're ready to
You kind of hit the nail on the head there, and I know because I sit on that board.
As you can attest from the RSCVA perspective. So I don't know if you're ready to
Yes, I'm
take
ready. Give me a
if-
motion,
okay.
please.
I would move to approve the term sheet as discussed and direct staff to negotiate and draft agreements in accordance with the term sheet as approved. And I think that tonight's discussion pointed to a lot of the tension points that council has, and I think all of us, regardless of how we vote on the motion, I would hope that you would listen to all of us, and as this is fleshed out, we can make some further accommodations and contemplations of what these different concerns are going forward. So that's my motion.
I'll second it. Mr. Chisel, when do the event center bonds expire? It's
Long
like
time.
way out there, right?
Long time.
2030 or so?
Robert Chisel, it's like 2038.
Okay,
so we've got a long ways to go.
you know what, I'm going to support the motion. I might get a little nervous as I see the agreement baked, but I feel comfortable because I do think we need a solution with this, and we have this funding stream in place. So I support the motion, and I do look forward to ice in Reno. I think it's just something that's missing.
Well, it's crazy that we are winter wonderland, and people always say to me, I cannot believe you still don't have a rink in Reno. And all the amenities that we have that come with winter sports, it really is kind of baffling, isn't it? So, Councilwoman Dewar.
Quick question on, so we're, the 500,000 from the period 2022 to 2027, on the term sheet, it says city to consider. So when you draft this, I mean, we're going to have another bite at the apple when you come to approve it. And I mean, so what's the feeling? Like, yes, we're do it, or, I mean, if we approve the term sheet, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Madam Mayor, if I could, to my colleague, I mean, that is the core of this agreement, and I think it's great that we've gotten this out on the record. We can't obligate a future council to spend it.
And there's an asterisk.
And has been stated, that's one thing to say. It's another to say, well, we're kind of putting the trajectory on that future council in terms of how they look at this. But I think it's important that we have the discussion that, If the thing tanks, I can see the council saying,
Yeah.
nope, we get to that point, we're not doing this. But if it's, you know, I believe it's responsibly wide open for that council in 2022
To make their own
to have
decision.
full options available to them for their consideration.
I'm very comfortable with that. And then just one last question for those that work with the $2 surcharge. The 500, what do we actually get per year? So the 500,000 would be what percent of what we get? It's
25%.
Yeah, Robert Chisel, 25%. We get approximately 2 million a year.
2
in
million. Okay, I'm
with the
sorry I
$2
missed that. I
surcharge.
was out there. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then, well, one more thing. The rest of it's obligated, not obligated.
No, there is no obligations.
takes us to zero?
We have only gone through 2022 on our capital project plan for the $2 surcharge.
So we have our full list.
We have our full list of
And it
everything.
uses
spending
it up,
through
but we still do
2022.
have this 500,000
We would-
potentially.
Potentially in 2020, fiscal year 2023, we would have another 2 million, 24 would
Yeah.
have another 2 million.
Okay.
As long as the legislature continues.
Continues rate. Thank you so much. Yeah, right?
With the legislature.
Another caveat.
Stays, yeah. Okay. All right. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, and I too would like to see ice in downtown, but I don't feel that it's something that the citizens of Reno feel that we should commit $5 million to somebody to put an ice rink downtown. And that's what we're doing, the way this term sheet's written. And we have the caveat that we can make the determination whether we're gonna pay that $500,000 going on. But that's, the devil's gonna be in the detail of how that agreement is written even if we don't, we've committed $2.5 million to it. And that's for sure from the RSCVA that could be used for other things. The idea that we're responsible for the upkeep of the building and we've got to pay that, and then we've got to pay them in addition. If this was their upkeep in the building, and I can understand a major thing like the roof being something that we'd go in and do, but if we have to go in and do the roof, they shouldn't even be asking for money that year because we put a major expense into the facility. And the way that this term sheet has been explained to me and explained here, I can't support even moving forward unless there's a willingness to move off of this because if this is wildly successful and it does increase our $2 surcharge intake, they're going to be even more demanding that we should be paying it to them. And they're making money hand over fist over on the facility based on that, and God bless them for doing that because that means they're managing the facility well and it's activating downtown. But we're subsidizing somebody that is making money hand over fist on the facility, and so there should be, if we're going to move forward on a term sheet, there needs to be specific outline as to how that money would be before it even come before us in consideration. What the profit and loss statement would look like on the facility, what type of repairs were done by them on the facility during the year, and what type of expenditures they expected us to put into the facility. Because as Mr. Chisel explained, if we needed to do work on the bleachers, that would be our responsibility under $2 surcharge, and it wouldn't be deducted off the $500,000. So given that explanation, I can't support it. If there's a willingness of the Puck Club to talk about some offsets to that so that that isn't a commitment and that there's offsets in there so that based upon their profits on the facility, based upon what they're investing in the facility, and based on what we're expected to put in the facility, then I might consider it. But the way it's been explained, I
All
can't
right.
even get there.
Thank you, Councilmember
Just a
McKenzie.
real quick clarification
Yeah.
as to how the 500,000 came about. I don't think it was properly explained.
Okay.
Currently, our CVA loses about $500,000 on average on operating the Reno Event Center. And so that is why they are willing to contribute the $500,000 through their contract term of 2022. So that's partly where that number had been
had
derived
come from.
So
The other
just
thing
to-
I want to reiterate for people that are watching, this is not the general fund.
No, it is a $2
This is the $2 surcharge. So actually, I'm going to have Bill Thomas speak to that.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, because that did come up, that this is room tax money. And as room tax money, there's not a lot of options that the city can use it for other things. So clearly, this money could not be, for example, if it wasn't spent on this, diverted over to police or fire or parks or anything like that. This is a specific
can't be used
revenue
for that.
source that is only to be used in downtown for, I think as Mr. Chisel defined, tourist-related improvements.
It could also be used on the rodeo grounds, which needs a lot of improvements. It can be used on
And you're
the other
right,
facilities
Councilmember
downtown.
McKenzie, you were exactly right about that. However, that's going to be millions upon millions, and guess what? The rodeo grounds, the state is looking at taking it back. So that's not going to be an option, but it would be millions upon millions of dollars to upgrade that facility. But the state's taking it over, so. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, I do believe in public-private partnerships, but I don't believe that it should all be downside for the public and all upside for the private. And so, to Councilman McKenzie's point, and I'm asking the maker of the motion, could we direct staff, when, this is the term sheet, could we direct staff to talk to our partner, future partner, about a small gain to the city? I don't care if it's in a small number of percent. I don't know if it's illegal. It's illegal? We can't what? What's that? I mean, our gain can be reinvested, but.
I have an idea. I
Yeah.
think,
Okay, but anyway, you see where I'm going. When we're talking about big facilities, I don't care if it's a giant, stadium down in Las Vegas or something up here, and it may matter on the source of funds. Obviously, there's some issues there, but I just think there should be an upside for the city too. Besides, we're going to increase our taxes and we're going to increase tourism. A lot of that's very undefinable. I think the citizenry would like to see a partnership where everybody kind of wins together. So I don't know if we could ask staff to look at it.
I think the issue that you're referring to, though,
Yeah.
we get right back to the prohibitions and the structure that we're given with the bond indebtedness on the facility. There can't be a gain as you're contemplating it financially. I mean, they can't.
But I'm saying instead of a gain to the city, perhaps a reinvestment in the facility. You know what
let
I'm
me
saying?
try and rephrase it. Maybe, I think that as we get into these, it's us being in the driver's seat through the course of these, terms. And believe it or not, I think there is a mechanism or a model out there to maybe address what I hear Councilmember McKenzie saying, which is the double dipping. They want to go with this, but we feel the roof is the priority. And the Stadium Authority, which I chair, I don't know who else is on that with us, it takes in the money that we're obligated to give each year to them through the support payments, but it has to be signed off by the Stadium Authority. Unfortunately, we don't, we're kind of outvoted if the county and the.
Well, in this, we would be the whole thing.
Yeah, so maybe there's a mechanism as you bake the agreement, and I'm looking at the attorneys, that when we get into this $500,000 situation, that each and every improvement to that has to come through the surcharge committee for appropriation and deem, no, it's not the super duper locker rooms for the Disney Diva, it's the HVAC system. So that builds as we go with the 500,000.
So, okay, I think I have a clearer sense of how to resolve this, and respectfully, I don't see a need to change the motion.
Yeah.
But I would apply my earlier comments in the motion about everyone listening to all of the concerns from council as we continue to move forward on the negotiation, building on this term sheet to look at some of those ideas. I mean, I think that, in my mind, the constant analysis of the money flowing through the facility, I think there is a role for the $2 surcharge to have some oversight of this as well. And I think that gives us a clearer understanding of, again, we maintain the need to really manage the facility over the long term, despite the fact that we have this private partner that's going to be, running the thing day to day. So I think that gets to some of the concerns that I'm hearing.
All right.
Partnership.
All right. Okay, any other comments? So I do want to say that this council, I think this shows the level of this council gets concerned about another council member, making you feel uncomfortable and wanting to have a workable situation for everyone. That's something this council does well, and I appreciate it. Mr. McKenzie. Later after this, we're going to go have a beer and a good laugh. All right. Where are we at?
I think we have a motion.
So I have a motion and a second. I thought I saw your name up there, Councilwoman Dewar.
I made my comment.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay. Come on up.
Madam Mayor and Council, and my partner Ken.
How are ya? Good to see you.
Ken, I have a very critical comment I'm going to make. Are you when you're finished? Yeah. No, seriously, it's a very serious comment. First of all, thank you very much for your support and your vote. This is a downtown redevelopment project. That's why, for those of you that have seen Boise, that's what we built. That's what we did with our hotel event center. And it's very, very successful. It's private. Would I do it again? I think I've shared with a couple of you, no, I wouldn't.
Right.
It does not make sense. And Councilman McKenzie, I think two things just in closing and in talking with everyone here. We certainly would be willing to have discussions with your negotiators in this process to talk about sharing of profits. But let me share two things, and which was just mentioned. RSCVA today, $400,000 to $700,000 per year in the negative. And the only reason they're putting up the $500,000 is it gives them the opportunity to get uninvolved in the process. And that's true. So that $500,000 is going against the loan that we're putting up to build these improvements. So it's really the payback of the loan of the improvements that we're putting in your project. It isn't just ice. The plan that was put up by your consultants, I believe we can certainly cut the costs out of that 5.6 or 5.7. We're hoping it could be less than $5 million. Obviously, at that time, we were hoping over the term of, which is now 10 years, that we could at least get our money back. And that does not include the $400,000 or $500,000 of negative cash flow that you have right now. We're agreeing to pick that up today in our process, and yes, we're bringing 40 more events into the facility, but that's not going to break even. That's not going to make up that $400,000, I can tell you, of your negative cash flow today. I can also tell you it's private information, but it needs to be stated. We have a very successful arena that's a little bit larger than yours, that we have a number of events in that facility in our downtown. And that does not make money. It's very successful, but we're not expecting here to make substantial amounts of money by managing your facility. We initially approached you to put ice in so that we could lease it from you to bring a professional ice, or a professional team to your market, because we've seen what it's done in Boise. And it brings 400,000 people downtown in the evenings today. And that's not just hockey, it's the other events that come from that. And that's what we're attempting to do here, and that's the only reason, really, we went back to say, hey, maybe we will look at managing your facility and taking the risk. There's a lot of risk. That's why they want a letter of credit of $500,000 right up front, because there's going to be a tremendous amount of risk to do it. The other thing is we're not playing until September, October of 2018. That means there's an entire year of negative cash flow that we're taking on starting this July based upon the agreements that have been reached today. So once again, we'd be happy to talk with anyone about sharing of profits, but we'd certainly at least like to get the loan paid off when we're putting in other facilities. If you look at what's there, the ice itself is about $1.4 million. The balance is adding to your building and your facility. That's where the dollars are really going here, above and beyond we putting in the ice. So anyway, which we're still not even sure we'd get repaid after 5 years. So just clarification, thank you very much. We are very excited about it. Ken and I and the group that's involved, we think we can make that work, and definitely on the private side. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. All right, go have a nice evening, and you can pick us up a coat at Patagonia when you're there. All right, have a great night. Thanks so much. Okay, we need to get to, yeah, how about the 2 p.m. time certain? I think 2 a.m. is what you meant. Okay. Okay, item. Where? J3. Yeah, take it easy. Yeah.
Continue it to where we,
No.
you know, I don't know that, just keep everybody on the same boards that they're on until January 11th. If there's a change,
I
there's a
think we
change.
can, correct? No?
No.
Why not?
Why is
We
that?
have multiple of these boards are set to expire at the end of the calendar year between some member-appointed boards as well.
Give me an example. I mean, what do you
So,
mean?
for example, we have a lot of boards that are coterminous with those who've been
What
reelected.
boards are those? Can you
Yeah.
just get those and we'll hear those and keep the other ones? Madam Clerk, if that's okay?
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. Robert Chisel, Director of Finance. Item J3 is a comprehensive annual financial report, which contains the single audit report and the auditor's opinion for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2016. Staff is presenting for review and approval the audit and the plan of corrective action as identified in the annual audit. You know, our auditor, Piercy, Bowler, Taylor, Kern. Mr. Piercy was here but had to catch a flight, so unfortunately he's not here. But I'd just like to quickly go over some highlights from the financial audit that I think are important to note. One, no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies were identified, and no single audit findings were found either. It's the first time for the city of Reno. We're very proud of that, particularly the finance team, Lynette Hamilton, Matt Taylor, and Jill Olson have done a tremendous job in doing the finances for the city. Our financial position continues to improve. The general fund ending balance was up $7 million to $19.6 million, or 12% of actual expenditures. Bond debt continued to decrease by over $22 million. It's now down to $492 million from a high of $648 million. And as I had mentioned earlier, our OPEB trust now has funding for the first time. This council is the first council to actually fund the trust. It has $4.6 million in there, and the accrued actuarial liability for OPEB has decreased $41 million from $220 million to $181 million. Staff recommends approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on the financial report.
No questions. Good job. Congratulations to your team. You know, I guess it's a first, right, in our financial reporting, so that's something to be really proud of, and I'm happy. Thank you. Well, if no one else has any other comments, I'm going to make a motion to. Oh wait, I think I hear. Is there a voice up on the?
Voice from the heavens.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt the findings, The cap.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus makes a motion, seconded by Vice Mayor Jarden. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Okay. Next, hold on really quick. Thank you. Okay, where are we jumping to now? J5, City Manager's Office. Let's see. Update and discussion on City Manager regarding council assignments. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None.
All right, seeing that there are none, any discussion from council? Seeing that there is none, may I get a motion? May I get a motion? Or, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item J6. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, any council members want a staff presentation? Seeing that there is none, can I please get a motion? I have a motion and a second. Second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item J7.
I think on this, we heard that really we probably don't need to be focusing this anymore because it's not coming out in the next year. Is that right?
Right.
Correct. Scott Gills for the record. I think we definitely don't need to hear this item as an update on every meeting going forward. A bill was not introduced as expected during this Congress. My understanding is Washoe County is still the direction of their board to pursue a federal lands bill, but at this point, I don't know that anyone knows what that looks like with the delegation going forward. But we'll still be working on it. We'll still be communicating with the delegation and our lobbyists back east. And as when there is an update to bring forward, we will.
Yeah. And the public's going to have a chance to give input to staff and then to us on what are the important issues of public platforms. So that'll be another input opportunity.
I want to concur with that. You did your job. We asked you to bring it to every meeting from when we started to December.
Ashley.
No bill was introduced. Okay, it's off the
Madam Clerk.
off as a permanent item on the agenda, and just bring us stuff.
Will do.
Okay, great. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. All right.
They won't be on the agenda going forward.
They won't be on the agenda going forward. Do we need to take a motion on that? Probably? No? No? All right, great. Okay. Moving along.
The original motion was just to keep it on the agenda.
Execute that motion.
Oh, was it?
All right, item K1.
Yep. K11?
K11. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is mine. Move to,
Councilman Delgado.
yeah, move to appoint Mia Andrews from Sun Valley to the Youth City Council.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item K2. K21. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
All right, this is for Tumwa, correct?
These are for all
What
of the
is
boards
this?
and commissions that council serves
Oh,
on
these are
throughout
all
the
of
year.
them. Okay,
These are
wait.
all of the ones that are up for appointment. We are set to expire most all of them on 12/31, the end of the
So
year.
do we have to take these all individually?
If there is not an appetite from the council to do a lot of movement, you can take these as one motion.
Okay. And I don't.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead. I don't believe there's really any changes. I don't know, but go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Well, Madam Mayor, maybe to kind of move things along, I know that you and I have talked about the alignment of the airport authority being more in line with your role on the RSCBA. But if the rest of the council is on board, I'd make a motion to, aside from that, just keep everybody on the boards they're on.
Okay. I'm fine with that. That's a liaison, not a board member, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm liaison.
Okay, all right. So I'm fine with that. Any other council members
Madam
having
Mayor?
discussion?
Just-
Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. And I don't know if there's interest in this, but I spoke to Mr. Bobsian before he left, and it's just an idea. I don't even know if Councilwoman Breckus is interested, but he's serving as the alternate on the RTC. And I wondered, I know Ms. Breckus has expressed a lot of interest as an alternate, and he said he was neutral. I think most of the members always attend.
Well, he's not here, so I think
Right.
we should wait for him to.
That's fine. I just
I,
spoke to him, but I don't
Unless
even know
you-
if you're interested.
Unless Jenny, you've.
I
spoke
want
to him.
I would like to motion that we accept all of these, but I would like to have the seat of the RTC.
Okay.
So we have an open seat, and I would like to have that seat. We have issues of pedestrian safety that we need to address, and a lot of the urban streets that need the complete streets programming are in my ward. You know, the 4th and Washington Street has been very important. I think that we need to get the Midtown project done to show what's going to happen when we rebuild these urban streets. This is our most important, with the bridge done and the Southeast Connector, this is the most important one. And so I want to be on RTC to make sure that gets done and is a model for improving our other safe streets to safety. So I would like the RTC seat at this point.
Okay, so we could vote on all of those and then come back and vote on RTC. Is that correct?
RTC is set to expire 12/31, and we risk quorum issues if we do not make an appointment on that seat
No,
tonight.
we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
I would say I would like to leave Councilmember McKenzie on there, or, okay, wait, so we could just vote on all that, and then we'll come back to RC.
And I'm
RTC.
willing, if
Okay.
anyone has an interest, I'd just like to offer, if anyone has an interest in any of the boards or commissions that I sit on, I'm willing to offer any of those up. I've been, because I'm one of the members who's been on for 5 years. If anyone takes an interest, I'm happy to give one of those up. I'm not married to anything that I've been doing.
Okay, so let's vote on all the others.
So just clarification to the initial motion maker, if she's amenable to that, to make a motion on everything else aside from RTC, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
And I wanted to clarify one thing that is listed incorrectly here. Ms. Breckus is actually on the Western Regional Water Commission
I think
currently.
that's not the city council's appointment. I think I'm on as the Tumwa appointment, maybe.
Right, but it was listed. I brought it to,
Right, and we'll clarify that with
Okay,
the
okay.
Western Region Board. It was our understanding that Councilmember Jordan is the appointee until 3/31, but I'll confirm that in writing and update our records. That seat's not up at this time.
You want me to clarify the airport?
Please.
Okay.
Correct, so just clarification and to make sure that the motion maker is amenable to the changes. My understanding is we're maintaining all of the current board and commission seats as they stand, aside from moving mayor to the liaison of the airport authority. And then we will pull RTC as a separate motion from this, correct?
All right.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that was a motion and a second, correct? All
Did
those in
I
favor say
second?
aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion
Aye.
carries unanimously.
I'd like to motion that I take the seat for the RTC.
Which
So I have a
seat is it?
motion, do I have a
Mr. Mc,
second?
the seat that Mr. McKenzie is holding is open.
All right, so I have a motion, do I have a second? All those in favor, say aye.
I didn't
All-
hear a second.
There's no second, sorry. All right, so motion dies. At this time, I would like to actually, if we're going to talk about who's in line and how that works, it would be Councilman Delgado. But I'm also fine with keeping Councilmember McKenzie there.
And-
If,
I-
Madam Mayor?
yes, go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, and of course I would defer to Councilmember McKenzie on his interest in staying on it, but I will just say that he has been a true asset at RTC, a huge champion for some real regional improvements to capacity issues from the North Valleys, and just having served with him for the last year on RTC, he has brought a lot to the table, and I appreciate all of his
Shut your
contributions.
ears, Councilmember McKenzie. I don't need you hearing that. All right. All right. So the motion is to keep Councilmember McKenzie on the board. So that'll be, is that your motion, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan
Second.
and a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor?
Discussion.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm not going to support this. I think yesterday when we heard our discussion on Reimagine Reno, with the land use choices that we made, there was some discussion that we need to start to give a little thought to how we make different transportation investment decisions. It's just going to have to flow with those land use decisions. And I think that we need someone on the council who has a vision to represent some investment decisions that have not been made. Those are the capacity-like decisions. It's investing in safety, investing in our older streets. It's maintaining the existing infrastructure. We are failing at that miserably. We need someone there who's going to go to the RTC and represent that vision. I think we have two people who are very in line with their vision, but I think we need another vision there. And I'll tell you, I'll go back most importantly to the Parks Commissioners, who I've spent a lot of years with now. And if we don't start to get some backfill out of that RTC revenue into our streets budget, we are going to be losers. And we are losers right now with our streets budget because we're putting general fund in that, and then we're not able to put it into our parks. So I have no problem that I can't even get a colleague after 5 years on this council to put me over to the RTC, because it means that my transportation vision for our community, the placemaking, the livability, there's just not faith in the vision and where I want to go and to be your leader over there. And that's fine. But I am pushing the issue, and I did push the issue, and I will not support, I did not support Ms. Jordan's reappointment last year, and I will not support Mr. McKenzie's appointment this year. Thank you.
Jordan.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep. I don't know if this is amenable, but I did speak to Mr. Bobbsey, and he said he was neutral on being the alternate. He's on 12 appointments. All the rest of us are 7, 8, 9. So it's just an idea. I spoke to Mr. McKenzie. He said there was one time that there was a need for an alternate. Mr. Bobbsey, that coincidentally that time wasn't available. I don't know if you would even accept this. I just think it's a start.
If there's a willingness for him to graciously give that up, I will do it. I am so interested in being over there.
Yeah.
I think I have a lot to offer. It's fine.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you thinking about me in that manner, my colleague, Ms. Stewart.
Yeah,
So
but
if you want to
anyway,
reopen the previous discussion and put me over as the alternate, I'll
Well, I
accept that.
thought we held all the RTC, but maybe we didn't. But
And
I
Okay.
thought
you
we
did
did.
have this conversation with Councilman?
I did. I went
I
out.
just want to make sure, because I don't want
You
to
can
be like,
text him.
okay.
I
All
mean,
right, I
he
just
said
wanna
he
make
was
sure.
complete. He wanted to be on everything
Okay.
that he was on, but he was neutral
I have
on.
no problem with that, as
the
long as he
alternate.
knows, because he's not here, so
I know.
just want to know. Okay, so then let's
Mr.
go,
Delgado.
go ahead.
Really quick, Madam Mayor, and Councilwoman Breckus, I really appreciate all your insight on transportation and everything else. I think Councilman McKenzie brings a lot of insight, especially with so much development taking place in North Reno. So many transportation issues in his breath in terms of his experience of what we need done in our major thoroughfare. So, but never to take anything away from you in terms of what you see as more walkability and bikeability in our community. So with that, Madam Mayor, thank you.
But
All
anyway,
right.
I guess I'm asking
Thank
Ms.
you.
Jordan as the motion maker if she would add that. Oh, separate.
So
appointment.
this is separate,
Okay.
all right? So let's finish this vote. So any more discussion from council? Seeing that there's none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Okay,
Okay, I guess I'm
or
making
no,
a separate,
5-1.
separate motion.
Okay, go ahead, make
May
a
or may not
separate
get a
motion.
second.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Having spoken to Mr. Bobsian and having had him tell me that he has 2 alternates and he is neutral on this, I would like to recommend that Ms. Breckus be named the Regional Transportation Commission alternate.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All
Second.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Okay, item L1, future agenda items. We can't have any after 6, okay. All right, seeing that there are none, I am going to move on. Item
Wait,
L.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, go right ahead, Councilwoman, or Vice Mayor.
sorry, I do have one. To have 2 hours of staff time to look into the update on the dog park on the retract lid on 3rd Street. I know that it was part of the charrette, and I don't know what the status is of it now,
City
but
Manager
kind
Bill
of
Thomas is all over it.
Oh, good.
He's all
Oh, good.
over it. I told him we were both concerned about where it's at and where is it's going, and he's got his pooper scooper ready. And so, just so you know, it's in full force. But certainly, if you want to put it on there.
Yeah, just to make sure that
Okay.
we have all the current renditions and make sure it's moving on a fast track.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Councilwoman?
No.
Okay. Liaison reports. Any council members with liaison reports? Seeing that there are none. Any reports from conferences or professional meetings? All right, let's move to item L5, and I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado. And I'm going to send it to Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8276. Resolution donating council donation funds to the Reno Philharmonic Association to support their RPA Kids program in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, thank you. Councilman Delgado.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. City Attorney Carl Hall, item L6.
Resolution number 8277, resolution donating council donation funds to Smile Restore, a program which provides dental services to underserved populations in the region in the amount of $2,000 general fund.
All right, Councilman Delgado, this
Move to
is
approve.
awesome. This is great. Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L7, City Attorney Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8278, resolution donating council donation funds to Kids and Horses, Inc. to support the Reno Toy Run event held on December 4th, 2016 in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, this too is awesome. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't know if you made it this year. My wife got sick and I couldn't make it, but this is a great event.
I was super sick.
Yeah, that's right.
And guess what? The weather was nice.
And they had a scooter already for you and everything.
Oh, don't remind me.
Move to approve.
All right, so I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L8. No, we already did that. Am I right? Where are we?
No, we didn't do LA.
Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, go ahead.
So,
This
you
is
know, as the
Councilwoman
lateness
Breckus.
of the hour shows, when we move back to noon, I have concerns, particularly we have so many early items, presentations, proclamations, which I don't, you know, they're nice, they're ceremonial, but a lot of the planning stuff, I think, is can be processed through very quickly. And so this is an L item initiative that we start at 10 as the regular council, and there be a structured, limited number of agenda items that come on from 10 to noon. That and I'd be willing, as the initiator, to always be here at 10 a.m. to help, you know, kind of work with staff. But I think our city staff would have a good idea of what would go on, accepting streets, zoning change recommendations. Help me out, Bill. Whatever. Probably not appeals. They'd still stay on 6s, but we do this for 3 months, starting in January. And what it would give the break to? It would give break to 3 council members if they didn't want to show up to not show up till noon. But all the votes then would have to be unanimous. If they're not unanimous, they'd be kicked back later in the meeting. I think we could get there. I think it's gonna work so well that after March, we're going to decide to even, you know, go with it in a bigger way, maybe have it on a Friday afternoon or put the appeals to it or something. But I am so confident because I've worked in it for another city this manner. So I don't know.
Does that show other council members absent? Are you considered absent?
You would be considered absent during
Yeah.
this 3 period, but you know, I mean,
That's not good because someone could
It's-
totally use that against you.
and
Right?
I've had that happen to me with someone looking at my vote totals at one time, but I think if it's just for 3 months, it's not going to be a big deal, and then we demo it, and then we can form the land use planning and zoning committee. But you know what? If we don't want to do it, that's fine. But that means this 6:45 meeting just became a 8:45 meeting. I'm not married to this. I'm just trying to, suggest a way to move forward.
Things up.
All right.
Well,
and-
would this be to look at this idea or start the idea?
This would be starting in January. So, for example, we did the West Meadows PUD certification today. We didn't have a whole heavy planning zoning thing. It may be that with the intakes of planning and zoning that you'd only have to do this once a month. I think it could possibly be structured that way, but second reading of ordinances for planning and zoning. But if there's not an appetite, that's fine. It's just a suggestion.
All right.
I mean, I'm open to trying, I know how interested you are in like facilitating the meetings and making them go faster. I mean, we all are. So I don't know.
I understand it, but I mean, are we doing it for that or?
I think so.
I mean,
Is that what we're
the
doing
reason
it
we're
for?
doing it?
It is. It is. Some of these zoning map amendments, even some of the minor things where we have issues, we could move through fairly quickly. Today's not a good agenda to discuss them. Last agenda, I had about 6 or 7 that I went, oh gosh, we could have, a committee or a group of the whole could have knocked that out in 45 minutes and be sitting back there waiting for the other crew to come in at noon and taking care of a good chunk of business. But if there's not the appetite, that's fine. I have a little bit of concern about the noon start time, but I like the idea. But
Okay.
no.
All right.
And you're saying that it could eventually become a committee, so there wouldn't be any absences, right? I mean,
That's how I originally put it, and then I sensed that there was not an appetite to do this, so I said, let's try it as a demo as the committee as a
of the
whole. No, as the whole body meeting at 10, just with these items up front. No public comment. Public comment starts at noon when the whole group convenes. I don't think your lack of voting is that big of a deal. I mean,
Can you approve stuff without public comment?
Can we do that?
Yeah,
we have
can you
those
do that without?
you
I
don't need
think you
open
can.
public comment. You have to allow public comment on every item.
If you have a quorum of the body, then we have to notice and we do have to take public comment.
Not open public comment at the beginning of the meeting. We can get to the business. You take public comment on item, zoning
Whatever
change
item
You need
this.
to take public comment before you take action.
Yeah, for the item. Yeah.
All right. Councilmember McKenzie, what's your thought? And do you have 3 council members that will be here? Because I won't, unfortunately.
you have to have 4.
Well, 4, okay. I won't, unfortunately. So don't commit to this unless you're going to be here. Go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I think where my concern lies is in the confusion to the public and well, first off, I think that full council should have their eyes on all things, not a subcommittee of the whole. But my fear is that the public might be a little confused by it or believe that we're trying to do something a little fishy. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm having a hard time with this one. I think there's going to be some confusion, and it could be absences, and then there's, I don't know. There's too many important issues that I think the entire council should have their eyes on all the issues.
All right, Councilmember McKenzie. You're never at a loss for words. He's at a loss for words, folks. He's cranky because he hasn't eaten.
I kind of like the concept, but I've got concerns about it as well. And the concept of, we have so many different items that are just, I mean, we have a lot of land use issues, second readings, ordinances, things like that we don't have any discussion on. There's no public comment on. There's usually nobody here to talk about. and about them, and the idea that we could get those out of the way. But then again, those don't take that long in the regular agenda period either. So, and the concept of the public it was one of my concerns, of the fact that, or how they see it, is that you have a meeting that starts before the meeting, and the people that don't show up, is that because they have a disinterest of what happens within the city? Is that the way, the brush that that they're painted with? I don't. Well, I think that there might be a benefit to it. I'm not sure that the benefits outweigh the issues that it might create. So, I mean, we could try it for a month or so and see how it works, and get a feeling from the public about it. If we did that, I think that one of the important things to do would be, when we start the meeting at noon, one of our first agenda items be a report out of what happened in that meeting. And then what happens if you got public that showed up for the regular meeting thinking they could hear it and be there for that item, and then you'd already heard it and taken a vote on it and taken action on it. So, but I mean, if we tried it for a month or so, and with the idea that if somebody got up and wanted to speak on it, we could reconsider that, bring the item for reconsideration when the rest of the body was here. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but I don't want an impression to the public that there's an attempt to confuse them, to get them to not participate in the process.
Right.
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I want to commend Councilwoman Breckus for bringing the idea, just because, I mean, we're all looking for new ideas and ways to streamline the meeting. So I think we can all get behind that. I did work for an agency for 8 years that had what they called the regulatory committee. It was still a committee of the whole, but had a separate time. It met, and that's what they did. And it took like 5 or 6 hours. And it's about what, if you look at some days on development, that's what it kind of takes, is like 4 hours. So I like it. I like the idea of trying it. If there isn't support for completely jumping into it, we could ask our manager to bring back some examples of where this works. Maybe they do it in Douglas County. Maybe they do it somewhere else. That they have some pros and cons of what they've seen. But I mean, I think, I've heard from our vice mayor that she wants to find ways to streamline. You mayor, want to find some ways to streamline. We want streamlining, but we also want thorough consideration of the issues, and we don't want, it's not confusion so much that I'm concerned about, is a misimpression to the public,
Well, there's different pros and cons.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it isn't, we don't have to start January 1. We could do a little vetting and research on it, which is what this item is about, 2 hours of staff time. They could come back to us. Is there anybody in Nevada who does it this way? Does it help? Do they do it in Las Vegas, Clark County, even Washoe County? I'd like to get some more information.
Councilwoman Breckus?
No, the city of Albuquerque, where I started my career, had a land use planning and
Yeah.
zoning committee of the whole, and it is common.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is common.
Well, I work
I
for an
think
agency that
to
did it.
understand, the concern I heard from our missing colleague is, the public. Well, you got to understand each of these requests, and that the development ones, they go through the planning commission with postcards, and then they're not going to go out postcard again. They're just going to be on the regular agenda. So it's, you got to understand the nature of the request and how they're advertised. I think the development community will like it because they know they're at 10 a.m. and they're in and out of here. But, I don't think our work is done for those who are paid to be processing development requests. It is the public, but I think it would be a better approach for the public. So I don't.
The issue you might have, though, if I think about this, you might get public comment at 10 a.m. for the original meeting.
It'll take some while, but it used to be the public comment was at noon, long time ago. I'm fine with
All right.
whatever. I'm not
Councilman
married to
Delgado.
this.
I think, again, Councilwoman Breckus, I think thinking outside of the box, trying to speed things along, I think we're all in favor of that. I think some of the issues I'm thinking about is there's no guarantee that the subcommittee will end at noon. So they're going to have an overlap maybe of people coming in during noon, and then we'll have that piece to it. But maybe it's an opportunity to maybe look at rearranging the agenda so you deal with the planning stuff at the very onset. and then push the presentations of proclamations after certain items if we want to get them out of the way, to do it that way. I mean, I don't know in terms of if that's kind of where you're seeing we can knock out the early stuff early on.
Yeah.
And that's where the community, the public knows that, and that they know to come like at 2 or 3 o'clock to do the proclamations or whatever else. I mean, I don't know if we're just kind of spitballing here talking about how to make the agenda move along faster, whether that's going to help or not. I think really it's just going to come back to the body and how much time we spend talking, right? But I think there's an issue with that. Is just it may turn into going to the noon meeting. People are going to come in overlap, and so there's something to that. Maybe it's just I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I think there may be more adds a little bit more complexity than we want to see the simplicity on it though.
Fine.
All right.
So what about a motion do you want any more information to come back?
No,
or
I
just drop
don't.
it
And
for
not
now?
only that is, 2 years ago, I gave up my seat on the Rules and Procedures Subcommittee. I was an initiative of mine. And, maybe that discussion goes on there. Maybe a discussion when we get in and we find the noons go are really long, particularly it's the appeal situation that gets really tough. And I'll tell you where I'm sensitive to. I'm sensitive to 6 p.m. appeals for older folks driving at night. That's a big issue for me. I do not believe that we should be holding appeals at 6 p.m. I absolutely do
But
not.
then a lot of people are out of work, so people always tell me, gosh, can't you guys have council meetings at night? Matter of fact, I would say the majority of cities do have council meetings
They
at
do.
night
It's more
because of that
typically
reason,
done.
so that they can come after work or, after the day.
I don't know. I just know a lot of the appeals
it's
and to
true.
be the active level are older folks, and I hear a lot of driving concerns at night. But maybe, we'll see. Maybe that committee just gets working on it. Maybe we need a once a month proclamations and ceremonial session.
Oh, just come.
I thought about that
Yeah.
too. I did, except for I think it takes away some of the uniqueness and, having one day of proclamations and presentations or,
Unless you do all that at 10 and then everything else at noon.
mhm. Right.
So
there
for
you
those
go.
that want to come at 10,
The selfie day.
the selfie hour.
But I would like to encourage council members, if you have proclamations in your ward, it's really special to certainly businesses and even citizens. If you take it directly to them, they love that. They love it if you come to their business and they can promote their business and make a big deal out of it. It's a way for them to invite their friends and family and customers. They really love that. So I would just encourage council members, if you ever get opportunities to take proclamations to your wards, I would encourage that. And not because it puts more on the agenda. That's really not
We
the way.
really haven't had many on the agenda
No.
lately. I think you've
Right, you
been
haven't.
screening them out. I think you've been
So,
encouraging us to do them local.
Draw this item. I do want to get moving on here tonight. So, we'll maybe drill round on it and see how the 10 a.m. goes.
all right. So we're going to move on. Item L9, that would be Councilman Delegado.
Yeah, it says here that it was going to be addressed in the pedestrian safety action plan item J8. I didn't really see that being addressed in that item. Again, those for me is just for staff to go and look at opportunities for lighting improvements to be done between Harvard and Vassar, on Harvard between Vassar and Plum.
That's why I was saying, I think we have to really dive into it because there's a lot of specifics that I know each of us probably want in our wards.
I have a
Yeah.
question about this because obviously I'm over there a lot.
Right.
They just did RTC just did a sidewalk improvement project over there. So you're saying that there's
lighting.
inadequacies and they missed the boat on the lighting when they put that
I think
in?
there's definitely lighting opportunities
Okay.
there. I was there, maybe 2 months ago when the light was out. That's right there at the intersection of Harvard and that street that intersects with
Villanova?
Harvard. Villanova. When the
Okay.
light was out, the entire street was dark. And so I had
Okay.
people calling.
Okay.
There's a
I-
bus stop right across the
Okay.
way, kids going out and everything.
I was just wondering if you had highlighted out that there was some defect in the engineering project that got in, that they didn't accommodate lights, but you're just saying it sounds more of a maintenance issue than a engineering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, so can I have a motion?
I'll second it.
Can I have a motion and a second? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. item L10, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This goes in line with, I think, with a lot of different initiatives that are taking place in the community, especially with regards to some of our vulnerable communities, and that's young adults. I think a lot of it is being focused, of course, on our adults in the river and the home issues there, but I think a lot of the focus in the community is having to move upstream and deal with our youth that are homeless. I think those are some of the most vulnerable community members in our community, so hopefully getting them used, housed, and with wraparound services as soon as possible should be one of the initiatives, and guiding, hopefully giving direction to staff to see opportunities with that is something I'm looking for.
All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item L10. I actually think this item.
L11?
Or L11, sorry. I actually think this item probably needs a deep dive.
Me too.
And we probably
Let's
don't-
continue.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
sure.
if you don't mind, Councilwoman?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's
so
supposed to be in redevelopment, isn't it?
No, they put it,
there's,
they
yeah,
said
there's
this
one
was
in-
for discussion. There's another item on redevelopment.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on from L11. So let's go to item L10 or L12. And again, this goes back to the pedestrian safety plan, and we will schedule a
Special
I hate
workshop.
calling it a workshop, but whatever we're calling it. Because again, this is a deep dive. Okay, so let's move on.
Madam Mayor, before we leave the L items,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, I had an L item that I would like to request. If that's okay.
Go
I know
ahead.
we went by it, but the question is that today, when we saw a presentation on signs, there was one slide that caught my attention. It was a tree-lined street. Looked like it could be the new Midtown Street. And what I noticed about it was that it did not have a divider as RTC has proposed, which is a divider all the way down Virginia Street. And it was like a narrowed street, with the wide sidewalks, with the trees. And I just wondered, as an L item, I'm very concerned. I don't know where RTC is on the Virginia Street improvements, like where they are in the planning process. And I wondered if I could just request an update from them, and if we could give some input to them, because I have been concerned about this divider. Lots of people have a nice street without having a divider down the middle of the street. Maybe I'm the only one, but I just wonder if we could agendize that for L item consideration, maybe bring back an update from them on where they are in the project. I just don't want to miss the boat, like, oh yeah, didn't you know we went out for bid? Or we're moving forward. Something like that? Okay, thanks.
Okay. You got it? Got it, awesome. Okay. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. May I get a motion?
Move to
I think
adjourn.
Councilmember McKenzie should make the motion.
Adjourn?
Your favorite.
Oh, move to adjourn.
Second. Yeah.
All right, good. Now we're going into redevelopment. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
McKenzie, Jardin,
Here.
Bobzine absent, Shivi.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment board.
All right, thank you. At this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We have none at this time.
All right. Approval of the agenda. May I please have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. May I get approval of the minutes? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. P5, discussion and potential direction to city manager to utilize 2 or more hours of staff time to identify topics related to redevelopment project areas, 1 and 2 for potential council workshop. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, since we, had a very big discussion about a very, really the redevelopment side in the city, that we took care of outside of the redevelopment agency, I think it raised up some questions. So I would like for our next redevelopment agenda, and I think we have to be really strategic how we reserve time to talk about this important issue, especially if we're off for a month and January comes back with crowded agendas. But I think we need to look at both RDA 1 and RDA 2 on the history. With RDA 1, I think we need to discuss what we really are doing with our BDR and why. I'm interested in the bases, more so on RDA 2, but also on RDA 1, where we are on the bases, particularly on RDA 2. I'm interested in getting a copy of both plans, maybe a summary of the plans and the key issues, and maybe an analysis of how the plans have been implemented to date. I think for me, I was looking at RDA 1 and the plan summary not that long ago in the context of the West 2nd Street project, because obviously we know that we've been approached about partnership in that, and it didn't provide much guidance. And frankly, I'm not sure that we could go to any sort of redevelopment agreement in West 2nd Street without having a amended plan. I'd like to know the amendments that have gone on with each plan, and any controlling agreements that we have with entities within each of the respective districts. I don't know if Tessera is a redevelopment district. I can't remember, but that's an example of one. And even if it's not a redevelopment one particular, it's one that achieves certain economic development goals that is coterminous with the boundaries. I'd like to know current uses of TIF or TIF obligations. And I mentioned already relationship to other uses. So that's pretty much what I'd like to see. It might take a while for staff to get this put together, so maybe it's the February workshop. But I'd also like to not see anything come forward on any of our agendas until we have this workshop related to the redevelopment tools.
All right. You have a motion from Councilman McKenzie. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item P6, future agenda items of the Redevelopment Agency Board. I would imagine none, since that last one we motioned for. Right? Okay, so do I have to have a motion for that?
No.
No, okay. All right.
We have no
Any
public
public comment, Madam Clerk?
Nope.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie.
Second.
Okay.